He was just a frail young man who could barely even walk, but just 3 days later, he was completely transformed. He became a chiseled heartthrob adored by all, and in just 1 year, he became the greatest martial arts master, his punches flowing more gracefully than Florentino's blade dance. So, who exactly is he? To understand, we have to talk about his past life. In the world of Murim, the guy with the biggest fists calls the shots. He had earned himself the title of Duan Yucheng, and Duan Yucheng had a temper as hot as a firecracker. If he wasn't taking down a few dark sects a day, he was hunting down the demonic cult. But in the end, he was ganged up on by the demonic cult's masters and ended up kicking the bucket. Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning struck a mansion out of a clear blue sky. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar body. Where is this and who am I? Then he saw the stubborn face and sallow skin. Where are my six-pack abs? This body's current state is just pathetic. It can't even walk properly. How frustrating. A few days later, a large dining table was set. The maids were all gossiping amongst themselves. Is the young master really eating that much again? Just then, he pushed the door open, his aura and body completely transformed. He was enjoying a hearty bowl of food when suddenly Gong Xuanming showed up to ruin the mood. He was his personal royal physician, but his shifty-looking face wasn't trustworthy at all. The guy started acting as if he'd done so much for him. What a clown. He scoffed. My recovery? You mean that dragon phoenix soup you keep feeding me? I thought it was poison. The old man immediately tried to excuse himself, but after messing with him, there was no way he'd let the geezer escape. His face turned dangerous. Is this a place you can just come and go as you please? Between you and me, who is the master here? The old man's face went pale as he turned back and answered, It is you, young master. He called for ink and paper to write a little letter. I'll dictate, you write. Due to young Master Li Zhenyan's medical condition, I must remain at the villa for a while. But since he's as tenacious as a leech, please provide instructions. Hearing this, the old man froze in terror. He was about to try and explain. The chopstick in his hand shot out like a bullet, grazing the old man and embedding itself squarely in the wall. He announced coldly, Listen here, old man. I'm not the Li Zhenyan I used to be. The old man trembled in fear. What are you saying? He got straight to the point. Dragon and phoenix soup is a great restorative for the healthy, but for someone as gravely ill as me, it's no different from poison. As a royal physician, you must have known that, right? Now write down the name of the person who ordered you to do it. The man immediately tried to defend himself. Why would you do this? You're framing an innocent man like me. A strange blood-red glint appeared in his cloudy eyes, and a sinister smile spread across his old face. Li Zhenyan mocked. So even a creature like you knows how to think. You've finally shown your true colors. I was planning on letting you leave peacefully, but you just had to be a fool. With his true face exposed, Gong Xuanming calculated in his head. Now there's no other way. Worst comes to worst, we'll just go down together. The more the merrier. The old man stealthily pulled a needle from his sleeve. Ready to strike at the opportune moment, he called out softly, Young master. But before he could act, Li Zhenyan struck first with lightning speed. A hand of steel grabbed the old man's head and slammed his face into the wooden table, creating a sickening crack as Gong Xuanming cried out in pain. Li Zhenyan calmly continued to munch on a chicken leg, looking at the man collapsed on the floor but couldn't help lamenting his own weakness. Just thinking about it hurts. What a pitiful body. He looked at his hands and told himself he had to recover his strength quickly. Once I'm back in peak form, it won't matter if the entire Galaxy Merchant Guild is behind this. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his brain like a needle. Why the sudden headache? Am I about to ascend to godhood or something? In the midst of his daze, a distant voice suddenly echoed, Sir. His eyes widened in shock, as blurry images of Gong Xuanming appeared in his mind. No, it can't be. This is... Fragments of unfamiliar memories began to flood in like a tidal wave, showing images of children and past events he had never experienced. Duan Yucheng realized in astonishment that these were Li Zhenyan's memories. The images shattered, and then merged into his mind, like a single drop of water falling into a still lake. Duan Yucheng murmured to himself, so that's how it is, to suddenly be given a second life, as Li Zhenyan, the eldest son of the famous Galaxy Merchant Guild. He wasn't as smart as his second brother, nor as strong as the youngest. He was just a weak eldest son, someone who used money to compensate for his shortcomings. In the end, he sank into a life of debauchery. By the time he realized his mistakes and wanted to turn back, it was too late. Due to his failing health, he was exiled to this villa. If these memories are real, then the main family doesn't even bother with this place of exile anymore. All reputation, no substance. A grand title, but a rotten situation. At first, the problem was being reborn without this body's memories, but now, I can focus on my martial arts. What a waste. Such a gifted body squandered like this. With my past life's knowledge and a few rare spirit pills, I'll reach a high realm in no time. Wait a minute. Spirit pills. He looked at the dazzling pile of gold and jewels on the table, remembering his wealthy background. I have money. What can't I buy? He glanced at Gong Xuanming's corpse slumped over the table. Oh well, time to bury him. 1 year later, amidst the atmosphere of the peaceful villa, with its vibrant cherry blossom trees, a strange man with a powerful bearing walked in and called out a greeting, startling the maids who were sweeping the courtyard. The newcomer was Mu Renshe, a member of the Galaxy Merchant Guild's guard unit. He announced loudly, "I have a letter for young Master Li Zhenyan. Where is he?" A maid quickly pointed towards the main hall. "Oh, he's over there." Mu Renshe followed her finger with his eyes, but the smile on his face immediately froze, his eyes widening in terror. It was the face of a guy just trying to earn his paycheck, who suddenly hears the company's been bought out. The majestic aura radiating from that body made Mu Renshe tremble, unable to believe his eyes. Young Master Li Zhenyan, once the sickly and frail eldest son, has now undergone a complete transformation. He has become a beast with a sharp, commanding gaze. Several seasons have passed with people coming and going like falling leaves. During that time, my core energy has taken form. I have engraved all the martial arts necessary for survival into this body. These include the body enlightenment technique and the swift shadow steps. I've now cultivated them to the 4th level, and everything is proceeding smoothly. But as I watch a leaf gently fall into my palm, I realize it's still not enough. As I was lost in thought, a voice cut through the air. Young Master Li Zhenyan. The newcomer was Mu Renshe, captain of the guard. He bowed obsequiously. It's been a while. I've brought a letter from the ancestral hall. I glanced at him and replied coldly, "All right, let me see it." Seeing my current appearance and overwhelming aura, Mu Renshe couldn't help but be shocked. Good heavens, is this the Zhenyan I know? He was stunned by the transformation from frail to muscular. Seeing him just standing there frozen, I asked, "What are you staring at? Sit down." I opened the letter. It contained bad news. My father had fallen ill and was now bedridden. However, the letter didn't specify the reason. Why would he suddenly fall so ill? Seeing my silence, Mu Renshe hesitantly revealed, "It's very likely because of the Ouyang family. Our group has long had to pay protection fees. Now those payments have piled up to an unbearable amount." Li Zhenyan asked pensively, "What gives the Ouyang family the right to raise the fees?" This question immediately struck a nerve with Mu Renshe, and he roared in anger. "They have no right, those dogs." Li Zhenyan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Dogs?" Mu Renshe began to recount the story, his voice filled. He said that even when the minor divine sect demanded an unreasonable transaction tax, the Ouyang family just coldly replied, "We will only intervene if something serious happens." And after that, they did nothing at all. Mu Renshe admitted bitterly, "We don't dare to complain, because that person is Ouyang Hao." The moment the name Ouyang Hao was spoken, the atmosphere grew heavy. Zhenyan repeated the name with a serious expression. In his mind, he thought, "I've heard of him, a notorious figure in the martial world. He's so strong that even I've heard of him. This guy looks down on all the merchant guilds here." Zhenyan smirked knowingly. "I see. So if I take care of the Ouyang clan, everything will be resolved." This statement shocked Mu Renshe so much he stammered, "Take care of them." But that wasn't all. Mu Renshe continued to reveal more. "Another serious reason your father fell ill is that the 2nd and 3rd young masters dueled with swords right inside the estate. Your father collapsed right after witnessing that scene of brother fighting brother." Li Zhenyan let out a weary sigh. "Don't tell me." He collapsed out of sheer anger. He recalled his father shouting helplessly, "You unruly brats, this main hall is as noisy as a marketplace. No different from a fish market." Mu Renshe nodded in confirmation. "Yes, they are always so unbelievable. Those two fought again in the family's main hall, and with swords no less." Li Zhenyan put a hand to his forehead, exhausted. Mu Renshe tried to reassure him, "But don't worry, sir, this won't involve you." Before he could finish, Li Zhenyan's eyes suddenly sharpened. He said decisively, "No, I can't just sit by and do nothing." He stood up with such authority that it left Mu Renshe speechless, who could only ask, "Huh?" Li Zhenyan gave a cold command, "Keep the letter." In the strong wind, the eldest young master's demeanor was completely different from before. Exuding a terrifying pressure, he looked straight ahead and declared, "I will go myself." He radiated the cool and heroic aura of a great warrior. Mu Renshe later recounted the event to the others, his face still etched with shock. "He's completely changed." He slammed his hand on the table, asserting confidently, "He's like a true martial arts master now. I swear, just looking at his physique is a feast for the eyes." However, these words were met with ridicule from a red-haired soldier. He burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, that infamous Li Zhenyan, a martial arts master, that useless bum." He sneered that Li Zhenyan was probably more of a master in the bedroom. He even boldly declared, "If that useless guy is a master, then I must be a legendary grandmaster." The red-haired man continued. He kept mocking, "Hey, trying to be a comedian, your jokes are lame. It's more believable that the vice-captain has a girlfriend." Just as he was laughing smugly, a giant, shadowy figure with a chilling killing intent appeared right behind him, instantly freezing the smile on his face. "So young master Li Zhenyan has truly recovered." A deep voice rumbled with menace. It was Han Ye, the vice-captain of the guard. As soon as the red-haired soldier finished his mockery, Han Ye struck like lightning. He grabbed the man's head with one hand and slammed it mercilessly onto the ground. A dry crack of bone echoed, silencing everyone around. The noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. They had to swallow their laughter. While holding the soldier's head down, Han Ye calmly continued. Young master Li Zhenyan became a martial artist. He's had a strong constitution since he was a child. I have always been proud of him. In front of the Galaxy Merchant Guild's gate, a majestic figure in pristine white robes was strolling forward. Looking at the massive estate with its towering structures, Li Zhenyan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Damn, so this is the Galaxy Merchant Guild. I never expected the actual scale to be this grand. He realized his background was truly extraordinary. Li Zhenyan was practically born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Walking across the bridge leading to the inner courtyard, he gently instructed the two maids accompanying him. I'm going to see my father. You two can rest for now. The two girls quickly bowed. Yes, young master Li Zhenyan walked alone down the quiet corridor, wondering to himself. But why isn't anyone here to welcome me? Yet, just as the thought crossed his mind, there was a sharp, simultaneous shing as dozens of guards drew their swords and formed ranks. They raised their blades high, creating a solemn archway to welcome him. They all shouted in unison, their voices shaking the entire estate. Congratulations on your safe return, young master Li Zhenyan. The ceremony was so grand that anyone who didn't know better would think a nation-founding general had just returned from a victorious battle. Han Ye stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I am Han Ye, vice captain of the guards. I almost didn't recognize you, sir. I'm truly glad to see you looking so well. Witnessing his superior's excessive reverence, a soldier behind him whispered contemptuously, Vice captain, have you no self-respect? That guy used to despise you and you're still bowing. Are you some kind of masochist who likes being looked down on, remembering the past images of the young master harassing the maids his useless and degenerate behavior? But now, Li Zhenyan flashed a friendly smile and clasped his hands in greeting. This unexpected gesture left Han Ye and the surrounding soldiers completely frozen. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as they wondered what kind of trick this young master was trying to pull. The moment he finished speaking, the whole squad just stood there like statues. Like deer in headlights, the guards behind them were all stunned into silence. Li Zhenyan tilted his head slightly and spoke calmly. Please lead me to my father. Walking beside him, Vice Captain Han Ye smiled with satisfaction silently, assessing this transformation and confirming his thoughts. He was certain in his heart. Moreover, he is now our ally. The doors to the inner mansion opened, and a brilliant light flooded the space. As Han Ye led the way, he reported respectfully, I have already informed the master that you would be arriving. Li Zhenyan gave a slight nod in response. Thank you. However, that peaceful atmosphere was instantly shattered by a sharp, sarcastic voice. Well, look who it is. A red-haired man with a malicious grin approached casually, placing a hand on Li Zhenyan's shoulder, as if to put him in his place. It was the third young master of the Silver River Merchant Guild, Li Ziyan. With a contemptuous look, he shouted insults right in the middle of the hall. Isn't it the pervert Li Zhenyan? Faced with such a blatant provocation, Li Zhenyan remained silent. Ziyan, now emboldened, pressed forward, getting right in his face. He sneered. Your expression is completely different now, huh? You even know how to glare. Suddenly, Li Zhenyan's hand shot out. He seized the hand that was on his shoulder. His grip was so strong it made Ziyan's face change color. Seeing this, Han Ye paled with worry. We're screwed. He's definitely going to get slapped again. In everyone's memory, Li Zhenyan had always been the one who was bullied, seen as a thorn in the family's side, and frequently subjected to humiliating beatings. An elder standing nearby hurriedly tried to intervene and defuse the situation. The two brothers are finally reunited after all this time. You must both be so happy, right? But the family reunion atmosphere he was trying to create seemed about to devolve into a full-blown war between brothers. But Ziyan was naturally arrogant, and he roared in anger. Who do you think you are, putting your hands on me? His expression turned dangerous. Li Zhenyan struck as fast as lightning, a powerful swing of his arm landing squarely on Ziyan's face. The third young master went flying, tumbling onto the floor. To the utter astonishment of everyone watching, what the hell was that? Li Zhenyan calmly walked over his shadow looming over the man on the ground. He called his name in a low, deep voice, Ziyan. I was so excited on my way back. With that, he bent down his iron grip, clamping onto Ziyan's face. He slammed him hard against the floor, the horrifying strength, making Ziyan writhe in agony, able only to scream pathetically, You crazy bastard. Faced with the curses, Li Zhenyan's lips curled into a cruel, authoritative smirk. He leaned close to his ear and growled, word by word, crazy. The proper way to address me is Big Brother. Outside the master's room, the servants were anxiously whispering amongst themselves, their worried eyes fixed on the closed door. They were staring so intently that if the door had a soul, it would probably get shy and try to cover itself. Just then, Li Huayan, the second son of the Silver River Merchant Guild, and also the general manager, appeared with a stern expression. Seeing the chaos before him, he muttered in disbelief. That's father's room. He approached and asked the guards in a harsh tone, "What's all this noise?" A trembling guard reported, General Manager, sir, it's the eldest young master and the third young master. They're arguing." The surrounding servants didn't even react. They were all too used to this. Hearing this, Huayan thought to himself that it was probably his third brother who started it again. Huayan yelled angrily, "Then why aren't you people stopping them?" He immediately rushed forward, intending to intervene, big brother, but the scene before him made him freeze in his tracks. Zhenyan had his third brother in a one-handed grip, his face cold and expressionless against Zhenyan's feeble resistance. Zhenyan was completely overpowered. He could only manage a muffled sound in his throat. Huayan, is that you?" Huayan, startled and bewildered, replied, "Yeah." Inside the quiet room with steam rising from the tea, Li Huayan approached with a smile. He looked at his eldest brother and remarked, "You look well." Zhenyan replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I'm fine now." Huayan's sharp eyes noticed the bandage on Zhenyan's hand. He asked with concern, "Was that from our third brother starting trouble?" Zhenyan waved his hand dismissively, a meaningful smile on his face. It's nothing serious." He glanced over at Zhenyan, who was standing meekly nearby with a bruised face, sweat beading on his forehead. In reality, right before entering the room, Zhenyan had taught his youngest brother a lesson he would never forget. A series of fiery slaps rained down on him. Zhenyan had no time to even react. The father in that old fable about the bundle of sticks should have just taught his kids this way. It's faster. As Zhenyan hit him, he gave a cold warning. You shouldn't draw your sword on your own brother. Remember that, if you don't want to get beaten until his mouth bled." Zhenyan could only beg in terror. "I get it. I understand now, sir." Zhenyan was still in shock, his mind screaming with resentment. How dare Zhenyan hit me? He used to be so weak. The fact that Zhenyan had taught Zhenyan such a harsh lesson made the atmosphere in the room strangely silent. Thinking back to how things used to be, at best, he could only manage to dodge Zhenyan's attacks. But now the tables had completely turned. Sitting at the tea table, Huayan stared at his eldest brother with suspicion in his eyes and finally asked, "But what happened at the monastery? You seem like a completely different person. For all we know, the guy living with us could have been possessed by some video game demon." Zhenyan calmly took a sip of tea, a slight smirk on his lips as he replied, "Is that so? You've got a sharp eye." He suddenly stopped at the scrolls laid out on the table, his attention shifting so quickly he didn't have time to analyze the character's psyche. He reached out and picked up a scroll with a curious look. "What's this?" Seeing this, Li Huayan explained, "That's the list of personnel I'll be taking with me to the negotiations tomorrow." Zhenyan unrolled the scroll and mumbled, "Personnel list." The name alone sounds like it was slapped together. He quickly scanned the names like Gong San and Choi Rei Li, making silent calculations in his head. He had originally intended to see who had recommended Gong Xuanming. That was the royal physician who had once poisoned him, but seeing the bright red notes written beside the names, he realized it was probably no longer necessary. On the list, almost all the important positions from the vice captain of the guard to the main gatekeeper had one thing in common. The person who had recommended all of them was Ouyang Hao. An image of that sinister man from the Ouyang clan appeared in Zhenyan's dark thoughts. He growled. That man Zhenyan slammed the scroll down on the table, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense. He looked directly at his two younger brothers. His eyes were as sharp as daggers, as if trying to see into their very souls. "Li Huayan, Li Zhenyan, if either of you are colluding with the Ouyang clan, speak now." The question struck them like a bolt from the blue, leaving them both stunned. Li Zhenyan shot to his feet, sweat pouring down his face as he yelled in frustration, "What? Do you really think we're that heartless devils in disguise?" Li Huayan couldn't hide his own wounded pride. He slammed the table and jumped up. "That's right. What nonsense, I'd rather die than let an outsider take control of our merchant guild," Li Zhenyan added, in a rage. "The Silver River Merchant Guild is what father poured his heart and soul into building. He's right." Witnessing the fierce reactions and loyalty of his two brothers, Li Zhenyan let out a small, satisfied smile. "Good," he thought to himself, "then I don't have to kill them anymore." He retracted his killing intent and calmly asked, "Will all the high-ranking leaders be attending the negotiations tomorrow?" After receiving a nod of confirmation from Li Huayan, Li Zhenyan stood up, the hem of his white robe flowing with the decisive movement. "I see. In that case, I will also attend." This sudden decision left his two brothers bewildered. They were too slow to react. Where are you going?" Without turning back, Li Zhenyan leisurely walked towards the door. "Father." The sound of his footsteps faded, leaving Li Huayan and Li Zhenyan standing dumbfounded in the middle of the room. Li Huayan couldn't stop wondering, what in the world happened at the tranquil monastery? Meanwhile, Li Zhenyan looked like he was going crazy, tearing at his hair and screaming in belated regret. "I should have gone to Nine Flowers Mountain. The handsome, righteous, and badass hero was supposed to be me. Me Guild Master, the eldest young master, has arrived." As soon as the subordinate's report finished, a deep, hoarse voice echoed from within the dark room. "Let him in." Li Zhenyan slowly stepped through the doorway. He entered a space thick with the scent of medicinal herbs, not the smell of narcotics. On a large bed, an old man with white hair and a gaunt face lay motionless. This was Li Shengmin, the master of the Silver River Merchant Guild. Seeing his eldest son appear, he faintly opened his eyes and uttered warily, "You're here." Hearing the commotion outside from the earlier scuffle, he whispered, "What's all that noise out there?" Li Zhenyan calmly sat down beside the bed. He reassured his father, "It's nothing, father. I just simply slapped the third young master so hard his soul nearly flew out of his body." He looked deep into his father's cloudy eyes and continued, "I heard your health has declined due to pressure." Li Shengmin sighed, admitting, "It's true. I've always lived under pressure, but now my old body can't take it anymore." He raised a trembling hand to touch Li Zhenyan's face, his eyes filled with astonishment. "You've changed so much for the better. Your face looks completely different too. Are you really Li Zhenyan?" His eyes scrutinized every detail. After a moment of observation, he smiled gently. "I'm very happy to see you're still healthy." Li Zhenyan could only bow his head and reply, "Yes." But right then, a strange feeling welled up inside Duan Yucheng. It was strange. As someone who grew up without parents, he'd never known the feeling. He didn't know what it was like to have a father. Even meeting a Buddha wouldn't have moved him as much as this. Yet, in Li Zhenyan's memory, this father was a grand, formidable figure. Looking at the frail, bony hand holding his own, Li Zhenyan wondered bitterly, when did he become so small? He gripped his father's hand firmly and decisively. "Father, please don't worry. We just need to eliminate the source of your pressure." He looked directly into his father's eyes, his voice firm with conviction. "I will take care of it, so please rest easy." Hearing the word eliminate, Li Shengmin was startled and questioned. Eliminate. Eliminating the source. He said it as simply as taking out the trash. Realizing he had just let his killing intent slip, Li Zhenyan immediately put on a mysterious smile, concealing the ruthlessness in his eyes. "Ah, it's nothing, father. Don't worry." Witnessing that chilling smile on his son's face, Li Shengmin couldn't help but shudder, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Why is he smiling like that? The next day, at the Silver River Merchant Guild's negotiation meeting, the atmosphere in the main hall was solemn and tense. The elders and high-ranking leaders had all gathered. Ouyang Hao, the captain of the Silver River Merchant Guild's guards and a martial master of the Ouyang clan, appeared. He wore a smug expression, his gait clearly defiant. The presence of Li Zhenyan made his subordinates whisper among themselves, "Captain, isn't that the eldest young master?" Looking towards Li Zhenyan, who was sitting in silence, they wondered, "What's he doing here?" Ouyang Hao smirked, contemptuously thinking to himself, "He's probably worried about losing his position in the guild." In the middle of the meeting, the host spoke up, "Does anyone have any other opinions? If not, I will move on to." Suddenly, Ouyang Hao raised his hand, interrupting, "Hold on a second. I have something I'd like to say." He leisurely walked to the front and announced loudly, "I heard that the eldest young master still doesn't have a personal guard, despite his return. I have someone I'd like to recommend." This proposal caused those around them to start murmuring with concern. The entire room was instantly abuzz. "My God, half of the Silver River Merchant Guild already belongs to the Ouyang clan. Doesn't he know when to stop? What did I say something wrong?" His sentence was punctuated by a piercing shatter. Ouyang Hao casually crushed the teacup in his hand, sending shards flying right in front of one of the elders. He glared around the room threateningly, then feigned an apology. "Oh dear, my hand slipped. My apologies." His smile grew more sinister as he growled. "Does anyone have an opinion on my proposal?" The entire room was dead silent. Not a single person dared to speak up. Facing the powerful man, Ouyang Hao gloated, "No one. In that case, I." A cold voice suddenly rang out, shattering the thick atmosphere. Li Zhenyan raised his hand, his sharp eyes locked forward. "I have an objection." He slowly rose to his feet, each step steady as he walked towards Ouyang Hao. "I also have a proposal," he said, right in front of the stunned captain. Zhenyan pointed directly at his face and declared, "I propose the dismissal of the captain of the guard, Ouyang Hao." The entire hall was rocked by this insane declaration. What good heavens is he joking? The room instantly turned into the most venomous viper's nest in history. The subordinates began to sneer. "Does he not know how much the captain of the guard has done for the guild's security?" Ouyang Hao burst out laughing with contempt. "You want to fire me?" He moved closer to Zhenyan, hurling insults. "It seems being bedridden for so long has made you forget a few things. But that's not for you to decide." In response to that arrogance, Zhenyan just smirked. "Is that so?" An incredible pressure suddenly erupted from him. Before his opponent could even react, Zhenyan launched an attack with terrifying speed. A loud explosion ripped through the air as the ground beneath them shattered. Thick dust and smoke tore through the space. The dust gradually settled to reveal the majestic figure of Li Zhenyan standing tall amidst the wreckage. Ouyang Hao was now collapsed on the ground, sweat pouring down his face in terror at the unimaginable power of the once useless young master. Zhenyan looked down at his defeated foe with icy eyes and growled, asserting his dominance. "It seems you've also forgotten something. You may have gained a little power, but this Galaxy Merchant Guild is mine. Brother, are you planning to dismiss Ouyang Hao as captain of the guard?" "Is that why you came to the business meeting?" Li Huiyan asked breathlessly as he hurried to keep up, amazed at his older brother's quick pace. He advised worriedly, "To be honest, we're just a merchant guild. Tangling with those people from the martial world is just asking for trouble. Zhenyan stopped abruptly, glancing back at Li Huayan. Do you know what happens when you underestimate a martial artist? His eyes turned bone-chillingly cold, his voice deep and threatening. The one who is careless is the one who gets devoured. Take a look at the current state of the Galaxy Merchant Guild. Can't you see it's being eaten away piece by piece? Looking around the hall filled with unfamiliar faces, Li Huayan was shocked to realize his brother was right. Since when were there so many people from the Ouyang clan here? Everywhere he looked, he saw their relatives and members, as if the Galaxy Merchant Guild had changed its name. Seeing his younger brother's distress, Zhenyan gently adjusted his robes and flashed a confident smile. But don't you worry, your big brother will handle this. Dozens of guards drew their swords in unison surrounding Zhenyan in the middle of the wreckage. The Ouyang clan's subordinates were stunned. What is this madness? That troublemaker, what in the world is going through his head? Even Ouyang Hao had to frown in suspicion. Has he really gone mad? Surrounded by a forest of blades pointed right at him, Zhenyan stood tall, his eyes looking at the soldiers with utter disdain. A loyal guard shouted, "Insolence! How dare you draw your swords on young Master Zhenyan? Young Master, please step back." But Zhenyan just smirked. His voice boomed with authority. "That's right. Are your eyes on backwards? You dare draw your swords on your own corps commander." The sheer pressure of his presence made the men holding the swords tremble. Ouyang Hao stood there, muttering contemptuously, "You youngsters truly don't know your place." He looked at Zhenyan and said mockingly, "But I do feel a little sorry for the captain of the guard. So consider this your compensation." Zhenyan glanced at the old man and repeated mockingly, "Sorry." Then he flashed a cruel smile. "Because I ruined his retirement plan, is that it? You were the one who ordered the imperial physician Gong Xuanming to assassinate me the moment I left to recover, and you pulled the strings to make my second and third brothers turn on each other. You knew full well that when brothers fight among themselves, seizing power becomes much easier. And that's the real reason my father fell ill." Staring directly at the old fox, who was manipulating everything like a puppet master, Zhenyan continued to press his case. "You only needed to seduce one of the three sons. Then you could have taken over the Galaxy Merchant Guild without lifting a finger." Faced with these steely accusations, the captain showed no fear. He even burst out laughing scornfully. "Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhenyan, have you been binge-watching too many shows? Are you delusional?" Zhenyan stepped closer, his gaze as sharp as a razor. "Except the imperial physician, Gong Xuanming, the very man who was supposed to kill me, died by my hand. And that was the beginning of your end." The news hit the captain like a ton of bricks. He was stunned as cold sweat began to pour down his forehead. "Gong Xuanming died. At your hands." His smug smile vanished into thin air. Zhenyan smirked mockingly. "Don't feel too bad. I sent him on his way with a single strike. Tisk tisk. If you want to swallow a merchant guild this large, you'll have to try a little harder. And by the way, I will be demanding compensation for the damages you've caused." Cornered and publicly humiliated, the captain could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. He roared like a madman. You arrogant brat." He instantly unleashed his killing intent, gathering his power and lunging like a wild beast. "Are you asking to die?" A sinister purple energy exploded in the palm of his hand. But Zhenyan just narrowed his eyes with calculation. "Got you." An earth-shattering collision followed instantly. A brilliant stream of blue lightning ki collided head-on with the captain's technique, unleashing a massive explosion that sent rubble flying everywhere. The captain was thrown back, clutching his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crowd was in utter shock. "That's lightning ki. He's awakened his martial arts." The guards couldn't believe their eyes. The young master Zhenyan knows martial arts. He blocked the guard captain's move amidst the rubble and thick dust. Zhenyan casually rubbed his neck and let out a challenging taunt. "Ouch, that actually hurt. Attacking someone who just finished recovering. Have you never heard of sportsmanship?" He stared straight at his opponent with a look of pure arrogance. "But I guess this is fine since it's an official duel." The guard captain gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he looked at the young master he once considered trash. "You arrogant brat, a fledgling that hasn't even grown its feathers, thinks it's a lone eagle." He loudly called out to all his subordinates present. "Members of the guard and witnesses from the Ouyang clan, bear witness, with young master Zhenyan's consent. We will now commence the official duel." Mr. Ouyang Hao smirked his face, revealing a sinister look, as he asked, "All right, is this enough for you?" However, Li Zhenyan replied coldly with a single word. "No." He calmly adjusted his clothes, then suddenly clenched his fists, taking a powerful stance. "It's a duel to the death." Witnessing that aura, Ouyang Hao couldn't help but be amazed. "Young Master Zhenyan, it seems you have received the teachings of a master from a prestigious school. To have reached this level of skill in such a short time," he slowly drew his sword from its scabbard, his voice a low growl. "But you still sorely lack experience, so I will show you the true difference between us." As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Hao charged like a whirlwind, swinging his sword in a relentless assault. "One hit, and you'll forget you were ever human." Facing the deadly blow, Zhenyan curled his lip in a mocking sneer. "Experience." Ouyang Hao was stunned. to see his opponent completely unfazed. What? In an instant, Zhenyan closed the distance with terrifying speed, a blue electric current from his lightning key enveloping his fist. He growled. You dare talk to me about experience. You're 100 years too early for that, kid. A punch carrying the force of 1,000 tons slammed down, creating a massive pillar of blue energy that swallowed Ouyang Hao whole. The guard captain was sent flying, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He uttered in shock. What is this power? Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, Zhenyan glared menacingly. Let me show you the difference in experience. He immediately executed his enlightened body technique, his body moving like a ghost on the full moon of the 7th lunar month, the kind that spooks people in the middle of the night. His movements were unpredictable in the Grand Hall, and Ouyang Hao completely lost sight of his opponent. He could only exclaim in shock. Suddenly, Zhenyan appeared right in front of him, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches. The sharp sounds of impact rang out continuously. Ouyang Hao could only brace himself and defend in desperation. The battle unfolded at a dizzying pace. Zhenyan completely overwhelmed his opponent with skillful and powerful strikes. As Ouyang Hao defended, a chill ran down his spine. Doubt flooded his mind. Something's not right. He doesn't fight like a novice. Looking at Zhenyan's incoming fist, Ouyang Hao was horrified to see the colossal, imposing figure of Duan Yucheng materializing right behind the young master. He trembled as he admitted, "It feels like I'm facing a seasoned master." Ouyang Hao's eyes widened in terror, sweat pouring down like rain as he felt the immense pressure weighing down on him. Impossible. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar at the rapid turn of events. A soldier exclaimed in shock, "Is he going for the finish?" Backed into a corner, Ouyang Hao roared madly. "I'm the top dog here. I can't lose like this." He channeled all his remaining ki into his sword, unleashing his strongest ultimate technique, the three-style sword art. The blade glowed with an eerie purple light tearing through the air. He gritted his teeth and screamed in resentment. "To a brat like you." In Ouyang Hao's eyes, the young master's figure suddenly blurred. With his speed-enhancing skill, Zhenyan moved at a speed far beyond the limits of the naked eye. Ouyang Hao looked around in panic, his pupils shrinking in terror when he realized his opponent had vanished. When did he get there? Zhenyan had already closed in on his flank. His fist glowed with azure lightning as he looked down on his defeated foe with an indifferent gaze and coldly delivered the final words. "Not even close. Now get your face on the ground." A thunderous punch slammed directly into the captain's face, creating a shocking explosion. Ouyang Hao was sent flying like a rag doll. A massive pillar of energy erupted from the point of impact, sending stone and debris flying, leaving the crowd of onlookers frozen in terror. The Ouyang clan's subordinates rushed forward in a panic. "Surround that brat." In response to the provocation, Zhenyan turned his head, his gaze razor-sharp. He asked casually, "What now? You want me to kill you too?" The bone-chilling killing intent instantly silenced the soldier with fear. Just then, a representative stepped forward to stabilize the situation. He loudly declared to the entire merchant guild, "There was nothing unusual about young Master Zhenyan's duel. I will bear witness to that." Inside the infirmary guild, Master Li Shengmin looked through the window, witnessing his son's incredible growth. He smiled faintly with pride. "My son looks so strong and manly." Zhenyan stared directly at the trembling members of the Ouyang clan. He growled, issuing a stern warning. "The Ouyang clan wants to use a duel as an excuse to start something, then bring it on. I'll take you all on." Li Zhenyan walked calmly through the astonished gazes of the subordinates. He looked ahead in silence, then casually declared, "Fine. I never expected to escape from hatred anyway. If someone is good to me, I will repay them. If someone wrongs me, I will get my revenge." Zhenyan stated decisively, "If anyone thinks that's wrong, then put all the blame on me. It has nothing to do with the Galaxy Commerce Guild." But Zhenyan didn't stop walking. His broad back radiated a lonely yet powerful aura as he growled, asserting his claim. "I've already said it. The Galaxy Commerce Guild is mine. It's also my father's, and it belongs to the members of the Guard when they're ready to welcome it. It belongs to a discarded son who returned at dawn. It belongs to the stable hands who find joy just by watching me eat." He turned back, his eyes burning with determination. "Therefore, our Galaxy Commerce Guild will never be trampled on by lowlifes like you." Without a hint of hesitation, Zhenyan delivered a cold proclamation. "Anyone who isn't up to standard can get the hell out." This declaration stunned loyal subordinates like Han Ye and Mu Renshe, while the people of the Ouyang clan could only trudge away in humiliation. Watching the backs of the defeated, Zhenyan smirked. "Well then, good luck to you." In the middle of the courtyard, a young soldier couldn't hold back his emotions and yelled, "Woo! Young Master Zhenyan is so damn cool. I'll be your fan for life." Immediately, a senior guard covered his mouth and scolded him. "You idiot, don't celebrate yet. That's the elite guard unit. We should be ashamed for just standing by and watching." Ignoring the commotion behind him, Zhenyan called out loudly, "Head steward." Huayan, startled, replied, "Yes." Zhenyan casually made a request, "Buy me a spirit pill." I said I'd take responsibility for the mission, so I should at least get that much support right. Seeing his brother's newfound confidence, Huayan smiled brightly. Yes, because it's you, brother. I'll prepare. First-class elixir. Buying spirit pills, recruiting new guards. I'm going to be busy from now on. He glanced into the distance and thought to himself, as for the new guards, I already have a few people in mind. Meanwhile, in a secret room under the setting sun, a man with a long scar on his face held a gold ingot, a dangerous smirk playing on his lips. Are you certain? Was that really Li Zhenyan? A few days prior, on the first day, Li Zhenyan returned to the Silver River Merchant Guild. While strolling through the vast estate, he suddenly turned and asked the person with him, "Now that I think about it, Vice Captain, have you eaten yet?" Han Ye was completely stunned. "Are you asking me?" Seeing his master nod, he answered honestly, "No, sir. I've been working since early this morning." Zhenyan's lips curled into a slight smile, his gaze turning profound. "Oh, is that so?" He stood on the corridor looking down at the group of subordinates below who were laughing and goofing off. Contempt welled up inside him. Some people work so hard they don't even have time to eat, while others just slack off on the job living like parasites and getting fat off someone else's money. One day I'll wipe the floor with all of them. His hand tightened, crushing the wooden railing into splinters, causing the subordinate behind him to startle and call out softly, "Young Master Zhenyan." He didn't answer already, calculating a new plan in his head. The problem is I need people to replace them. Night fell. Zhenyan made his way to a tavern, brightly lit with lanterns filled with the boisterous sounds of laughter and gambling. His appearance immediately drew the attention of the patrons. A man holding playing cards whispered, "Hold on, isn't that the pushover?" The person opposite him asked blankly, "Pushover?" The first man pointed and confirmed, "Look closely, that's the young master of the Silver River Merchant Guild." Zhenyan walked calmly through the crowd surrounded by their mocking whispers. "It really is him. I thought he'd be on his deathbed looking like a dried fish. It's been so long since we've seen him. Let's see how much money he's going to waste this time." Ignoring all the jeers, he walked straight toward a restricted area with a mysterious red sign hanging in front of the door. A guard round as a roasted pig, and holding a trident like a low-budget Aquaman, was standing watch. As soon as he saw Zhenyan, his eyes widened in surprise, but then, he immediately broke into a cheerful, mocking grin. "Oh my, long time no see, young master. Are you back to being a spendthrift again? No wait, you're here to make another donation, right? Don't touch me. I wouldn't want my people to get pig grease on them." Zhenyan's sarcastic remark left the fat guard frozen in place. He stammered, What grease?" Before he could react, Zhenyan gave a cold command. "Open the door." Then he calmly walked past. Looked down upon in his own territory, the fat guard roared in anger. How insolent. But Zhenyan had already gone inside. Inside the luxurious room, a man was casually dining. It was the poison fox Tai Minghu. Seeing his guest arrive, he smirked a greeting. "So you've come. Oh, you look even healthier than before. It seems your recovery period did you some good." Standing behind him were the twin brothers Lu Zhenbao and Lu Mingbao, with grim expressions on their faces. They spoke softly in greeting. "Long time no see." Tai Minghu whined theatrically, putting on a show of scolding his two subordinates. "My goodness, you two are so thoughtless. My friend was sick for so long and just recovered, yet you don't even bother to ask how he is. Shouldn't you at least show him a little concern?" Under their master's pressure, the twin brothers could only bow their heads. "We didn't know. We apologize." Tai Minghu added, with a triumphant smile, "That's right. He's my friend after all. You should be more considerate." Friend, Zhenyan muttered to himself. In the original owner's memories, Li Zhenyan and Ta Minghu were indeed childhood friends, although that friendship mostly consisted of violence and extortion. Images of being beaten, robbed, and humiliated in the past flashed back bitterly as Zhenyan thought to himself. Friends, what is a friend? I don't even know what a friend is. What are they like? How must one live to be called a friend? Ta Minghu pushed a large bag of gold coins onto the table, feigning generosity. "Now that you're back after all this time, you should relax a bit. You must have been itching for some action after all that time recovering." Looking at the gleaming bag of gold, he schemed internally. "It feels great having an idiot to squeeze money from. Being this generous must earn me a lot of good karma," he announced cheerfully. "To celebrate the return of young Master Zhenyan of the Silver River Merchant Guild, I'll treat you to something big." Seeing Zhenyan remain silent with a cold expression, Tai Minghu started to get annoyed. He snapped, "Hey, you've been quiet as a mouse this whole time, and it's starting to piss me off." Zhenyan calmly replied, "I'm thinking." He pressed, thinking about what Zhenyan looked, his opponent dead in the eye, and stated flatly, "I'm thinking about whether or not I should kill you." While Tai Minghu was still stunned, Zhenyan started using all his brainpower to analyze the situation. The one he really needed wasn't Tai Minghu. It was the twin brothers, the ones who did all his dirty work. They lived under his thumb like small-time thugs carrying filthy and brutal tasks. Zhenyan assessed silently. What a waste. They're too valuable to be left to rot under him. After a moment of consideration, Zhenyan spoke, "I've made my decision." His serious expression made everyone think they were about to hear some earth-shattering plan. Tai Minghu was exasperated. Hey, weren't you listening to me? Zhenyan gave a mysterious smirk. Of course I was. He suddenly held his hand out, his eyes shining with mischief. First hand over the key to the treasury. The treasury key. What nonsense are you talking about? Tai Minghu asked, bewildered. He thought he had misheard. Huh, you want money? Li Zhenyan didn't say much, simply and pragmatically making a money gesture with his hand. That's right. For now, I'll take the cash. His gaze was so calm it was as if he were just asking to withdraw his money from a bank. With a completely straight face, he began to list off an endless debt. There were the thousands of silver taels I was forced to invest in this gambling den, then the interest, the extorted money and the medical bills from the beatings you gave me. I think about 100,000 silver taels should be fair. The enormous figure made Ta Minghu freeze for a moment. Then he suddenly burst out laughing, howling uncontrollably. He laughed as he slapped Zhenyan's shoulder mockingly. Oh, Zhenyan, looks like your recovery time taught you how to do math, huh? You've been studying. He leaned his hands on the table, muttering with contempt. You lunatic, you think there's only 100,000 silver taels in the vault. There are precious treasures, gold and silver in there too. He moved closer, pointing a finger right in Zhenyan's face. But there's nothing in there for you. He continued his patronizing tone, treating Zhenyan like a beggar. If you need money, just say so. I can lend you some. Why are you suddenly asking for the key? His tone sounded just like a shop owner pitying a beggar. At his door. The only response to that mocking laughter was Zhenyan's cold silence. Being ignored like that made Ta Minghu's face flush with anger. His expression darkened as he growled. Hey, you dare ignore me now. Just because you were a patient, you think you can act all gloomy and sullen, demanding the key and then giving me the silent treatment. His anger erupted, and Ta Minghu screamed furiously in his face. Snap out of it, you bastard. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Ta Minghu, he roared, his eyes wide. Hey Li Zhenyan, what's wrong with you? You got a death wish staying silent like that. He immediately ordered the henchman standing behind him. Pin him to the ground for me. Maybe a good beating will knock some sense into him. The burly, bald-headed man roared. Yes, sir. He charged forward like a bear, using his brute strength to slam Zhenyan onto the table. But even while being restrained, Zhenyan's expression didn't change one bit. He glanced at the man holding him down, and uttered a single cold sentence. You know, I was planning on being a kind, forgiving angel and sparing your life. Instantly, a terrifying surge of power erupted from Zhenyan's body. A deafening explosion echoed as a powerful shockwave sent the giant henchman flying like a torn leaf, slamming hard against the wall. To Tai Minghu's utter astonishment, without giving his opponents a moment to breathe, Zhenyan dashed forward like a green flash of lightning, delivering a spinning kick. The other guard's leg bone seemed to have snapped. He screamed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Zhenyan paused for a beat, his eyes flickering with surprise. This is unreal. Looking over at the two twin brothers who were struggling to get up despite their bruised bodies, he silently assessed them. I thought with their wrists and ankles broken, they wouldn't be able to get up again. And yet, there wasn't a trace of fear in their eyes. A satisfied smile spread across the young master's lips. They're the real deal, the twin brothers roared and charged forward, attacking wildly in unison. Zhenyan murmured softly. This time, he gracefully dodged their attacks by a hair's breadth. With an extremely elegant movement, looking more like he was performing a ribbon dance than fighting, the two attackers only felt a gust of wind rush past them before they froze in shock. Realizing their target had vanished from sight, they looked around in panic. Where did he go? Suddenly, Zhenyan appeared right behind them, his steel-like hands grabbing both of their heads, and slammed them down. In that moment, he looked just like someone grabbing two mischievous cats by the scruff of their necks. He smirked triumphantly. Just as I thought. You two are too valuable to be wasted like this. A powerful slam onto the ground left them both collapsed on the spot. Zhenyan gave a cold command. Stay down, twins. I won't warn you a second time. He calmly turned around to face the only person left standing in the room. Witnessing Zhenyan's overwhelming power, Ta Minghu's face had gone deathly pale with beads of cold sweat dripping down, as he could only mutter in fear. Oh god damn it. Zhenyan casually dusted off his hands, flashing a friendly but deadly smile. Looks like it's just you left, my dear friend, Ta Minghu. You're usually so quick to react, Tai Minghu. Why are you so slow today? Trembling, Ta Minghu pulled out a short dagger. The gleaming blade quivered violently in his hand. He screamed in desperation. Hey, stay back. Can't we just talk about this? He gritted his teeth, trying to summon his last bit of courage. Zhenyan saw right through his fear, raising an eyebrow as he retorted. What are you so afraid of? Tai Minghu. In his desperation, Tai Minghu tried to reassure himself with a ridiculous thought. He's still just that weakling Zhenyan after all. A brave thought, but a little too late. He gathered all his strength, let out a crazed roar, and charged forward like a cornered beast. One hit is all it'll take to beat you, you fool. But his desperate punch was met only by a razor-sharp glare from Zhenyan. With terrifying speed, he didn't even bother to dodge, instead launching a direct counterattack that exploded with azure energy. A thunderous boom ripped through the air. Bricks and stone flew everywhere under the terrifying power of the lightning energy. Zhenyan closed the distance instantly, his steel-like hand clamping down on Ti Minghu's head, and slammed him down. Before he could even process it, his face was planted on the floor. Zhenyan stared directly into his eyes, which were wide with terror, and delivered a cold finishing line. But the second hit is the one that proves you're the fool. A brilliant stream of blue lightning suddenly erupted violently from Zhenyan's hand, engulfing Tai Minghu's entire body. A blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the tavern, shattering the silent night. The sound carried so far that anyone who didn't know better would think they were slaughtering a pig in the middle of the night. Outside, the large guard heard the piercing scream and shuddered. He peered inside with terrified eyes, stammering incoherently. "Oh God, someone's really going to die in there." Tai Minghu roared in pain as Zhenyan's steel-like hand gripped his head. He was thrown back, sprawling humiliatingly on the floor. Zhenyan calmly walked over, gently prodding the twitching body with his hand, and said coldly, "Hey, wake up." The only response was pathetic groaning. Tai Minghu lay there, his body trembling uncontrollably in fear, but then he suddenly let out a bizarre laugh. The laughter grew more and more inhuman. He looked up with bloodshot eyes and mumbled, "I'm fine, why do you ask?" In his mind, the old fox was calculating furiously. What on earth was he doing while he was recovering? Was he faking his illness to train in secret? He couldn't believe the useless young master from before could have undergone such a terrifying transformation. A thought flashed through his mind, sending a shiver down his spine. No way did he do all this just for revenge, but it's not like I did anything that bad to him. Memories of the whippings he'd inflicted on Zhenyan flooded back, making him scream internally. Damn it, that's definitely it. He came back just for revenge. Realizing he couldn't win with force, Ti Minghu instantly changed his tune and started sucking up. "Hey, besides the key is there. Anything else you want, just name it, okay?" His attitude changed so fast it was like watching a different actor take the stage. Zhenyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Something else." Ti Minghu scrambled to his feet, as eager as if the fight had never happened. "Yeah, anything at all. I mean, even though you got beaten up a tiny bit, we're childhood friends, right? We've always had a special bond." Seeing the other guy remain silent, he pressed his advantage. Zhenyan smirked slightly. "Yeah, I get it, since we're friends." Waiting for just that cue, Ti Minghu cheered triumphantly. "That's right, that's what friends are for. Smart choice." His joyful expression was like that of a man who had just narrowly escaped a death sentence. He rushed forward to hug Zhenyan, promising endlessly, "Are you mad? From now on I won't hit or threaten you anymore." Being hugged so tightly he could barely breathe, Zhenyan could only grimace. "Let go. I'm gonna puke." Tai Minghu was still lost in his act of brotherly love. "Are we really friends? No, we're good brothers." He immediately turned and ordered his underlings who were scattered across the floor. "Hey, you guys, come and say hello. You have to treat him like your big brother. Now congratulate him." The twin brothers, Lu Zhenbao and Lu Mingbao, despite being exhausted, had to force themselves up and say in reluctant unison, "Congratulations, big brother. You've gotten stronger, congratulations." Watching Ti Minghu's bootlicking performance, Zhenyan scoffed internally. What was that? A moment ago we were friends, now we're brothers. This idiot wags his tail like a puppy for anyone who acts friendly. He glanced at the twins with a calculating look and thought to himself, "Just you wait. When I get out of here, I'm taking the twins with me. Life won't be that hard with just the three of us." Zhenyan plotted silently in his head. Looking over at the twin brothers, he called out, "Mingbao, Zhenbao." Both of them immediately replied with respect, "Yes, big brother." Zhenyan looked them straight in the eye and made an offer they couldn't refuse. "Once we've sworn an oath, we are brothers for life. Do you two accept?" Seeing the twins' stunned silence, Tai Minghu quickly urged them on. "What are you staring at? You're brothers now." Hearing their master speak, Mingbao and Zhenbao immediately bowed their heads in submission. "Yes, from now on we will respect you as our big brother." Tai Minghu stood beside them, grinning and rubbing his hands in delight. "Yes, yes. That's more like it." He looked so happy you'd think he'd just lured a huge fish into his net, but his smile froze instantly when Zhenyan added another cold sentence. "Well then, if we're brothers, we have to decide who's the eldest, right?" A sinister smile appeared on the young master's face. He ordered the twins, "You two wait outside. We'll decide and let you know." Tai Minghu started to feel that something was very wrong. He stammered as he watched the backs of his two loyal followers trudging out the door. He shouted in a panic, "What? Wait a minute." The door slammed shut. It left Ti Minghu alone to face the killing intent radiating from Zhenyan. He asked, trembling, "What are you going to do?" Deep down, Ti Minghu was horrified to realize a bitter truth. So, what he really wanted wasn't money. Only now did he realize he'd just personally sent his two human shields out of the room. Zhenyan casually cracked his knuckles and smirked. "We have to decide this quickly." He looked at the traitor before him with a contemptuous gaze. "Tai Minghu, you really know how to take advantage of those kids' innocence. How can you be a person like that?" Zhenyan clenched his fists. He declared his claim loud and clear. "From now on, I will lead and train them properly." Tai Minghu sighed in despair. You might as well take all my money." He clutched his head and wailed in anguish. "You beat me to a pulp for no reason, and now you want to steal my men too." The sheer panic caused Tai Minghu to scream like a madman. Are you planning to leave me to get beaten to death outside? You might as well just kill me now. His shout was full of tragic drama. It was as if he were reading his last will and testament before heading to the execution block. Zhenyan looked at him with the cold indifference one might show a corpse. He asked softly, "You want me to kill you?" Then he launched a lightning-fast kick straight at Tai Minghu's head. Tai Minghu's eyes widened in terror as he realized Zhenyan's fist was right in his face. Zhenyan gave a cold smile. "Nice work, brother." Immediately, a chain of lightning-fast punches rained down on him. Tai Minghu was completely helpless, only managing to gasp, before a powerful fist slammed directly into his face. Zhenyan growled, "This is..." Then he threw a devastating punch into his opponent's stomach, causing him to collapse in absolute agony. Tai Minghu realized with horror that death was near. "Is this my grave? I'm really going to die." He had probably never felt regret so quickly in his entire life. Zhenyan squeezed his neck tightly. A stream of blue lightning coursed through Tai Minghu's body, making him convulse. He gasped, "Kill me." Zhenyan tilted his head mockingly. "I can't quite hear you." Overcome with fear, Tai Minghu wailed through his tears. "I said I'll give you the key, please don't kill me." Zhenyan smirked maliciously. "Is that how you beg?" Tai Minghu could only choke out bitterly. Damn it all." Zhenyan looked down at him with an authoritative gaze and added another ice-cold line. "Or should I be more polite, since we're friends?" After torturing his opponent to a pulp, Zhenyan casually turned and walked away, leaving Tai Minghu sprawled on the floor. The twins rushed over in a panic. Big brother, Tai Minghu." As he walked, Zhenyan nonchalantly dusted off his hands, thinking to himself, how ridiculous. He's lost his mind too. The twins stared at Tai Minghu with faces of utter disbelief. "Big brother, did you lose? Did you really lose?" The way they asked sounded as if they'd just witnessed the sky falling. Tai Minghu closed his eyes and admitted bitterly, "Yeah, I lost. From now on you will serve Zhenyan as your big brother." He thought to himself in humiliation, damn it, this is so humiliating. I want to cry. Looking at the two kids who had followed him for so long, Tai Minghu reassured himself, yeah, those two would probably be better off at the Galaxy Commerce Guild than in this trashy casino. At least they'd have food to eat and clothes to wear. While this debt-collecting life is just going to ruin them. Despite the pain, he still worried for their future. He'd grown attached to them, as they were the only ones who had ever followed him. One of the brothers bowed his head and replied, his voice choked with emotion, "Yes, I understand." Tai Minghu squeezed his eyes shut. A single tear escaped and rolled down his cheek as he heard his subordinate's final words, "Thank you for everything." Dragging his heavy feet out of the tavern, Tai Minghu cursed inwardly. Damn it, those bald-headed bastards. He unconsciously clutched his bruised body as he walked. He bitterly realized the truth in the old saying, never raise a black-furred beast. Indeed, the ancestors were never wrong. Just as he was struggling to drag himself along, two strangers were secretly watching him from behind. The way they were hiding and staring made them look like a couple of creeps. One of them recognized him immediately. "Isn't that the living corpse Tai Minghu?" The other guy nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, that's definitely Tai Minghu." They glanced around frantically, then wondered aloud. Where are the twins that follow him? If they're gone, maybe we can finally take him out. Seizing the opportunity, now that Tai Minghu was without the protection of the twins, a crowd of thugs began to emerge from the shadows. Despite his severe injuries, Tai Minghu stopped in his tracks, a contemptuous smirk playing on his lips. Tisk, look at all these bastards flocking together. He gathered what little strength he had left and roared defiantly. "I'm the poison fox, you pieces of trash. Shut your mouths and come at me. Come get me if you've got the guts." His arrogance enraged the thugs. "That crazy living corpse is all talk. Kill him." The entire crowd rushed in, launching a relentless assault. Tai Minghu fought back alone, gritting his teeth against the slashes, and thinking to himself, damn it, looks like this is really the end for me. In a daze from the pain, he suddenly remembered Zhenyan's punch from earlier and mumbled, "Couldn't you have gone a little easier, you bastard Li Zhenyan?" All of a sudden, a massive explosion of energy erupted. Sending the thugs flying, Li Zhenyan appeared dressed in pristine white robes. He stood calmly in front of Tai Minghu, shielding him. He glanced at the cowardly crowd and spoke with a mocking tone. "You people didn't even dare to look him in the eye before, and now you're ganging up on him just because he was betrayed." Zhenyan clasped his hands behind his back and declared boldly, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me. While I'm still standing, you lot truly have no honor." The killing intent, radiating from Zhenyan, made the crowd tremble in fear. He pointed and commanded, "Take whatever you want, and get lost." Staring at the back of the man who had just saved his life, Tai Minghu, though grateful, couldn't shake his sullen nature. He cursed under his breath, putting on such a disgustingly cool act. Though his mouth was cursing in his heart, he was already practically worshipping the guy. He staggered away, muttering bitterly as he opened a door. This rotten world. "Big brother, Zhenyan." The twins' voices called out from behind, making him stop and ask. What is it? Lu Jinbao and Lu Mingbao, carrying heavy wooden chests on their shoulders, bowed their heads to express their gratitude. "Thank you for sparing Tai Minghu. Thank you for letting him live." Faced with their sincerity, Zhenyan simply remained silent and continued walking. Anyone who had ever been to the casino had always wondered, why would that powerful pair of twins agree to follow someone like Ti Minghu? Some rumored they were sold as slaves, while others said they served him out of fear. Zhenyan himself had thought the same, but seeing the look on the brothers' faces now, he realized the truth was that they weren't sold, nor were they afraid. Zhenyan smirked and thought to himself with a sigh. Even after being reborn, understanding the human heart is still so difficult. It's true what they say. The hearts of men are impossible to fathom. The three of them strolled leisurely through the bustling city streets under a brilliant sunset. High up on a balcony, a strange man was secretly observing the entire scene. He was stunned, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. It can't be. Sensing the gaze on him, Zhenyan glanced subtly up towards the tall building. Meanwhile, at the Galaxy Commerce Guild, Li Ziyan was walking along, sighing wearily. Geez. Ever since Zhenyan came back, there hasn't been a single day of peace. Just thinking about his older brother gave him a headache. Thinking about his older brother. Just the other day, he brought home a mountain of money that fell from the sky, and now he's dragged in two huge guys. Seeing the figures of Zhenyan and his two new subordinates, Ziyan muttered with jealousy, I just can't stand him. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, shaking the ground. What the hell was that? The violent sound was like a strong tremor. This was serious. His eyes widened as he looked towards the gate. A long procession of horse-drawn carts laden with goods was rumbling into the estate. The porters hurriedly unloaded the cargo under the direction of a manager. Be careful with that cart over there. It's carrying important goods. Ziyan ran over to take a look and was stunned by the sacks. They were stacked high in the courtyard. He asked urgently, Hey, what is all this? As he saw the jars of elixirs emitting a precious aura, he exclaimed excitedly, Whoa, there are even rare elixirs that people have to line up for at the crack of dawn to buy. Just then, a deep voice sounded from behind him. Those belong to me. Ziyan turned around and was stunned. Father. The guild, Master Li Shengmin, was now able to walk on his own. Though he still needed support, Ziyan rushed over worriedly. Father, you're still weak. It's too much for you to be out here. But the old man simply replied calmly, I'm fine. I feel much better. Ziyan's gaze was fixed on the pile of spirit elixirs. He asked curiously, Father, what are you planning to do with all these elixirs? Zhenyan only asked for one pill, so why did you buy so many? With a mountain of them like this, you could open your own elixir shop. Thinking he would also get a share, he cheered hopefully. There's some for me too, right? But his father's answer was like a bucket of cold water, splashed right in his face. It's all for your brother. Ziyan's expression immediately changed, completely shattered. All for my eldest brother. All of this. His father glanced at the mountain of goods and confirmed coldly, That's right. Did you think a single elixir was enough to change one's destiny? He continued to explain the massive investment. Compared to what I've poured into the Ouyang family and the Shaoxun sect, this is barely anything. Li Shengmin revealed that he wasn't just buying goods, he was making a much bigger move. I have also sent letters to the branch managers, old friends, and the esteemed great merchants telling them that we are buying high-grade elixirs in bulk to overcome our crisis. Li Shengmin thoughtfully asserted that if their association were to collapse, the others would be affected too, so they wouldn't take this lightly. He smiled faintly, blaming himself for a past mistake. Making Ouyang Hao the captain of the guard was my fault, so the least I can do is clean up the mess. He's finally at an age where his old man has his back. This decision received enthusiastic support from his subordinates, a truly wise decision. The young master will surely become a great expert. Zhenyan's father replied proudly, That's right, my eldest son is truly exceptional. He turned to give instructions to the vice chairman. Thank you, vice chairman, I'm counting on you, the man declared confidently. Of course, leave it to me. Meanwhile, Ziyan stood in the back with a twisted expression about to say something but deciding against it. Hearing his son's words, Li Shengmin broke into a satisfied smile. Excellent, a perfect opportunity. He stood majestically in the middle of the estate and calmly announced, I finally get to spend my entire life savings. Upon hearing this, Ziyan froze for a few seconds, only able to gasp. A single leaf drifted past his face in the dreadful silence. He scrambled after his father's retreating figure, yelling in desperation about being shorted on his inheritance. Wait, Dad, what about me? What about my share of the medicinal pills? Li Shengmin leisurely turned his head back, asking with an innocent expression. Oh, son, do you need any? The question was so nonchalant, it was enough to make one spit blood. Ziyan was fuming, grinding his teeth and muttering, Damn it, how did that guy get so lucky? He watched with a suspicious look, wondering what on earth his brother was plotting. Just then, an immense pressure descended. A dark figure with a brilliant green aura was rushing forward at a terrifying speed, carrying a giant boulder on his back, secured with thick ropes. Li Ziyan only had time to scream, Ah! As the dark figure zipped past the rock carrier, commanded coldly, I'm on a walk, get out of the way. His jaw dropped in astonishment. What? Looking at the figure, the guy was thundering along, carrying a mountain-sized boulder, creating a deafening racket. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. A walk. Carrying a rock that huge is what you call a walk. He watched the retreating back, sweat pouring down his face at the sheer madness unfolding before him. That guy's a real hard worker. His intelligence was unbelievably simple. After that scene, he immediately returned to his own training. Leaping into the air, he swung his arm and threw the wooden sword to the ground with a dry crack. In his mind, the events of the recent battle replayed vividly. Yang Hao rushing forward with his sword. He remembered it so clearly, it was like watching a slow-motion film. He swung his sword, slashing hard at the wooden dummy, and yelled, "Swoosh!" He clicked his tongue in regret. Damn it, that feeling. It's not like his at all. What the? A voice suddenly sounded from right behind him. "Ah, you scared me." Turning around, he saw his big brother standing there, who knows for how long, with a completely unfazed expression. Zhenyan crouched down, stammering, "You damn, big brother, why are you here? Weren't you on a walk?" His big brother answered casually, "I'm done. If you're going to self-critique, at least do it properly." Like a teacher correcting homework, he stepped closer. "Try striking with the sword again." It's a pretty good simulation of Yang Hao's final move. Having had his entire training session seen through by his brother Zhenyan, couldn't help but blush with embarrassment. Geez, he saw everything from start to finish. He gritted his teeth, tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, and channeled all his strength into his arm. With a decisive and powerful motion, Zhenyan swung the wooden sword and shattered the wooden dummy, creating a shocking explosion that sent splinters flying everywhere. That looked decent enough. Yang Hao's thrusting technique is just that sloppy. He nodded like a middle-aged teacher grading an exam. He shouted in shock. Immediately, his big brother lunged forward at an incredible speed, forcing him to brace for the surprise attack. A harsh clang rang out. Clang. The sound was like two iron pans smashing into each other. In the middle of the struggle, his big brother remarked coldly, "You let your guard down." What the hell? Before his younger brother could compose himself, the elder brother pressed on, explaining, "When I close in, you panic and only know how to defend." Li Ziyan was cornered, yelling helplessly as he parried. "Is this lunatic crazy?" He hastily backed away, trying to negotiate. Wait, big brother. Can't we just sit down and talk?" It was a perfectly reasonable suggestion, unfortunately made to the wrong person, but the only reply to his plea was a dreadful silence. He gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on the wooden sword in his hand. Whatever, bring it on. But in the blink of an eye, his big brother's figure suddenly vanished, leaving him to look around the empty training ground in shock. He's gone. Suddenly, his big brother appeared right behind him like a ghost. When people are cornered and lose control, they often play their strongest card. Under the brilliant sunset that enveloped the villa, the atmosphere suddenly became unusually still. Unexpectedly, a pristine, white-bandaged hand grabbed his chin, locking his every move. His big brother closed in his gaze, razor-sharp. Gasp, gasp. His breathing was ragged and difficult, as if life had just beaten him to a pulp. Sweat poured down his pale face. He thought to himself in horror, "I almost really died." His eyes widened in terror as he recalled the moment his brother's sword blade had flashed past his neck. In his shock, Zhenyan began to analyze the technique. A thrust has a lower hit rate than a slash, and besides, the three-layered transforming sword of Yang Hao's is a one-hit finishing move, so he has to be cautious. He nearly died, but he was still conscious and looking handsome. He realized that if he could have reacted faster just in that brief moment, then the outcome of the battle would have been decided long ago. A sense of powerlessness washed over the man who was once the great Duan Yucheng. He silently reminisced about his glorious past. "To be honest, in my previous life, I wouldn't have even let a guy like Yang Hao draw his sword." But the harsh reality slapped him right in the face. So hard, it nearly knocked his self-respect right out of him. He bitterly admitted, "My current body doesn't even have half the strength I had as Duan Yucheng." The image of Duan Yucheng, lying in a pool of blood in the past, returned as a painful reminder. He realized that defeating someone like Yang Hao couldn't possibly satisfy him, because even at the peak of his power, there were some people he had been powerless to overcome. "No," Zhenyan growled softly, his eyes burning with determination. The powerful sound echoed throughout the courtyard. "I must become stronger than ever, so no one can even compare." Just as his fighting spirit was soaring, a servant's voice called out from the gate, "Young master, you have visitors." Li Zhenyan immediately retracted his killing intent, let out a sigh, and replied, "I know, I'll be right there." Meanwhile, on a bustling street corner, rumors about the change in the Silver River Merchant Guild's young master were spreading like wildfire. Rumors travel faster than refugees. A man loudly dismissed them. "Hey, give it a rest with that nonsense. Stop saying such stupid things." He sneered with contempt. "You think Li Zhenyan knows martial arts? That guy only knows how to chase women. There's no way he's some kind of master." Hearing these insults, Chu Sheng, who had witnessed the event, couldn't hold back and yelled, "You think so? I'm sure of it. I saw it with my own two eyes." He began to recount excitedly. "The other day, I was completely drunk, walking past Ti Minghu's casino. At the same time, over at the docks, a manager's booming voice rang out. Is everything loaded onto the carts? Good head, straight for the Silver River Merchant Guild." The busy atmosphere made it seem like the entire port was moving. Hearing this order, Chuzhong suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. That voice. Seeing the figure of the man who had just appeared, everyone present was stunned, stammering out, "Isn't that Li Zhenyan?" And just like that, the group of people huddled together and went to find Li Zhenyan to confirm the rumors. However, the moment he opened the door, his six-pack physique sent them into a state of shock. Not understanding what was going on, they immediately slammed the door shut. They frantically grabbed a maid to question her. "Your young master. Has he been training with a whip or something? How could he change so drastically in such a short amount of time?" The other two young men were also completely baffled. "Or maybe we partied too hard yesterday and are still hallucinating. Is that really Li Zhenyan?" At that moment, Li Zhenyan opened the door, causing them to tremble. Li Zhenyan then told the maid to take his two followers to the dining room to eat. As for the others, he told them to come into his room. His words made the entire group shake like leaves. "What are you going to do to us, man?" Calling themselves the Four Heavenly Kings of Wine and Women, a notorious group of debaucherous hedonists had just gathered. The names sounded imposing, but a closer look revealed they were nothing but neighborhood nuisances. Among them were Sima Ke, a candidate for the Martial Arts Alliance, Zhu Ziliang, a scholar with irritable bowel syndrome, Chu Xiong, the youngest son of the West Wind Escort Agency, and finally the godforsaken young master of the Silver River. Merchant Guild, Li Zhenyan. The whole gang had heard about their foolish friend's return and came to see for themselves. At a banquet table filled with delicacies while his friends were busy feasting, Li Zhenyan just watched them in silence with a look of disgust. The people at the table ate as if they had just survived a famine, he thought to himself. So, these are the guys who call themselves my friends. In the memories of the old Li Zhenyan, these guys were always present. Whenever they gathered, it was an endless binge of wine and women. Looking at their pathetic state now, Li Zhenyan couldn't help but feel contempt. This is the four-man gang, more like the four pieces of trash. Just then, Zhu Ziliang spoke softly, breaking his train of thought. "Li Zhenyan, I heard you were back. Are you feeling all right?" Li Zhenyan casually picked up a piece of food and answered curtly, "I'm fine." Seeing his strange attitude, his curious friend remarked, "That's right, you're not just fine, you're practically bursting with energy. But was that really you people saw the other day? What's up? Have you been secretly training in a hermitage all this time?" Li Zhenyan just remained silent, thinking to himself. You can't reach that level through training alone. If normal training was all it took, the world would be filled with masters. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, another member of the group leaned in closer, his gaze becoming serious. "Is this martial arts?" Someone said. "You even defeated Ouyang Hao. Who did you learn it from? You couldn't have figured it out on your own, right?" Amid the tense atmosphere, Li Zhenyan leisurely poured a cup of wine, the liquid trickling into the porcelain cup. He calmly uttered a single phrase, "A fateful encounter." Hearing this, his friends sneered. The kind of fateful encounter they always talk about in the martial world. "Looks like luck has finally smiled upon you. We almost thought you weren't Li Zhenyan anymore." Li Zhenyan brought the cup to his lips, took a slow sip, and then coldly declared, "Li Zhenyan is dead." The atmosphere at the banquet table became as heavy as a stone dropped in a pot of soup. The statement left all his friends frozen, staring at each other in utter disbelief. To the girl's worried question about his future plans, Li Zhenyan affirmed without any hesitation, "The demonic path scoundrels. I have to repay my debt to my sect." He said he planned to watch over the merchant guild while secretly preparing everything. Li Zhenyan's eyes suddenly blazed. A stream of brilliant blue energy flared. He coldly declared, "Other than getting stronger, I don't care about anything else." His serious demeanor was so intense that the drinking party felt more like a martial arts alliance conference. This overwhelming aura made his friends break out in a cold sweat, wondering to themselves, "What's gotten into this guy? Did we come to the wrong house?" Another friend just snapped, "What's the use of telling me, you idiot?" The friend with the ponytail poured some wine while sarcastically bringing up his being sent away for recuperation. Sent to a hermitage to recuperate, huh? In reality, you were exiled, right? It seems your father was quite disappointed in you. But then he offered a small smile, advising him to take this opportunity to change himself. Hearing the word change, Li Zhenyan smirked meaningfully. "Change, that sounds good." The sound of wine trickled into a cup. His friend raised his glass for a toast. "Congratulations, Li Zhenyan. You've really changed a lot." The others nodded in agreement. They felt genuinely happy to see the useless young master of the past completely transformed. One of them even smugly brought up an old story. "I knew it. I told you guys we should have kidnapped this idiot before he was sent to the hermitage, right?" That claim was immediately shot down by the ponytail guy. "You were dead drunk that day." The group started bickering about old memories, making the atmosphere suddenly lively. Witnessing the genuine concern from these friends, Li Zhenyan smiled faintly. He thought to himself, turns out this Li Zhenyan guy had some pretty decent friends after all. He leisurely raised his wine cup. His sharp eyes looked straight at the people before him. Li Zhenyan posed a challenging question. "I've changed. So, what about the rest of you, model?" The question was casual, but it shattered the tense silence surrounding Li Zhenyan. His friends could only exchange awkward glances. The atmosphere instantly froze, as if everyone at the table had been paralyzed. Shattering the suffocating silence, one of the guys in the group yelled out, "I don't know you, lunatic." The others casually clicked their tongues and clinked their cups, figuring they'd just keep on living as they always had. If we were that easy to change, we wouldn't be us anymore. Zhenyan smiled faintly, gently setting down his wine cup and saying, "Let's not talk about it. Getting philosophical at the wine table just ruins the drink." A crisp clink rang out as 4 porcelain cups touched, followed by the hearty laughter of friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. The only woman in the group raised her cup and let out a sentimental sigh. Staring into the swirling wine, an image of the 4 of them getting drunk together. Raising Hell played out like an old film. She realized with a pang of bitterness, we all thought we were just frogs in a well. Memories of their wandering days being called useless by the world or being punished by their families for their debaucherous lifestyle came flooding back. She glanced over at Zhenyan, who now exuded the aura of a king, and thought to herself, I can't believe one of us actually managed to climb out of that well. Li Zhenyan sat there, his demeanor calm and composed, but his eyes held a fierce determination to see the vast world. But all good things must come to an end. Under the quiet moonlight in the pavilion, her friend with the ponytail waved goodbye. Today was really fun. If you ever need help, just call on us, the 4-man squad Jia. The woman also smiled and advised, train hard, and don't let people beat you to a pulp. Her tone was just like scolding a child who always gets into trouble. Another friend added sincerely, Zhenyan, congratulations again on changing for the better. In response to their warm feelings, Zhenyan simply raised a hand to wave, watching the figures of his old friends fade into the night. Walking down the empty corridor, one of the group members suddenly became pensive. Among us, the most useless ones were the first to grow up. It suddenly feels like our youth is over. The statement instantly cast a somber mood over the group. The friend walking beside him sighed, I feel so lonely today. Let's head home too. But the sadness didn't last long as their playful nature resurfaced. Youth is like a cup of tea. If the tea sucks, we'll drink matcha lattes. Whatever's more fun gets priority. One of them excitedly suggested, where to? The brothel. He was immediately chewed out by the woman. Go home, you bastard. Go home and study, you failed scholar. Hitting a sore spot, the scholar hurriedly tried to explain himself. Hey now, I already told you it's not that I can't learn, it's just that I don't test well. To make peace, he suggested again, how about we grab a cup at Dongxiang House? Dongxiang House. The most vibrant tavern in the region was still brightly lit with high-hanging lanterns. Inside a luxurious private room, the smoke of incense billowed. Here, a man was kneeling on the floor, bowing respectfully to a powerful figure seated above him. What the sound of a hand slamming the table echoed, causing the soup bowl to spill everywhere. The sect leader of the Lesser Immortal sect, Yan Jisheng, widened his eyes in horror upon hearing the terrible news. Wu Yanghao is dead. He couldn't believe his ears, his face contorting with anger and shock. Facing the trembling subordinate, Yan Jisheng asked in a low, threatening voice, is the young master of the Yinxia Merchant Guild really that strong? His voice dropped to the depths of hell. The subordinate quickly bowed his head and reported, yes sir. He defeated the guildmaster in less than 30 moves. He remembered the image of Wu Yanghao collapsing to the floor, screams echoing everywhere as his men rushed to the cold body. The scene was chaotic, like an anthill that had just been stomped on. Back in the present, the subordinate was drenched in sweat, his mind still reeling from the opponent's level of skill. That was no ordinary level of mastery. Yan Jisheng pondered thoughtfully. To be at that level, he is indeed quite strong. What about his weapon? When he heard the reply, he uses fist techniques. A faint, contemptuous sigh escaped him. He propped his chin on his hand and spoke mockingly. For a swordsman to lose to a young martial artist who only uses his fists. What a complete and utter humiliation. Seeing this, the subordinate hesitantly asked, well, are you planning to get revenge on him? The question immediately made Yan Jisheng's expression darken. He growled, that was the official result of a fair duel. How could I possibly seek revenge? We are not part of the underworld. He talked a big game about justice, but inwardly, he was cursing the man's entire family line. The subordinate, however, stubbornly pressed on. Even so, you two were friends. The code of the Jianghu is. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp sword chi suddenly tore through the air. A ruthless slash came down, giving the subordinate no time for last words. The maid beside them could only scream, ah. In shock, Yan Jisheng looked at the corpse at his feet with cold eyes and utter contempt. Who would be friends with a rotting corpse? He nonchalantly gave an order, clean this up. The servants trembled as they obeyed immediately, rushing to clean up the bloody scene. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Yan Jisheng gritted his teeth in frustration as he heard the report, the Yinxia Merchant Guild refuses to pay us taxes. Not only that, but they also killed Lord Guwang. A subordinate standing nearby began to add fuel to the fire. How should we interpret this matter now? Does this mean they have no respect for the Lesser Immortal sect? Yan Jisheng fell into deep thought, his face showing clear indecision. Is that really the case? What a treacherous look on his face. Everyone knew he was scheming. The subordinate immediately made a venomous suggestion. Do you want to get rid of him? The sudden question startled the sect leader, who exclaimed, "What?" He immediately dismissed the idea, walking away while putting on a righteous act. We can't just kill people indiscriminately. We're not thugs. However, the subordinate refused to give up. He chased after him, pressing, "Are you just going to let him be?" Yan Zhishang paused for a beat, and let out a soft, calculating, His friends were still astonished by the great young master's transformation, feeling as though they had just witnessed a spectacular metamorphosis. One of them sighed emotionally, "To see our friend change so much while we're still here, it's really something." "What's wrong with that? The wine doesn't even taste good anymore, so I only had 1 cup. Witnessing that calm demeanor, another friend smiled in admiration. "That's truly a huge step toward maturity. I guess you could call that an accomplishment. At least that old spendthrift is finally using his head." They walked past Yan Zhishang. He told his underlings, "I'm really craving the Yinxia Merchant Guild's money." As soon as he heard Yinxia Merchant Guild, the guy with the ponytail immediately turned back. Yan Zhishang was still completely oblivious. "Don't you know how much the guild's young master is worth?" Hearing this, his friend jumped in shock. He rushed over to find Li Zhenyan to tell him what was happening, but that dude was incredibly calm, just saying, "Oh, is that so? I'm so touched." His friend was pissed off for him. "I could be drinking and hugging girls right now, you know." He silently calculated, maybe I should ask Chu Zhong for help. You don't even have any decent guards left." Zhenyan was completely unfazed, telling his friend to come inside so they could figure it out. He went to the guard's storeroom and tossed his friend a black cloak. While his friend was totally confused about what the hell was going on, he just said, "You know where their headquarters is, right? Lead the way." His friend was completely freaking out. "If you're looking to get yourself killed, don't drag me down with you. Just the 2 of us taking on their entire crew. Are you out of your damn mind?" But despite his friend being scared shitless, he immediately pressured him and demanded, "Let's go. Enough talk." Under the quiet moonlight, the headquarters of the Shaoxian sect appeared. It looked majestic, with its brilliant cherry blossom trees, a scene so beautiful that if you didn't know better, you'd never believe it was the den of a bunch of troublemakers. Observing from above, Zhenyan took in the entire scene. Down in the courtyard, dozens of guards in yellow uniforms were patrolling strictly. He noted to himself, "There are too many guards. That's right, this is the place." Hiding behind a wall, a trembling Sima K whispered, Hey, are you sure about this? I can't really help you know that." Zhenyan remained calm, replying softly, "I know. You've done your part." His words left Sima K stunned. "Really, I just had to lead the way," Zhenyan smirked. "What else?" Seeing that Zhenyan planned to act alone, Sima K questioned him worriedly. "It's heavily guarded inside. How are you planning to get in? Is there a way?" he asked, hoping for some kind of sophisticated plan. Zhenyan didn't answer. He just silently pulled a black mask over the lower half of his face. Suddenly, a loud explosion tore through the night as Zhenyan used his incredible strength to shatter a window. He charged straight inside like a black whirlwind. Witnessing his friend's insane raid, Sima K could only stare, his jaw dropped in astonishment. Amidst the smoke, dust, and broken glass, Li Zhenyan appeared with the aura of a grim reaper. He coldly uttered the words that would decide his enemy's fate, just like in my previous life. From a young age, Duan Yucheng had never backed down from any fight, whether during his lonely, unsupported childhood or while wandering through the martial world. Even when he alone reached the pinnacle of power, as the supreme Duan Yucheng, he always reveled in every life or death battle. Returning to the present in the body of Li Zhenyan, he strode majestically through the main gate of the Shaoxian sect. The abrupt appearance of a masked stranger left the guards stunned, completely clueless as to what was happening. Zhenyan walked leisurely amidst their suspicious gazes. He asked coldly, "Where is your sect leader?" A guard approached, his face full of contempt, thinking to himself, "What is this madman rambling about, barging in here?" He was about to shove him away, but Zhenyan warned in a low, threatening voice, "Don't make me ask again." Instantly, a thunderous punch landed squarely on the guard's face, sending blood splattering as he collapsed on the spot. Seeing their comrade taken down in a single blow, the remaining disciples panicked, drawing their swords to surround Zhenyan. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted from scorn to panic. One of them roared in anger, "You bastard! Do you have any idea where you are causing trouble like this?" Surrounded by swords and spears, Zhenyan stood tall, his overwhelming aura keeping anyone from daring to approach. The commotion reached all the way up to Yan Zhishang's tower. The Shaoxian sect's leader, who was busy cuddling a beauty, looked down in annoyance. "What's with all the noise? Who is that young gentleman?" Zhenyan looked up and calmly admitted, "An assassin." "You must be the leader of the Shaoxian sect, right?" Yan Zhishang smirked arrogantly. The old man replied defiantly, "So what if I am? This is the first time I've ever seen an assassin walk in through the front gate." His eyes narrowed, his hand tightening calculatively as he stared at the insolent stranger below. "Who is that bastard?" "He's not carrying a weapon," a doubtful voice echoed in the dark room. A subordinate kneeling on the floor reported with a tremble. "He uses fist techniques." Instantly, the atmosphere at the Shaoxian sect headquarters became thick with killing intent. Down in the courtyard, disciples in yellow uniforms were surrounding the masked intruder. Sect leader Yan Jishang descended from above. He ordered his men, "Wait, hold on." The old man squinted at the stranger, then suddenly exclaimed, "Aren't you the young master of the Yin Xia Merchant Guild?" His identity exposed, Li Zhenyan remained completely unfazed, retorting coldly. "And what if I am?" His casual tone left a few disciples dumbfounded. Yan Jishang smirked sinisterly, glancing at his mask before questioning him sharply. "Then why are you covering your face, huh?" He stroked his goatee, his eyes revealing his greed and smugness. "Well now, someone of such a high and noble status. Came here all by yourself." His eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie purple light, and the smile on his lips grew even more ruthless. "In that case, I don't need to be polite with you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant purple silk net instantly fell from above, aiming to bind Zhenyan tightly. He was startled, everything happening as quickly as a well-rehearsed play. Yan Jishang roared the command, "Get him!" The disciples of the Xiaoxian sect all brandished their swords. They rushed forward like a whirlwind. Surrounded by dozens of opponents, Zhenyan narrowed his eyes as memories flooded his mind, the blazing memories of Duan Yucheng from long ago. "It's been a long time since I've faced so many opponents at once. This is the first time since then." His mind flashed back to a bloody, rain-soaked battlefield, where corpses piled up like mountains. Zhenyan moved like lightning, his steel-like hands, grabbing the purple silk net and tearing it apart with his raw ki. What was considered an inescapable trap of the Xiaoxian sect, ripped like a cheap rag in his hands. He spun around and launched a thunderous kick, a violent surge of blue lightning ki erupting from it. However, he noted to himself that his physical strength wasn't what it used to be. Even so, his power was still enough to create a world-shaking explosion. A ring of emerald green energy swept through the area, sending the disciples of the Xiaoxian sect flying for meters. It was as if a storm had just torn through the courtyard. Agonized screams of "ah" echoed throughout the compound. Zhenyan stood amidst the rubble, his mask partially torn, revealing an arrogant smirk. "This bunch is actually pretty interesting." He then plunged back into the massacre. Every punch, every step carried the force of 1,000 pounds. The sounds of breaking bones and cries for help filled the air. Witnessing the horrific scene, the remaining disciples trembled in fear. "He's not even using a weapon, and he can fight like this. What kind of monster is he? That bastard is completely insane. Is he trying to be some kind of lone wolf demon?" Zhenyan's eyes darted to the side. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blade cut through the air, aiming straight for his face. Zhenyan tilted his head, dodging it by a hair's breadth. He smirked arrogantly, and though blood still stained his face, he casually wiped it away and issued a challenge. "Are you all trying to show off your fancy weapons?" But despite this taunt, Yan Jishang remained terrifyingly calm. The old man replied coldly, "This is a precious item I'd rather not use, but since my opponent is the renowned young master, I'll make an exception just this once." With that, the old man pulled out an exquisite crossbow, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Suddenly, the disciples of the Xiaoxian sect rushed in from behind, desperately clinging to Zhenyan to hold him down. He was caught off guard. Using the human wave tactic, they screamed, "Hold him down." One of them thought, trembling, "People are actually going to die from this." Yan Jishang narrowed his eyes at his target, growling, "You may be skilled in martial arts, but can you dodge these arrows?" His voice was as cold as an American president declaring war. Immediately after came the ruthless command, "Fire." A volley of arrows rained down from above, aimed straight at Zhenyan and the men swarming him. Witnessing the sect leader's cruelty, Zhenyan was enraged. He doesn't even care if his own men get hit, he's just firing anyway. Even the criminal underworld wouldn't do something like this. He immediately focused his ki, his eyes glowing intensely. Li Zhenyan parried a sword strike tearing through space, and creating a massive wave of ki that obliterated everything around him. A burst of energy erupted, blowing away all the incoming arrows. In an instant, the dust began to settle. Zhenyan stood proudly amidst the wreckage. Yan Jishang stared in disbelief. He blocked all those arrows with just a single dagger. Seeing the disciples lying all over the ground, even the secret observer in the background was shocked by this incredible power. Zhenyan smirked and gave a triumphant thumbs up to his comrade. From a distance, Sima Ke returned the gesture in perfect sync. Zhenyan spun the dagger in his hand and took a powerful stance, ready to end the fight. The dagger shot forward with terrifying speed, straight towards Yan Jishang. The entire courtyard shook as if struck by lightning. Yan Jishang's eyes widened in terror at the soul-crushing power of the intruder. A dry thwack was heard, and the old man could only choke out an "erg" as he felt a sharp piercing pain in his neck. He tremblingly raised a hand to the bleeding wound. Li Zhenyan stood there with a cold demeanor, casually remarking, "I don't normally like using daggers," as if he'd just try to move for fun. His eyes burning with killing intent stared directly at the despicable sect leader. "But for you, I'll make a special exception." Yan Jishang's face turned pale. He ground his teeth, cursing in fear. "You madman, cornered." He screamed frantically at his men. "What are you standing around for? Fire, you bastards. Kill him for me." This command sounded more like a desperate shriek. While the guards were still hesitating, Zhenyan closed the distance with horrifying speed, declaring coldly, "Hand-to-hand combat is my true specialty." Under immense pressure, the cowardly Yan Jishang grabbed a young girl to use as a human shield. But Zhenyan didn't even flinch. A brilliant blue current of lightning, Qi, erupted violently from his fist. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, instantly destroying a large corner of the main building. As the thick dust slowly cleared, the blue-haired girl was completely unharmed in Zhenyan's protective embrace. He gently told her, "Step back." Across from them, Yan Jishang lay flattened on the ground, the wound on his neck bleeding profusely, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The old man stared at the young master's back, his mind filled with pure terror. What kind of monster is this? He tried to crawl away in despair, as Zhenyan's shadow fell over the entire hall. Yan Jishang lamented in humiliation. They say the young master of the Yinxia Merchant Guild is still very young. But what is with that powerful demeanor? He looks like a veteran general who's been through 100 battles. Zhenyan walked leisurely through the wreckage, his eyes shining with the authority of a king returning to his throne, looking down on the defeated man with a cold gaze. Li Zhenyan asked in a low voice, "What are you looking at, bastard? Anything you want to say?" His tone was as casual as asking if he wanted to get his last words over with quickly. At this point, Yan Jishang had completely lost the arrogance of a sect leader. He trembled, scrambling backward on the floor, frantically waving his hands and begging for his life. "Young master, wait. I've amassed a considerable fortune. If you spare my life, I'm willing to give it all to you. I can give it to you without a second thought." He didn't answer, instead, giving the old man a swift kick. Li Zhenyan looked at the man gasping for breath beneath his grip and questioned him coldly. "Tell me, sect leader, why do you use money to measure the value of a human life? Is that so?" Without a single moment of hesitation, Li Zhenyan swung his hand, his voice ringing out with absolute finality. "Here's your money. I don't need it. You can keep it." A pile of coins clattered to the ground. Too bad its owner won't have a chance to spend them. Immediately after, an immense wave of energy erupted. Zhenyan delivered the final blow, striking down on Yan Jishang's head, with the force of 1,000 pounds ending the cruel sect leader's life on the spot. Witnessing the gruesome scene, Tu Lan, who was standing nearby, could only stare wide-eyed in absolute horror. From a distance, Sima K, who was hiding behind a door, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Whoa." He clicked his tongue in annoyance, wiping a splatter of blood from his face, then muttered with contempt, "What a filthy bastard." Under the bright sun, Li Zhenyan and Sima K prepared to leave. Sima K asked, "Oh, Li Zhenyan, you're heading this way, right? Let me escort this young lady for a bit." Zhenyan nodded, confirming he was going in a different direction. Zhenyan smiled trustingly. "Then, I'll leave her to you." Sima K quietly led the girl away. Suddenly she spoke up. "You are young master Sima K, aren't you?" He stopped in his tracks, stammering in surprise. "How do you know who I am? I thought I was living a pretty low-key life, but I'm still getting recognized like a celebrity on the street." The girl smiled and explained, "I've seen you many times at the Dongxiang Pavilion. Besides, you're young master Li Zhenyan's best friend. Who else could you be?" Sima K scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, so that's how it is." The girl expressed her sincere gratitude. "I'm truly grateful to you for today. Next time you visit, I'll treat you to a jar of first-grade Dujiang wine." He quickly waved his hand, refusing. "I didn't really do much, so there's no need. Besides, my coin purse just had a family meeting and decided to call it quits. Besides, I don't plan on going back to the brothel anymore." Seeing this change in him, the girl remarked, "Young master, you've really changed quite a bit, haven't you?" Sima K looked into the distance and thought to himself, "That's right, I should change too. Especially since my friend has changed so much." The next morning, Li Zhenyan appeared with a calm and composed demeanor. "It's time for breakfast." On the table were plates of delicacies piled high with meat. Zhenyan sat with the twin brothers of the Liu family. Noticing the two guardians' eager yet hesitant expressions, he calmly ordered, "Go ahead, eat your fill." The two brothers immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, boss." Then they began to enjoy the lavish breakfast. "If you're hungry, you shouldn't hold back. You can always eat." The two Liu family guards were engrossed in feasting on the rare delicacies, exclaiming endlessly, "This merchant group is so rich, we could eat like this several times a day, and it'd be fine." Right, it'd be totally fine. Meanwhile, Li Zhenyan remained silent and thoughtful. A hand gently touched a scratch on his face as a worried voice asked, "You're injured. Did something happen last night?" Zhenyan nonchalantly chewed a piece of meat and said curtly, "It was nothing worth mentioning." However, deep down, he couldn't help but blame himself. Looking at the chopsticks in his hand, he thought, even though it was a surprise attack, getting injured by a sneak attack is not acceptable. In my past life, that absolutely would not have happened. It seems I've been reborn, but my reflexes haven't updated yet. Needs a patch. Zhenyan understood that if he wanted to protect the merchant group and deal with the demonic sect on his own, he had to get stronger. Just training by himself wasn't enough. I need something to help. As he was contemplating this, a knock came from the door. Miao Xiang entered and reported, "Young master, a delivery has arrived for you." Zhenyan asked in surprise. A delivery for me. I didn't order anything. Was it sent to the wrong person? He looked at the servants carrying in gift boxes and thought to himself, I really didn't buy anything. He opened the accompanying letter and saw that it was from his good friend, Ju Yong. In the letter, he cheerfully boasted, Hey Li Zhenyan, it's me, Ju Yong. After we parted, I stopped by the tavern for just one drink and then went straight home. That's some major progress for me, isn't it? Truly a memorable achievement, worthy of being recorded in the history of the martial world. Zhenyan smirked at his friend's nonsense. The letter continued, Actually, I came yesterday to deliver something for your father, but I was so scatterbrained I completely forgot. Ju Yong went on, I left this item on my way back. Once you get stronger, remember to protect our little branch office too. You have to. Zhenyan opened the black box and was stunned. This is 100-year-old Hishowu. He gazed at the rare medicinal roots which were sparkling brightly. He assessed it. From the looks of it, it must be at least 400 or 500 years old. If I'm lucky, this could help me raise my 100 War 10-stage technique to the 5th stage. A faint smile appeared on his face. So, this is what it's like to have a good friend, huh? He looked at the other box. Inside was another letter. Li Shengmin. This is a gift for trusting me all these years, and also for the long-standing friendship between us. The Taihu Merchant Group. Zhenyan fell into deep thought. If it's the Taihu Merchant Group, they are indeed one of the wealthiest merchant groups in the Central Plains. It seems my father has planned for everything. He even involved the Taihu Merchant Group. I never knew father was so thorough. He curiously opened the last box, and his eyes widened in shock. What is this? Is the universe giving out freebies today? Inside, the luxurious box was a porcelain bottle containing a sparkling liquid that emanated an unbelievably pure aura. He whispered in disbelief. Void Purity Stalactite Milk. Void Purity Stalactite Milk was a top-tier spiritual medicine that, if put up for auction, would have the entire martial world fighting over it like a Black Friday sale. Spiritual medicines comparable to it were few and far between. Only things like the natural purple fruit, the moon pill flower, or even the 10,000-year snow ginseng. All of them were extremely rare treasures that drove the martial world into a frenzy whenever they appeared. Zhenyan picked up the jade bottle and inhaled its pure fragrance, then confirmed to himself, it's real. It's really void purity stalactite milk. In his past life as Duan Yucheng, he had only been lucky enough to taste a few precious drops. Even the greatest masters of the martial world could hardly get their hands on it, yet now an entire bottle was sitting right in his palm. Zhenyan couldn't help but wonder, where did a merchant group get something like this? Shaking off his doubts, he immediately called his two subordinates, Lu Mingbao, Lu Zhenbao. Seeing the two brothers engrossed in their meal, Zhenyan handed them the Hishowu and instructed, each of you take a piece. I need to meditate and regulate my energy for a bit. Stand guard outside my door. Wait until I come out before you use it. Lu Mingbao took the medicinal root in his hand and asked naively, what is this stuff? Boss. As he walked away, Zhenyan replied, it's something good for your body. It's very valuable, so don't lose it. Hearing the word valuable, the twin brothers were stunned. It's that valuable. Lu Mingbao peeked through the door and exclaimed, the merchant group leader has a whole pile of similar stuff prepared already. This is just for you, boss. It's like Lady Luck is finally smiling on you. You managed to stumble upon the final boss's hidden treasure. Right in front of Zhenyan's eyes were stacks of wooden chests, each one glowing with the brilliant radiance of rare spiritual medicines. Staring at the massive treasure, Zhenyan stood frozen, completely speechless. After a long silence, he let out a satisfied smile, thinking to himself, money really is wonderful. After 7 a.m., Zhenyan began the process of absorbing the spiritual medicine. He sat cross-legged in a meditative pose, his entire body shrouded in a brilliant emerald-green aura. Between his palms, a concentrated mass of energy was slowly taking shape. Zhenyan could clearly taste the bitterness, though it had no scent, so absorbing this felt just like practicing martial arts. However, the breakthrough was anything but easy. He gritted his teeth, enduring the physical torment. Cultivating in pain is never fun or exciting. Zhenyan realized that if he still had the old frail body of Li Zhenyan, it definitely would have disintegrated long ago under the crushing pressure of this massive energy. Fortunately, he had already put himself through some brutal physical training. Suddenly, Zhenyan's eyes snapped open, as a fierce burst of fiery energy erupted, forcing a roar from his throat. Hack! The entire room shook under the weight of that emerald power, swirling like a violent storm. Zhenyan clenched his teeth against the bone-deep pain, feeling every fiber of his muscle screaming out. It felt like his body was being incinerated. The internal energy was thrashing wildly before suddenly being compressed to the extreme. Sensing the energy's resistance, Zhenyan gritted his teeth and focused every ounce of his will, clasping his hands tight. Fine then, I'll just force this energy in even harder. Instantly, a massive emerald explosion rocked the entire room. Zhenyan let out a soft sigh. Whew. The spiritual aura finally stabilized, shrinking into a pure energy core before dissolving into his body. Looking at his hands crackling with eerie blue sparks, and feeling the new power surging through his veins, Zhenyan squeezed his fist with confidence. Fifth stage, he had officially broken through to the 5th level of his cultivation technique, but just as he succeeded, Zhenyan grimaced in disgust at the pungent stench rising from his body, making him grumble. Just how much booze did this guy drink before? Even the toxins coming out of me smell like a brewery. He wiped away the black sludge leaking from his pores while muttering, "Goodbye for good remnants of Li Zhenyan." His gaze fell on the bottle containing the stalactite milk. Zhenyan pondered. The question is, should I absorb this stalactite milk right now? It's like mixing sand and muddy water into a brick, and throwing it in the furnace. It could easily shatter into pieces. It was a dangerous gamble that could tear his body apart. Yet he decided to down the precious elixir anyway. But if this body can handle it then? A weird crimson aura suddenly exploded from within, engulfing the entire space like a monster baring its fangs and claws. Zhenyan smirked defiantly against the crushing pressure. So this is the aura of the stalactite milk. You think you can challenge me? Feeling the power surging beyond his control, he whispered to himself, maybe I shouldn't have been so greedy. Blue lightning flared up again on his arms. The crimson aura swirled as if it wanted to rip his body to shreds, but Li Zhenyan gritted his teeth and held on. If I survive this, I'll be even stronger. 7 days later at the villa, the atmosphere felt like a high school senior waiting for exam results while the system kept crashing. The boss has been in secluded meditation for a week now with no word. After this long, I'm starting to get worried. Seeing the Liu brothers on guard, 2 protectors greeted them respectfully. Chief, it's been a while. Is the boss still not out? They shook their heads and replied, no, and he ordered that no one should come near. But just as they spoke, a massive explosion shook the entire estate. Thick smoke billowed out, terrifying everyone. What was that? Did someone just drop a plot twist through the white smoke? A figure slowly emerged, hovering in the air. Li Zhenyan stepped out with a murderous face, his eyes glowing an eerie purple and veins bulging through his skin. Witnessing this terrifying sight, they wondered, why does the boss look like that? Suddenly, a foul stench filled the air. What's that horrible smell? Could it be chi deviation, like the rumors say? Before they could react, Zhenyan suddenly collapsed. The Liu brothers rushed over. Boss, wake up. In his daze, Zhenyan moved slightly, making them overjoyed. Ah, boss, are you all right? Li Zhenyan just stared into space. Li Zhenyan's breathing was heavy sweat pouring down his pale face as he struggled after that massive energy burst. Zhenyan looked up, his glowing eyes filled with struggle. Amidst the steam rising from his body suddenly, he bolted upright, making everyone jump back in shock. Without a word of explanation, Zhenyan stumbled forward. Boss, where are you going? He didn't turn back, only growling an order. It's too hot. I need to cool down. Don't follow me. With that, Zhenyan leaped over the high rooftops, vanishing in the blink of an eye, leaving his subordinates stunned. Looking at his back, one soldier wondered, the weather's great, has the boss lost his mind? In reality, the situation was critical. Zhenyan's entire body felt like a furnace about to explode. He thought, I'm literally steaming. I could probably fry an egg on my chest. His feet crushed the roof tiles as he sped across the buildings at a terrifying speed. He realized with horror that this power was too much for his current body to handle. This internal energy, it's screaming and boiling inside me. The more he moved, the more his power flared, making his muscles tighten and his veins bulge. He gnashed his teeth against the agonizing pain. I can't control this power. If I slip up, the whole Unha Merchant Guild might pay the price. Looking down at the busy streets below, a wave of fear hit him. At this rate, this whole neighborhood might just crumble. Determined not to let a catastrophe strike, Li Zhenyan summoned his strength and leaped high into the air. I have to get as far away from here as possible, he thought. He aimed straight for the treacherous mountain peaks, looming in the distance, and charged forward. Zhenyan frantically scaled the steep cliffs, desperate to find a place to vent the chaotic energy raging deep within him. Li Zhenyan bolted forward, landing on a jagged ledge. Gasping for air, he collapsed to his knees. He slammed his hand against the ground, causing the brilliant blue bolts of his lightning sovereign force to spiral out of control, erupting violently. His face twisted in agony, his eyes glowing with a cold blue light. Zhenyan let out a desperate roar. No, I can't hold it back any longer. In his dazed state, visions of Duan Yucheng and the bloody battles of his past life flashed before his eyes like a haunting urge. His eyes widened as he perceived the frantic energy surging through his body. Zhenyan gritted his teeth and made a final split-second decision. If I can't suppress it, then I'll unleash it, he thought back to his past. Kameha. He threw his head back toward the sky, pouring every ounce of his internal energy into a roar that seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. Instantly, a massive pillar of blue lightning, possessing unprecedented power, didn't strike down from the heavens. Instead, it erupted from Zhenyan's own body, surging from the ground straight into the clouds. The energy explosion shook the entire region, leaving the distant villagers in utter shock as they witnessed this bizarre phenomenon. They couldn't hide their amazement. I've never seen lightning strike upward from the ground before. As the energy storm dissipated, raindrops began to pitter-patter on the parched earth. The drizzle quickly turned into a heavy downpour. It was as if the heavens were seizing the chance to douse the flames of that explosive furnace. Amidst the ruins, Zhenyan stood silently in the cold rain, steam still rising from his skin. He looked down at his hands where faint blue sparks still flickered. He muttered softly, 6, 7. A defiant smirk played on the young master's lips as he realized the terrifying extent of his breakthrough. If my internal energy can explode like this, then the 8-stage 110 perfection art has officially reached the 8th level. Zhenyan's entire being radiated the overwhelming pressure of a true grandmaster. After drawing in his power, he began to walk leisurely through the rain. He headed toward the bustling town. The sight of a man with long disheveled hair walking through the streets with his toned bare chest exposed caused the townspeople to whisper and gossip. Why is that man walking around half naked, striding through the rain with his muscular chest on display? Li Zhenyan made the onlookers gasp in surprise. Oh my god. Realizing he was attracting far too much unwanted attention, he smirked and told himself, I'd better buy some clothes and put them on to stop being the center of attention. He immediately ducked into a clothing shop by the roadside to find something decent to wear. Donning a deep blue robe that radiated authority, Zhenyan asked the shopkeeper with satisfaction, I'll take this one. How much is it? Immediately, the old shopkeeper, his face beaming and his eyes sparkling like a greedy capitalist meeting, a god of wealth hurriedly waved his hands and replied respectfully, Oh young master, there's no need to pay. Seeing Zhenyan's surprise, the old man explained with deep gratitude, Ever since you, the eldest young master, cleared out those thugs from the Zhuyang clan and the Xiaoshan sect, the number of troublemakers on the streets has dropped significantly. Thanks to you, I can finally bring my grandchildren to the shop without fear. Repaying you like this is my good fortune. Seeing the clouds were still heavy, the shopkeeper kindly handed him a bright red umbrella. The rain is still pouring, young master. Please take this umbrella with you. It's very high quality, hee. Looking at the innocent eyes of the children in the shop watching him, Zhenyan smiled faintly and accepted it. Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness. The sound of the umbrella snapping open cut through the rain. Zhenyan walked leisurely down the street, looking back at the townspeople, who were smiling and waving at him. He sighed inwardly. Truly, this feeling is much more peaceful than before. In the past, after a battle, I never paid any attention to my surroundings. Watching the people passing by, the children playing, and the workers taking shelter from the rain, together a strange sense of tranquility seeped into the mind of the man once known as Duan Yucheng. This peace isn't so bad. But just as his soul began to relax, a loud, angry shout suddenly shattered the quiet atmosphere. Move out of the way. Zhenyan's eyes instantly sharpened as his instincts flared. Catch that man. Don't let him escape. The shouts echoed through the torrential rain. A man in brown clothing was running frantically through the city streets. Behind him, a group of men in blue robes were in hot pursuit, radiating murderous intent. Li Zhenyan stood there, red umbrella in hand, calmly observing the scene. His expression shifted slightly when he realized the man fleeing was Tai Minghu. When Tai Minghu spotted Zhenyan, he jumped in fright like a cornered rat. He gasped. Zhenyan remained as calm as if he were greeting an old friend. Hey, it's been a while, hasn't it? Quite a downpour we're having. He glanced at the men surrounding them and added sarcastically, You seem pretty busy, don't you? At that same moment over at the Murim clan, an important meeting of the Chiwang Council was taking place. In that space filled with power, they all sat with dignified postures, though who knows if they were thinking about the lottery or acting like lone wolves. Dugu Ming, the head of the Dugu clan, spoke up to break the silence. It has been a long time since the heads of the Chiwang Council have gathered like this. It's a pleasure. Brother Murong, you've worked hard. Murong Bin, the head of the Murong clan, replied humbly, Not at all. I merely arranged the seating. Murong Bin suddenly turned to Zhu Sheng, the head of the Zhuyang clan, with a meaningful look. Ah, that reminds me. Brother Zhu, I heard you've run into some misfortune lately. Is it true that Zhu Ho challenged a disciple from the merchant group and lost his life? The question struck a nerve, making the atmosphere turn thick and heavy. Another clan leader chimed in. Wasn't Zhu Ho, a highly experienced expert of the Zhuyang clan? I heard he caused trouble with the merchant group, making a scene, and was dealt with quite unexpectedly. A burst of arrogant laughter echoed through the hall. Ha ha ha. Imagine being taken down by a mere disciple of a merchant group. Ka ka ka. That was Nangong Wu, the leader of the Chiwang Council and the #1 figure of the Dadao clan. He mocked with a laugh. This is more hilarious than a circus act, don't you guys agree? Faced with this utter humiliation, Zhu Sheng gritted his teeth so hard they made a sound. A fiery red bloodlust flared in his eyes as Nangong Wu refused to let go of that Zhu Ho fellow. It was as if he had been discarded by the Zhuyang clan. Zhu Sheng remained silent, but deep down, a flame of hatred was blazing within him. I was planning to teach that merchant group disciple a lesson anyway. He clenched his fists and declared a bloody war. I'll show you all the true power of the Zhuyang clan. The leader of the underworld thugs stepped forward, his voice low and threatening. Hand that annoying brat over. Don't get yourself dragged into trouble unless you want heads to roll. Tai Minghu shot a quick glance and asked Li Zhenyan, "Hey, who are these guys?" Li Zhenyan calmly explained, "Just some thugs causing trouble around here lately. The Red Moth Alliance. They're plotting to take over the entire prosperous district nearby. Gang life has been pretty cutthroat and busy these days." Hearing this, Tai Minghu spoke bitterly about his own situation. "I used to be in the auction business. I went back to check the books, but they robbed everything. They're just a bunch of damn tyrants." Li Zhenyan looked down at Tai Minghu's arm and asked, "Is your hand fully healed yet?" Tai Minghu gave a bitter smile, raising his still trembling hands. "Luckily, I'm still just a cripple for now. Haha." Li Zhenyan turned to the thugs, delivering an authoritative warning. "Since you guys don't look like locals, let me make this clear. Wait until Tai Minghu's hand is fully healed before you start trouble. For today, get lost." His arrogant words made them burst into fits of contemptuous laughter. "What the hell are you babbling about? You must have been spoiled since you were a kid to not realize what's happening. Who do you think you're talking to, acting all high and mighty?" "Is that so?" Despite the mocking grin on his face, once they looked into Li Zhenyan's deep eyes, the thugs felt a chill run down their spines. They thought to themselves, "We were going to say all that, but this annoying guy is putting some weird pressure on us." The leader gritted his teeth, his killing intent clear. "Does this guy want to die?" The thug stepped closer, pointing his finger right in Li Zhenyan's face defiantly. "You don't know who we are, do you? Someone like you dares to provoke us." He was boastful, his face full of confidence, as if just mentioning his name would make the whole street go dark. "I'm going to give you a beating right now." Before he could even finish, Li Zhenyan gave a light flick of his finger, and the man went flying like a kite with its string cut. With a thunderous boom, his body was slammed into the wall, leaving a cloud of dust. Li Zhenyan stood calmly under his red umbrella, his overwhelming aura, making the rest of them freeze in their tracks. He spoke coldly. "Hey, you guys." Watching the thugs tremble in terror, Li Zhenyan continued his deep, heavy warning. "I'm hungry. If I fight now, I might suffer a cultivation deviation, so don't bother me." He waved his hand, signaling them to vanish. "Next time we meet, whether it's against Tai Minghu or me, it'll be a real showdown." With that, Tai Minghu wobbled to his feet, rushing after him and begging with a pathetic look. "Hey, treat me to a meal. I'm starving too." Seeing his disheveled state, Li Zhenyan clicked his tongue. This whole thing was bizarre. He led the man through the rain toward a roadside eatery. "Let's go. You're definitely eating at Tan Ping's." Inside Tan Ping's noodle house, the sound of slurping was non-stop. Tai Minghu downed a hot bowl of noodles, his face lighting up as if he'd just been brought back to life. "Now I finally feel alive again." He turned to Li Zhenyan, curiously. "Why do you eat like a beggar now? You downed 4 or 5 bowls straight. You used to eat so little back in the day." "It is what it is," he said, then immediately called the waiter. "Give me 4 large bowls." Outside, the rain was still pouring as Tai Minghu asked about his 2 younger brothers, the Songbao twins. Li Zhenyan said those 2 were training and had likely grown much stronger. Tai Minghu sighed. "Feeding those 2 must cost a fortune in rice." Li Zhenyan replied nonchalantly as he ate, "It's not like I'm short on cash." Being broke himself, Tai Minghu felt the sting of those words. He asked curiously, "What do I have to do to learn proper martial arts?" He wanted to train so he could take on the Red Moth Alliance. Thinking about them made him want to swear. Those Red Moth bastards are everywhere. There are so many of them, you run into them no matter where you go. Li Zhenyan replied casually, "You want to learn from me." This made him freeze. With a serious face, Li Zhenyan told him he just had to listen and kowtow right now if he wanted to learn. He frowned and grumbled, "What, don't you know who I am? I'm Tai Minghu." But his actions said the exact opposite, as he immediately dropped to his knees. He stood up irritably, complaining, "If you don't actually teach me, don't blame me for going and taking a dump in front of your merchant group." Suddenly, Li Zhenyan swung his umbrella, cutting through the air. He gestured, "I'm done teaching you the move." Tai Minghu was beyond pissed. "Like hell you are, you jerk. I already kowtowed to you. I'm going straight to your group to take a dump and get my revenge." With a loud thwack, Li Zhenyan whacked him and said, "Shut up, hold the umbrella with one hand, and swing it like that 100,000 times, then come back to me, if you still want to learn martial arts." Tai Minghu was stunned. "What did you say? 100,000 times?" His face looked like he couldn't believe his ears. "Yes, 100,000 times." Li Zhenyan's face hardened. "Don't talk back. If you can't do it, then get lost, you useless piece of junk." He started to get nervous. "Are you for real?" Li Zhenyan grabbed his shirt in a flash, his gaze becoming even more terrifying. His voice was steely. "You think martial arts is just some clumsy scratches? If you can actually swing that umbrella 100,000 times, you could take out at least half of those Red Moth thugs. You know, look how pathetic you are right now, only knowing how to run like a rat." Tai Minghu, "If you're going to live like a coward, you might as well die," he yelled. "I don't want to die," Li Zhenyan shot back. "If you don't want to die, then keep hiding like a sewer rat, or just stay off the streets, and keep your mouth shut before they beat you senseless again." Outside, the rain began to stop and the sky cleared up. Tai Minghu finally made his decision. "Let me borrow the umbrella." Then he left immediately. He looked pretty cool, but the truth was he didn't have any money to pay, so he had to bolt. Li Zhenyan mused for a moment. Now I have to see if he can actually realize anything. As for the Red Moth Alliance, if he promised to find them, he had to keep his word. Elsewhere at the headquarters of the Red Moth Alliance, the atmosphere was grim and reeked of blood. Inside the firelit shrine, the subordinates were trembling, kneeling on the floor. High above a man with fiery red hair and massive muscles sat majestically on a throne. He looked down at the corpse lying in a pool of blood and growled at the subordinate kneeling below. So, what exactly was your excuse for losing Ti Minghu? The aura emanating from the red-haired leader seemed to freeze the entire room. It meant they had nearly caught them all, only to be thwarted by an ally of the Fox Spirit. Da Ye, leader of the Red Scorpion Union. At his master's question, the subordinate stammered out a reply, sweat pouring down his face in terror. Yes, that's right. According to my men, his martial arts are incredibly strong. He's known throughout the Yonghua region as the most powerful fighter. Even after saying this, his legs were still trembling uncontrollably, as if he was about to be erased from existence. The more he listened, the darker and more terrifying Die's gaze became. He immediately gave an order in an icy tone. Have the men watched, and find them both for me. A subordinate bowed his head to the ground in obedience, while Die's intention was already crystal clear. They must be killed. At the private estate, Li Zhenyan was wiping away sweat after a training session. He raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing about his opponent's cruel methods. They tear their victims to pieces. The subordinate walking beside him nodded in confirmation with a grave expression. Yes, Dai has always been a ruthless man. They enjoy tearing their opponents apart with their bare hands. He then listed a long roster of unfortunate victims. The leaders of the Changshan sect, the Lao Piao clan, the Jiaolong clan, and the Hongluo fortress all lost their lives at the hands of Da, the head of the Red Scorpions. He's currently conquering many clans in the Luhuan region, wielding immense power over the entire area from the escort agencies to the merchant guilds. From inns to even the brothels, no one is exempt. Everyone must pay tribute to Da. Even Ti Minghu was forced to pay tribute, and it's said that he even plundered the auction house. Yesterday, Zhenyan mused thoughtfully. Da was indeed the type of person who could do such things. He realized the situation was becoming complicated. This is getting troublesome. If he finds out my identity, the merchant group will be in trouble. Zhenyan's eyes turned sharp as he made a firm decision. It seems I'll have to make a trip myself. Night fell upon the bustling streets of the Luhuan region. At Wenqing Pavilion, the most brilliant and lively tavern in the area, high-hanging red lanterns cast a shimmering glow. Two courtesans were strolling down the hallway when one of them said softly, "Go see if those guests over there have left yet. Don't let guests just loiter. This isn't a place for free seating." But suddenly, a blood-curdling scream tore through the atmosphere. What was that? Everyone looked in alarm toward the source of the sound, where a girl was staggering and collapsing right in front of the guests. Inside Wenqing Pavilion, the air suddenly grew heavy after the incident that had just occurred. Zheng Hua, the woman in charge of the establishment, was hurriedly shielding a long-haired girl. Her face was etched with worry as she listened to a report about the situation in Da's room. The thing is, when she entered Da's room, Hua Yingshui was still in there. What should we do now? Looking at the bloodstains scattered on the floor, Zheng Hua pondered with an uneasy gaze. Just then, another girl rushed over with news. "Sister Zheng Hua, there's a new guest on the first floor." Although she was worried about Hua Yingshui's safety, Zheng Hua had to compose herself and give an order. "I have to go down. You take her to rest for a bit. Don't upset Da, just be quiet." With that, she quickly left the room. She directed her gaze towards the unfamiliar guest waiting in the main hall. As soon as she got downstairs, Zheng Hua immediately put on a smile. She greeted the guest with her usual professional demeanor. "It's a pleasure to meet you, young master. I am Zheng Hua, the one in charge of hospitality here. Allow me to give you a brief introduction." But before she could finish, the man with the overpowering aura cut her off coldly. "Is Da here?" The direct question left Zheng Hua stunned. She stammered. The guest maintained his calm expression and repeated firmly, "I'm looking for Da." Realizing her guest's objective, Zheng Hua frowned slightly and asked, "You mean the guildmaster? Have you informed him of your visit?" The response to her probing was a statement full of arrogance. "No. Just tell me if he's upstairs or not. Is he inwardly?" Zheng Hua couldn't help but panic. Who is this man? Should I tell him? In the end, she had to nod in confirmation. "Yes, he's upstairs." Li Zhenyan started walking casually, but not before leaving a warning that sent a shiver down Zheng Hua's spine. "You're Zheng Hua. While I'm going up, have your people evacuate." Seeing the young master's back as he headed for the stairs, Zheng Hua called out in alarm, "Young master, it will be difficult to get up there. The guildmaster has a very violent temper." The image of the injured Hua Yingshui in Da's room flashed in her mind, a testament to the man's cruelty. But Zhenyan simply replied with 2 words. "It's fine." The moment he set foot on the upper floor, a guard blocked his way arrogantly. Who are you? This isn't a place you can just wander into." Faced with Zhenyan's contemptuous silence, the guard felt insulted. He roared, "You bastard, are you mute?" Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his weapon in a furious attack. But Zhenyan's move was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the handle of the weapon and threw the guard straight to the floor below. A shocking crash echoed through the building. The guard was sent flying like a sandbag. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the nearby subordinates of the Red Scorpion Union were stunned. Their leader, a man with a red bandana, gritted his teeth and cursed. "What the hell was that, you bastard?" He glared at the intruder, his mind reeling in shock as he wondered, does this guy have any idea where he is? Despite being surrounded by a crowd, Zhenyan stood proudly at the foot of the stairs, his piercing blue eyes burning with a fierce aura. Looking straight up, he casually asked in a challenging tone, "So what floor is DA on?" That dismissive attitude drove the thugs insane. They roared furiously. "What are you rambling about? You think this is a shopping mall where you can just take an elevator for a tour?" The leader with the red bandana immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Kill him." Dozens of disciples drew their swords in unison and charged forward like a swarm of angry bees. Zhenyan smirked, letting out a contemptuous humph. He walked leisurely through the encirclement, coldly declaring, "I'll find him if I have to tear this place apart. Consider it a free cleaning service." Just as one of the subordinates charged forward screaming, "Die, you bastard," Zhenyan struck as quick as a flash. He grabbed the man's arm and a brilliant blue lightning current erupted, engulfing it. He said softly, "Let me borrow you for a second." Then, with incredible strength, he swung the guard around like a living weapon, sweeping away the other charging men. Agonizing screams filled the air as the crowd was violently knocked aside. Another man screamed in terror. This lunatic, seeing his comrade being turned into a weapon, a man with a chain mace rushed forward to launch a sneak attack, but Zhenyan was on him in an instant. He snatched the chain and casually said, "I'm borrowing this too." He spun around and launched a massive sweep, his azure energy tearing through the air. The guards only had time to gasp, what the before being tossed aside like tattered leaves. Zhenyan glanced at the debris with a bored expression and muttered to himself, "Not this room." Standing lightly on the railing, a bold idea struck him. Maybe I should just smash all the rooms. With that, Zhenyan unleashed an earth-shattering surge of energy, sending bricks and wood flying amidst desperate screams for help. The Crimson Moth's subordinates could only stare in utter despair. Zhenyan continued his rampage, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. He pulverized every obstacle in his search for DA. A guard was sent crashing through a wooden wall, letting out a gut-wrenching scream, before free-falling to the floor below. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the ceiling shattered, raining debris down like a storm amidst the ruins. A massive spiked mace tore through the floors, plunging straight toward the ground. Zhenyan stood there looking up at the hole he had just made. With a look of utter boredom, he sighed. Is there no next floor? Inside, a room bathed in an eerie red light. DA sat silently on the bed. Even with the building shaking commotion, he didn't flinch. Outside, the agonizing screams of his men rang out continuously. Zhenyan swung his sword, cutting down guards who only had time to shriek. Another panicked soldier ran howling for help. "Leader, it's him, the eldest young master. Once he flips the serious switch, the map becomes nothing more than a suggestion." The door burst open. Zhenyan's silhouette appeared at the entrance, surrounded by the tangled corpses of henchmen. Only then did DA slowly turn his head, narrowing his eyes at the intruder. He smirked wickedly and asked, "What's with all the noise? Are you here to settle Tai Minghu's debt?" Zhenyan walked in nonchalantly, thinking to himself, so the fifth floor was right, after all. My intuition really is top tier. Dai stood up, a savage aura beginning to radiate from him. "You don't like my hospitality. Was the climb exhausting?" Zhenyan stepped forward casually and replied coldly, "It's fine. Trampling over people is my specialty." The two opponents stood face to face, the air thick with killing intent. DA narrowed his eyes mockingly. "Is that so?" He leaned in close to Zhenyan. His bloodshot eyes burned with madness as he hissed, "My specialty is looking down from above. Dealing with underworld scum like you is the best. It's so much fun to beat the life out of you." Seeing his opponent's twisted excitement, Zhenyan frowned slightly in suspicion. He glanced down at his feet. Dai leaned in with a sick grin. "Oh, it's nothing. My hand just slipped." He acted as if he'd just finished a trivial chore. He coldly ordered his men, "Hey, drag this corpse away." Witnessing such inhuman cruelty, Zhenyan narrowed his eyes. Only one thought remained in his head. This guy is beyond redemption. There's no saving him. Time for the funeral march. Azure killing intent blazed in Zhenyan's eyes as he growled, "How do you want to die?" Faced with that threat, Dai didn't flinch. Instead, he let out an arrogant laugh. "I like those eyes. Everyone who ever tried to kill me had that same look." He stepped closer. "Of course, I ended up tearing them all to pieces." Outside, the Warm Affection Tower was in total chaos. Screams erupted everywhere as people fled in panic. "Run for your lives," a bewildered guard asked. "What the hell is going on?" The man next to him shouted while running. "Some lunatic is tearing the whole brothel apart. Get out of here if you want to live." Amidst the chaotic crowd, a masked figure appeared, striking with lightning speed. He muttered a strange number under his breath, 2,874. The guard only managed a confused "what" before an umbrella smashed into his face. The figure pulled off his mask. It was Tai Minghu. He pointed a finger and declared, "I'm going to take you bastards down one by one." He kept swinging his umbrella, whispering, "I wonder when I'll reach 100,000, 2,875, 2,876. In the middle of his intense focus, he suddenly froze. His eyes filled with disbelief. The ultimate showdown erupted instantly, as Ye was slammed into the ground by 1,000 tons of force. He gritted his teeth in agony. A thunderous punch landed, shattering the ground and sending the leader of the Crimson Moth flying several meters away. Zhenyan landed as light as a feather, his cold gaze fixed on his defeated foe. Ye scrambled to his feet, gasping for air while his hands trembled violently. He suddenly broke into a twisted, manic laugh. He looked at Zhenyan with eyes burning with excitement. "This is getting interesting." Standing in the silent courtyard under the dim lanterns, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Fine. At least I should give you this." Suddenly he pulled out a massive spiked mace. He spun it rapidly, creating ear-splitting whistles of wind aimed straight at Zhenyan. Da swung the mace with frenzied rage, each strike carrying the power to level mountains. Zhenyan dodged the lethal strikes by a hair's breadth. He twisted his body to avoid a mace head. That whistled past the crown of his head. Then Zhenyan grabbed the mace's chain with his bare hands and yanked it hard. Ye was instantly struck with panic. What kind of strength is this? Is he a beast? He strained his whole body to pull back, then suddenly used the momentum to throw a high-speed punch at Zhenyan. "Let's see you block this. If you do, I'll call you Daddy," facing the savage attack. Li Zhenyan remained eerily calm. He silently analyzed his foe. He's trained in mace and fist techniques. His moves are clean, like he was taught by a true martial arts master. But Zhenyan suddenly closed the gap and blocked Ye's strike in an instant. "I'm your opponent." Boom. A horrific impact made the ground tremble violently. His face distorted in pain as he groaned. Both sides paused for a moment. Ye, slightly injured, made a quick guess. "So you've only learned some basic fist techniques too." He roared, "I'm going all out against you." His power surged, muscles bulging until they ripped his clothes to shreds. In the blink of an eye, he reached Zhenyan, screaming, "I'm going to rip you apart." Before he could finish, Zhenyan's hand clamped onto his neck, and he spun his body 180 degrees. He slammed him to the floor with a resounding thud. Da was in agony, still unable to believe this was real. He had used all his strength, yet he was still getting beaten like a child. Suddenly, his hand was seized by the man's grip. "How does it feel looking up from down there?" His leg pressed down hard on his neck. "Damn it, you're starting to get on my nerves." But the man just laughed as if nothing was wrong, saying, "You're too weak. Have you even eaten today?" Li Zhenyan immediately gave him a taste of the second level of his internal energy, unleashing a torrent of lightning that made him scream in pain. Argo, but Li Zhenyan didn't stop, continuously increasing the intensity to the third level, the fourth level, and the fifth level. The scene became terrifying, filled with nothing but agonizing screams. His underlings could only watch, frozen in fear. What can we do besides watch? One of them noticed something in the sky, and a moment later the entire group was horrified. A gigantic fist made of lightning had formed. It was the White Thunder, tenfold Art Thunder's roar. When it came crashing down with a terrifying boom, the entire area shook violently. No one here could believe their eyes. Was he some kind of god? Daye's body was now nothing but a pile of black charcoal. With no sign of life left, Li Zhenyan walked slowly through the smoke, his sharp eyes staring directly at the stunned subordinates. He asked in a cold voice, "Hey, who are you people, to dare collect tributes here? What the hell are you anyway?" Faced with his overwhelming presence, the gang members could only stammer in fear. We are. Li Zhenyan didn't let them finish interrogating them in a harsh tone. "Why are you sucking the lifeblood from the weak here? Answer me." He was just asking, but his aura made it seem like he was about to execute them all. Seeing the group trembling in terror, Li Zhenyan smirked and issued a challenge. "If you just want to show off your strength, then aim for me. I'll make sure you all end up just like this bastard." Chi-I's subordinates were in a state of utter panic. One of the leaders tried to regain his composure and yelled, "Don't be scared, it's just one guy, kill him." He charged forward recklessly, swinging his axe, but was met only with a series of dull thuds as he was swiftly taken down. Witnessing the horrific scene, the local townspeople began to whisper among themselves in astonishment. "Oh my god, is Chi really dead?" "Then, who on earth is that young man?" another person whispered. "Hopefully. Does this mean we don't have to pay tribute anymore?" A weathered-looking man commented thoughtfully. "Chi is dead, and those guys are about to be wiped out. Who would we even pay?" However, some remained worried. But what if that young man demands tribute instead? Having just escaped one nightmare, they were afraid of walking into a new one. Just then, Tai Minghu, who was standing nearby wearing a mask, spoke up to correct them. "He's not that kind of person." Seeing everyone looking at him blankly, he asserted firmly, "I said he is not that kind of person. He has more than enough money. You all have nothing to worry about." With that said, Minghu resumed, swinging his red umbrella, engrossed in his training. 2,877, 2,878. A guard tried to approach him, but Tai Minghu swung his umbrella and sent him flying with a yell, "Hia!" He then glanced over at Li Zhenyan, who was fighting amidst a bloody encirclement, and thought to himself with admiration, "That guy's a really good fighter." Philosophical thoughts began to form in Minghu's mind. Every person carries a spark in their heart. What do you do then? Do you run and hide like a drenched rat? But nurturing that flame is your own responsibility. Sometimes just watching others fight is enough to awaken your entire perspective on life, to see through your own past cowardice, and find new strength. So you want to become stronger, so strong that you go mad with power. Are you a rat, or are you a fox? Minghu answered coolly, "I know my place. A peacock must act like a peacock, and a phoenix like a phoenix. If you're born a duck or a goose, how can you ever possess the dignity of a peacock or a phoenix?" Then he struck with lightning speed. The guard only had time to cry out, "Wait, hold on." As the red umbrella tore through the air, Minghu swung, decisively finishing his opponent and declaring proudly, "I am the fox." Back at the Yinsha Merchant Guild after his bloody excursion, Li Zhenyan left his younger brother Li Huayan completely astonished. As soon as he saw his older brother, Li Huayan exclaimed, "Brother, it looks like you just got back from somewhere." Li Zhenyan walked into the room nonchalantly, ignoring his blood-soaked clothes. "I just went for a little walk." "Li Huayan, what are you doing in my room?" Li Huayan stared at the dark red bloodstains on his brother's clothes and asked with concern, "I had something I wanted to ask you, but what is all that blood?" Li Zhenyan remained calm, replying coldly, "It's not my blood." Hearing this, Li Huayan let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, right." While a servant was cleaning his wounds, Li Zhenyan reflected on his own progress. It seems this spirit medicine was quite effective. I should repay the people who sent this elixir to the Yinsha Merchant Guild. He began to ponder how to return the favor, unsure of what to gift the Taihu Merchant Guild. Seeing his brother so preoccupied, Li Huayan asked curiously, "Was the elixir this time that valuable?" Even father wanted to know. "If it's from the Taihu Merchant Guild, they're the ones who sent the unformed stalactite milk. Even I would have a hard time putting a price on that." The answer shocked Li Huayan so much he practically shrank into a chibi. "It's that valuable. Then repaying them will be really difficult." He automatically shriveled up from the shock of hearing the value. Li Zhenyan stood up. "Not everything that can be repaid with money is necessarily a true gift. The elixir they sent is something that can't be valued in gold or silver." Seeing his younger brother at a loss for what to do, Li Zhenyan made a bold decision. "We'll form a merchant alliance. We'll gather everyone and make a big move that will earn the world's respect." The words merchant alliance shocked Li Huayan so much his glasses nearly fell off. Why suddenly form a merchant alliance? Li Zhenyan calmly explained the differences between the partners who had sent elixirs. There are large guilds like the Taihu Merchant Guild, but there are also places like Zhuyang's Shifeng Escort Agency. One is a merchant group that can't even afford to form its own escort team. If I create a merchant alliance to protect them, that itself will be my repayment. Li Huayan was still in shock, worried about the scale of the plan. "But isn't this too big of a project, brother?" Li Zhenyan reassured him. "We don't need a massive start. First, we'll just bring the Taihu Merchant Guild and the Shifeng Escort Agency into the alliance. When you receive something that can't be repaid with money, you can only repay it with something beyond money." Li Huayan began to delve into the operational details. "What about the membership fee regulations?" Li Zhenyan scanned the scrolls on the table and replied briefly, "Keep the rules simple, just like Emperor Gaozu Liu Bang's laws." When Li Huayan questioned the ultimate goal of all this, Zhenyan's lips curled into a slight smirk. He recalled the previous battles where he had suppressed other rival forces. "The goal is clear. Ever since the young master gave the Guyang clan and those Shaoxian sect brats a proper thrashing the street, thugs have mostly disappeared. The strongest calls the shots. We use our fists to restore order, simple and effective." Li Zhenyan recalled the words of Zhuyang. "Later, when I'm even stronger, I can help protect our escort agency too," he mused, reflecting on his position. The most important thing is still protecting the merchants' lives. He realized that having a faster way to send alerts during an emergency would be even better. This was because they needed to respond in time to the unexpected dangers found on the trade routes of the Murim world. One step faster, and you live. One beat slower, and it's game over. Li Huayan asked worriedly, "But brother, what if even the Great Tiger Merchant Group's guards can't hold them off?" Zhenyan nodded in acknowledgement. "If even a massive group like Great Tiger is in trouble, then a Murim sect must be involved. Perhaps even some notorious dark forces have stuck their noses in." Faced with that threat, he stated firmly, "If that happens, I'll step in and handle it myself." This decision left Li Huayan stunned. "Brother, you're going to go personally." Zhenyan explained that the spiritual elixir the merchant leader gave him was truly priceless. It had been an immense help in breaking through his power limits. Li Huayan asked excitedly, "Does that mean you've become a lot stronger now, brother?" Receiving a confirming nod and a "that's right" from his brother, the boy cheered happily. "That's amazing." The conversation then shifted to naming the new organization. Li Huayan suggested, so what should we call the Merchant Alliance, the Great Merchant Union? But then he shook his head, feeling that union sounded a bit clunky. He decided, let's just call it the Great Merchant Guild. Zhenyan agreed. Yeah, let's go with that. Get things ready. As he was about to leave, Li Huayan called out, "Oh brother," he started complaining with a tired look. "Ever since you came back, my workload just keeps growing and growing. I've been busy to death lately." Seeing his brother offer an apology, Li Huayan suddenly gave a bright smile. "But actually, I'm happy. Because for a merchant being busy is a blessing." Zhenyan let out a small smirk, sensing his younger brother's passion. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from outside. Shaking the atmosphere, someone yelled, "Young Master Manager." Both brothers turned toward the door alert as a subordinate rushed in frantically. Gasping for air, he cheered like a madman. "We did it! We did it!" Zhenyan looked at the man's breathless state and asked coldly, "Did what exactly?" The subordinate at the door suddenly turned pale and screamed, "This is bad." Before the good news could even sink in, the bad news hit them like a freight train. The Guiyang clan leader is here with his top disciples. Hearing this report, Li Zhenyan gasped in shock. "What?" In the main hall of the Yinsha merchant group, the head of the Guiyang clan, Duan Yucheng, sat with a face full of burning rage. He slammed his teacup onto the table. It shattered with a sharp crash as he roared. Thinking back to that humiliation at the Monarch Assembly, "I'm still fuming. I'll never let this grudge go." He couldn't swallow his anger upon hearing that Zhu Yangho had lost his life to a mere merchant disciple. He glared at his 3 sons and his disciple. He gave a cold command. "The 3 of you, one by one, will duel the young master of the Yinsha merchant group." His eyes flashed with malice as he emphasized that a single victory wouldn't be enough to wash away their shame. He hissed through gritted teeth, "That brat is not allowed to die peacefully. You hear me?" They all replied in unison. "Yes, sir." The 3 young masters of the Guiyang clan began to gossip about the upcoming match. Shen Zhaobai, a relative of the Guiyang family, asked nonchalantly, "Are we using weapons?" He confidently showed off his hands. "I've trained in palm techniques, so I'm not worried. Beating him barehanded is much more satisfying." Meanwhile, the second son, Gu Yangming, an arrogant swordsman, he looked on with disdain as the third son, Gu Yangyun, appeared anxious. Gu Yangyun gripped his saber hesitantly. "I'm not that confident. I think I'll stick to my blade." Hearing that Gu Yangming immediately mocked him. "What, our opponent is just a rich brat from some merchant group and you're already losing your nerve." Despite Gu Yangyun's reminder that their opponent was the one who defeated Zhu Yangho, a man with years of Murim experience, Gu Yangming brushed it off with total contempt. "Experience? Pfft. Zhu Yangho only lost because he was a useless weakling." He lost his patience and shouted, "Enough talk. Tell that young master to get out here right now. I'm starting to lose my damn mind." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over the entire group. A servant with a tangent-like physique and muscles like solid rock appeared calmly ordering, "The young master invites you all to the side villa. Please have your meal before we move." Their fiery tempers cooled instantly when they ran into this literal human wall, witnessing a whole line of servants all bald, towering, and radiating an overwhelming pressure. Gu Yangming couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, stammering in shock. How the hell is every servant here so incredibly buff? The group could do nothing. They followed silently as the giants led the way. As soon as the report came in, "Young master, the guests have arrived." Li Zhenyan stepped leisurely into the main hall to greet them. Seeing the Guiyang clan members entering the villa, he gave a polite social smile. "It's been a long and tiring journey for you all." One by one, the 3 young men of the Guiyang family stepped forward to pay their respects. Zhenyan looked over at the clan leader standing majestically behind them and said calmly, "I didn't expect the clan leader to come here in person." Zhu Yangsheng smirked slightly. He spoke with heavy undertones. "It was quite rude of me to drop in unannounced like this. I simply wanted to see the young master's skills with my own eyes." One side played it polite, while the other acted as the uninvited guest. Knowing exactly why they had come on this unfriendly visit, Zhenyan cut straight to the point. "You all came here today for a duel, I assume. In that case, I'll let the Guiyang clan decide the rules." Clan leader Zhu Yangsheng immediately made his demand. "Can my sons receive some guidance from the young master?" He laid out a set of rules that were incredibly simple, yet brutally harsh. The rules are simple. Leave the ring, lose consciousness, or lose the ability to move, and you're done. Li Zhenyan gave a slight nod. His eyes didn't waver for a second. "Keep it brief." "Good. Let's start." As soon as the words were out, Gu Yangming stepped onto the stage, taking a confident stance. Watching from afar, Patriarch Zhu Yangsheng thought maliciously to himself, "I can't wait to see that merchant prince on his knees, begging for his life. Imagining victory before the fight even starts. That's pure delusion." But the moment he faced him head-on, Gu Yangming suddenly felt an invisible crushing pressure. He narrowed his eyes at Li Zhenyan, his heart filled with an uncontrollable dread. Something's wrong. This isn't just some merchant heir. This is someone who's survived the bloodiest storms of the martial world. His killing intent is overwhelming. A massive doubt clawed at his mind. Could it be? that defeating Zhu Yanghe wasn't just a stroke of luck. Seeing Li Zhenyan standing there casually with his hands behind his back, Gu Yangming asked, "Well, is the young master not planning to draw his sword?" Li Zhenyan simply replied, "I'll just wing it." That blatant contempt made Gu Yangming's blood boil. He let out a cold smirk. "You'd better worry about yourself first, pretty boy." Li Zhenyan moved like lightning. A punch packed with 1,000 pounds of force slammed directly into his opponent's face, leaving him only enough time to gasp out "Ack." A thunderous explosion echoed as a powerful shockwave sent Gu Yangming flying for several meters, crashing straight through the stone walls of the villa. The fight ended before it even really began. As the thick dust settled, it revealed Gu Yangming lying motionless among the ruins. Seeing his pride and joy defeated in a single blow, Patriarch Zhu Yangsheng's eyes widened in horror. He ground his teeth so hard he crushed the teacup in his hand, the sharp clink of shattering porcelain piercing the silent arena. Li Zhenyan calmly dusted off his hands. He looked at the fallen loser and let out a mocking sigh. "Honestly, that's why I told you to draw your sword earlier." He turned to the others and said coldly, "Next." But while the tension at the villa was at a breaking point, Miao Xiang was on her way to the laundry docks. She stomped along, muttering in a rage. "Those bastards from the Justice Union got exactly what they deserved. I should have smashed that guy's head in while I had the chance," she huffed, ignoring the booming sounds of battle coming from the young master's fight behind her. Some people don't need to see it with their own eyes to know who's carrying the team. Witnessing his brother's pathetic defeat, Gu Yangyun could no longer keep his cool. He turned to Shen Zhaobai and said, "I'm going in. Shen, please look after my brother." After a quick nod from his comrade, Gu Yangyun stepped into the center of the ring. He growled, "Judging by your strength, there's no point in holding back. Please, enlighten me, Mr. Li." Li Zhenyan smirked and gave a challenging gesture. "After you, Master Zhu Yang." A crimson killing intent erupted as Gu Yangyun drew his blade, his eyes burning with determination. He roared, "Here I come," and charged like a cyclone. The sheer force of his movement caused the stones beneath his feet to shatter into pieces. Facing the oncoming blade, Li Zhenyan inwardly appraised him, decisive. This guy actually lives up to his weapon's reputation. A man with nothing left to lose is dangerous, and when someone gambles their very life, it's truly terrifying. Just as the blade was inches away, Li Zhenyan made his move. He calmly whispered to himself, "One move." Gu Yangyun's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he screamed, "What?" He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Li Zhenyan had used nothing but his bare fingers to swat away the razor-sharp strike. His mind screamed, "He read my movement," and blocked it with just one hand. In that instant, the gap between them wasn't just about technique, it was about a whole different level of existence. Suddenly, blue lightning crackled once again in Li Zhenyan's hand. He remarked coldly, "Your form is at the 5th stage, but your actual power is barely at the 3rd. While Gu Yangyun was still reeling from his strike being blocked, Li Zhenyan launched his counterattack immediately. He roared, 10-stage white lightning, thunder roar. A world-shaking explosion followed. The ground shattered, and a wall of dust tore through the villa's courtyard. As the dust cleared, Gu Yangyun was face down on the ground, completely incapacitated. Seeing both young masters of the great family taken down so fast, Shen Zhaobai gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his face. He thought to himself, even the 3rd son was taken out that easily. This is bad. Maybe we should just stop the duel here. If all 3 of us lose, it'll be a total disaster. With no other choice, Shen Zhaobai slowly walked to the center of the stage. He crouched down, placing his hand on the ground to feel the lingering energy. With eyes burning with combat spirit, he told himself, "The eldest was a brawler, and I specialize in palm strikes. How could I possibly pass up this chance?" Shen Zhaobai flashed a confident smile. He bowed respectfully, but his voice was dripping with challenge. "Young master, please, show me what you've got." Li Zhenyan looked at his final opponent with an indifferent, almost sleepy expression. He began rewrapping the bandages on his hands, preparing for a real fistfight. Deep down, Li Zhenyan gave a small nod of approval. Finally, someone who knows what they're doing. This might actually be interesting. He smirked, his sharp eyes locking onto Shen Zhaobai. Then he coldly replied, "Be my guest." Instantly, Li Zhenyan lunged forward with terrifying speed, and the two of them clashed head-on without a moment's hesitation. But Shen Zhaobai's attacks didn't seem to faze him at all. Seeing that Li Zhenyan was only defending, he started to get cocky, then try and block this. He moved with lightning speed, turning into a whirlwind as he struck. But even that move failed to land. Li Zhenyan thought, that move had potential. But there's way too much wasted movement. With that, he snatched one of the man's legs and squeezed hard, making him howl in agony. To finish it off, he slammed him down with a massive thud, cracking the very foundation of the courtyard. And just like that, the duel was over. He let out a bored huff and strolled toward the patriarch, who was sitting in grim silence in the distance. Li Zhenyan stopped. His cold, sharp gaze pierced right through the man as he declared loudly, "The duel is over." Seeing the other man remain silent, he smirked and made a provocative cutthroat gesture. What is the head of the Yucheng family not satisfied? The question was like a bucket of cold water dumped on Yucheng's pride. The old man's eyes glowed with an eerie red light. A chilling killing intent radiated from him as he ground his teeth so hard they audibly scraped. His hands clenched so tightly they trembled with humiliation, his mind screaming in frustration. He had just faced the young master of a mere merchant guild, and had lost all 3 matches. Yucheng mentally sized up his opponent with absolute horror. This guy is no ordinary person. It would be useless even if I swapped him for someone else from the Yucheng family, he bitterly realized, recognizing his dire situation. Damn it, if this continues in the Emperor's society, we'll not only lose all our face, we'll become a laughingstock. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on the sly old man's face. Instead of continuing the hostility, he retracted his killing intent and changed his tone, speaking cryptically. Young Master Zhenyan, how about we take a little walk? Just a moment ago they wanted to fight to the death, and now he's inviting him for a stroll like old friends. He changes his tune faster than a striking viper. The two of them began to walk through the bustling market, where crowds of people bustled back and forth under the warm sun. Looking at the prosperous scene around them, the family head sighed softly. Truly a peaceful place. Your merchant guild must have quite a few suppliers, right? Zhenyan remained silent, his eyes narrowing with suspicion, as if he could smell a rat. As they walked, the family head suddenly stopped, turned to Zhenyan, and got straight to the point. I won't mince words. Are you interested in joining the Emperor's society? The sudden offer made Zhenyan pause. The old man continued to entice him with attractive conditions. Not the Yingxia Merchant Guild, just you. Just join as an ordinary martial artist, and the Emperor's society will protect the entire Yingxia Merchant Guild. Zhenyan repeated the name thoughtfully, the Emperor's Society. It was an infamous organization in the martial world, with the 4 great illustrious families, as its core led by the Nangong, Dugu, Murong, and Shimen families. But in the end, aren't they just a bunch of outcasts left over after the martial arts alliance recentered itself around the 9 great sects? Li Zhenyan spoke softly, shattering the atmosphere with a sharp assessment of the Emperor's Society. You'd think it was a gathering of elites, but in reality, it's just a collection bin for has-beens. Faced with this skepticism, Yucheng continued to walk leisurely, explaining calmly. That may be so, but is there a problem? At the end of the day, you could call it an organization in friendly competition with the Martial Arts Alliance. Friendly competition. A nice way of saying rivals, but to put it bluntly, they aren't even in the same league. Zhenyan silently sized up the cunning old man before him. I heard the Yucheng family just joined the Emperor's Society not long ago. No wonder they're so desperate to save face. As they walked, Yucheng began to lament his situation. I heard that Zhu Yongho's subordinates have been spreading stories about you everywhere. Thanks to that, I have no face left. The old man suddenly stopped and placed a hand on Zhenyan's shoulder with a look of fake sincerity. But I don't blame you. I just hope you'll come to the Emperor's Society with me, so I can salvage a bit of my dignity. Seeing Zhenyan's silence, he started to lay out his plan. It's not that difficult. In this situation, the only way is for the young master of the Yingxia Merchant Guild to join the society so that others will think you are under my command. What if I refuse? The smile on Yucheng's lips suddenly turned sinister. Why? There's no disadvantage for you. Is the young master of a merchant guild really that slow with his calculations? He continued to pressure him with contemptuous words. What does the heir of a merchant guild gain from joining the Emperor's Society? You don't lack for money, yet you'd be taking the seat of a common martial artist. Zhenyan couldn't be bothered to argue further. He turned his back decisively and walked away. If you don't want to have a match with me, then fine. This certainly wasn't a pleasant stroll. Watching the young master's back disappear up the stairs, Yucheng suddenly stopped his voice, a threatening growl. Hey young master, I'm giving you one last chance. Do you want to see the entire Yingxia Merchant Guild wiped out? The old man's face twisted with malice. He roared. With the power of the Yucheng family, sparing your life and turning you into a public enemy would be as easy as flipping my hand. He moved in closer, his bloodshot eyes burning with madness. You think I don't dare? Are you strong enough to stop me? Is that it? Yucheng lunged to grab Zhenyan, shouting through gritted teeth. Even so, you dare make an enemy of the Emperor's Society. How can you disregard someone's goodwill like this? Suddenly, with lightning speed, Zhenyan unleashed a powerful strike, sending the old man flying back amidst a cloud of dust. He said coldly, Enough, you lunatic. A hand of steel clamped around Yucheng's throat and lifted him off the ground. He stared directly into the old man's eyes, which were wide with terror. He issued a cold threat. If I kill you right now, I will wipe out the entire Yucheng family. So, what do you think? The question sounded like he was taking a survey. A survey on exterminating a clan. Zhenyan leaned close to the old man's ear, a vicious smile on his face. And then I'll frame your eldest son as the murderer. Want to test me? Backed into a corner, Yucheng let out a strange laugh. He forced out the words, In my life, I've heard many vicious things, but I fear that last sentence will be the hardest to forget. He reached out and grabbed Zhenyan's wrist, his eyes burning with fury. Truly a man who knows no etiquette. and gives no thought to the consequences. But you should wait until you have the strength to back up those words. Instantly, a plume of virulent green poison smoke erupted violently. Zhu Yangsheng screamed maniacally, "This is the demonic poison palm I perfected to deal with the 4 great family heads. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand this?" It was his last resort, a desperate all-or-nothing attack. Zhenyan faltered for a second, as the poisonous mist began to seep in. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes blazed with azure lightning. Zhu Yangsheng, stunned, realized something was terribly wrong, stammering in disbelief. "What, my poison is being incinerated by lightning energy?" A massive pillar of lightning erupted from Zhenyan's body, disintegrating all the poison gas and blasting the old man away. Zhu Yangsheng collapsed to the ground, repeatedly spitting up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Looking down at the defeated man, gasping at his feet, Zhenyan commented coldly, "All that bravado at the start, and this is all you've got. Perhaps it's because my White Lightning 10-stage art has already reached the 8th stage." Zhu Yangsheng clumsily staggered back to his feet. Though blood continued to pour from his mouth, he tried to maintain one last shred of arrogance. "If you're going to kill me, do it right here. Killing me will only make you a public enemy." The old man gritted his teeth, spitting out a venomous challenge. "But what about the Sovereign Union backing me? How do you plan to handle them? Things have already gone this far." Who was really the one at a loss here? Zhenyan didn't flinch for a second. He stepped closer, leaning down to look the old man dead in the eye. With cold certainty he declared, "The one losing is you." Like a flash of lightning, Zhenyan grabbed the man's head once again. He slammed Zhu Yangsheng's face into the dirt, pinning him down. His voice was a low growl, radiating a killing intent that chilled the very marrow of the bone. "Zhu Yangsheng, for the words you just spoke, I will make you regret them for the rest of your miserable life." Li Zhenyan began to move. He dragged Zhu Yangsheng's battered body into the middle of the courtyard as everyone watched in absolute horror. A dull thud echoed as he tossed the man down like trash. The disciples of the Zhu Yang clan cried out in panic, "Patriarch Father." The villa instantly descended into chaos at the sight of such an impossible scene. Amidst the fearful questioning, "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" Zhenyan remained ice cold. The sheer pressure he emitted made everyone shudder. He barked out an order, "Shut up, unless you want me to turn you into a corpse like Zhu Yangsheng here." Seeing their leader gasping for air under his feet, the henchmen stood frozen. Not a single person dared to breathe a word. One disciple asked tremblingly, Is father still alive?" His voice sounded like he was on the verge of tears. Zhenyan replied coldly, "He's alive for now. Mu Renche, get a carriage ready outside." Seeing Zhenyan preparing to leave, one subordinate reminded him anxiously, "Young master, you'll need a proper reason to explain all of this. I mean, the damage is already done. Now you're worried about an explanation." He let out a mocking smirk. "A reason, you say?" Then he announced loudly for everyone to hear, "He threatened me. He said if I didn't help him, he'd wipe out the Unha merchant group and make me the scapegoat." Facing their stunned and doubtful stares, Zhenyan gave a sharp command. "Now I'm heading to the Sovereign Union to report this. You guards follow me to act as witnesses." However, someone rushed forward to stop him. "Wait, do you even know where the Sovereign Union is?" The man explained that the Sovereign Union didn't have its own headquarters. They gathered at the estates of the 4 great leaders. Based on the map of the Anhui region, the Murim clan was the closest destination. Zhenyan began organizing his men decisively. Leaving the guard unit and Shuang Bao to keep watch, he turned to his younger brother, Li Huayan. "You handle the fallout here and send word to the Martial Arts Alliance." After receiving a respectful nod of, "As you command," Zhenyan declared coldly, "Let's go," to the Murong clan. The carriage began to roll, leaving the villa behind and cutting through tree-lined roads under the glow of a brilliant sunset. Inside the carriage, Li Zhenyan relaxed, resting his head casually against Zhu Yangsheng's side. The man who was once a powerful patriarch could only sit there in silent humiliation, his face bruised and battered. Amidst the silence of the journey, the old man wheezed out a question. Where is the young master taking me?" As they neared the Murong estate, the atmosphere inside the carriage turned suffocating. Li Zhenyan sat directly across from his defeated opponent, who was now tightly bound. Zhu Yangsheng looked haggard and drained. The old man finally broke the silence with a weak rasp. "I'm thirsty. Bring me some water." The guard traveling with them looked hesitant. He glanced at Zhenyan and replied tentatively, "The young master probably won't allow it." Hearing the refusal, Li Zhenyan suddenly burst out laughing. He reached out and patted the guard's head, throwing out a biting, sarcastic comment. "The patriarch wants water, and you're saying no. How cold of you." But in that exact moment, Zhenyan's eyes turned as sharp as a razor. He suddenly lunged and grabbed the guard's head in a vice-like grip. The veins in his hand bulged as he growled out a realization. "You people aren't from the Zhu Yang clan." The truth hit faster than divine retribution, catching the man off guard. Zhenyan leaned in close, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he interrogated him. "You're assassins, aren't you?" Before the man could even react, a violent surge of blue lightning energy erupted from Zhenyan's hand. The assassin only had time for one final agonizing scream. before the bolt of lightning tore through his body. The explosion of energy rocked the entire carriage, sending the horses outside into a panicked frenzy in the dead of night. Thick white smoke filled the interior. The guard from a moment ago was now nothing but a charred corpse. The other subordinate gasped in pure terror. "Young master, what happened?" Zhenyan acted as if nothing had occurred. He commanded coldly, "It's nothing. Keep moving." He turned his gaze to the remaining guard. His eyes seemed to pierce through the traitor's very soul. "I'm asking you, are you hired assassins?" Under the crushing pressure, the man trembled and admitted that they were. Zhenyan pushed further. "What's the name of your organization?" The man stuttered out everything. "The Gold and Silver Assassins Guild, split into the Gold Killers and Silver Killers. I belong to the Silver Branch." Zhenyan let out a disdainful smirk. "Quite a fancy name. Clearly you people are just obsessed with money." He turned to the silent Zhu Yucheng. "Hey Zhu Yucheng, how much did you pay them?" The tied-up old man gritted his teeth. "Why are you asking?" That Zhenyan glanced over the man's body and replied nonchalantly, "Because you still have plenty of intact parts left." Suddenly, he ordered the carriage to stop. Zhu Yucheng mumbled 800 taels per person. Zhenyan turned back to the assassin. "You there, is that a good price?" The man answered honestly. "Compared to the usual rate, it's actually a lot." But Zhenyan immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. "Wrong. That 800 taels already includes the price of your life. It's your fee and your funeral costs, all in one lifetime package." Zhenyan pointed a finger directly at the assassin's face. He exposed the dark plot. "Your leader has already sold you out to Zhu Yucheng. Once the job at the Unha merchant group was done, you would have died by his hand anyway, being sold off like a piece of baggage while working for hire. Capitalist slaves are the same in every era." He glanced at Zhu Yucheng and added more salt to the wound. "To avoid any suspicion from your families, killing the assassins is the cleanest way. He's very thorough. He doesn't want any dirty blood on him since he's part of the righteous's path. You should understand that by now." Seeing the assassin's face turn pale, Zhenyan let out a mocking sigh. "A human life for only 800 taels. How cheap. If only you'd put more effort into your training, you wouldn't have been sold for pennies. Whatever people who kill for money aren't even worth calling human." Suddenly, Zhenyan raised his hands and the sound of his knuckles cracking filled the air. He was getting ready for his next move. His eyes burned with rage as he looked ahead. "What a respectable life, you bastards." Zhenyan glanced out the carriage window, coldly taking stock of his pursuers. Outside there were 3 assassins, 1 cripple, and 1 corpse. The carriage proceeded calmly into the territory of the Murim family. As dusk fell and a familiar figure came into view, the surrounding crowd began to murmur, "Look, isn't that the head of the Guiyang family?" But immediately astonished, whispers erupted. "But who's that person with him, and why is the Dokthon's family head in such a state?" Murong Bin, the current head of the Murong family, stepped out, his eyes narrowing in suspicion at the sight of his old acquaintance. "Brother Guiyang, what brings you here?" Seeing his old friend with an expression like he'd just seen a ghost, and noticing the wound on Zhu Yucheng's neck, he couldn't help but ask in shock, "What happened to your neck?" His gaze then shifted to the young man. To the unfamiliar face accompanying him, he asked, "And who might this be? I don't believe we've met. I am Murong Bin, head of the Murong family." "And you are young master Li Zhenyan," calmly replied with an air of authority. "I am the young master of the Yunha Merchant Guild, Li Zhenyan." The name gave Murong Bin pause. A flicker of suspicion about the current head of the Murong family crossed his mind. He immediately turned to question Zhu Yucheng. "Brother Guiyang, why is the young master with you, and why is he bound like a criminal?" Into the tense silence, Li Zhenyan spoke up coldly. "Let me explain. It's like this. These are the men hired by Zhu Yucheng." He began to expose the entire truth about the men Zhu Yucheng had hired to assassinate him. Hearing this, Murong Bin grew worried. He thought to himself, he dared to threaten the Merchant Guild. This is a serious matter. Brother, if this news gets out, the Martial Arts Alliance will laugh us to scorn. It would be better to just imprison the young master. Murong Bin looked directly at Zhenyan, probing him. What was the young master of the Yunha Merchant Guild thinking coming here? Are you here to report this because you fear future repercussions? In response to the suspicion, Zhenyan calmly turned the question back. If the Murong family head were in my position, what would you do? Murong Bin pondered for a moment before declaring firmly, for someone who murdered my family and turned me into a criminal, there is no other way but to kill them. But then he looked at the man tied up before him and sighed with calculation. But if that person were Zhu Yucheng, one must also consider the Guiyang family, and the eyes of the martial world. Suddenly, the bound Zhu Yucheng gritted his teeth and roared in bitter resentment. If you all hadn't laughed at me, hadn't mocked me for losing to a young master from a merchant guild, if you hadn't ridiculed me at the family head's assembly. He accepted his loss, but chose to blame society. He screamed manically, placing all the blame on those around him. It's all your fault. Since your mockery started this, you have to help me. What are you waiting for? Help me. This time, I'll do anything. Enough. Murong Bin coldly cut off Zhu Yucheng's pathetic plea, sharply ending the performance. He looked down at the defeated man at his feet and warned in a low voice, "Don't make any more of a scene, or I, Murong Bin, will be ridiculed as well." Witnessing this scene, Li Zhenyan merely observed in silence. Murong Bin immediately gave an order to his subordinate, "Take those 3 assassins and lock them up, keep a close watch. Don't let them die." The disciple bowed in obedience, "Understood." With that handled, Murong Bin turned to Zhenyan with a polite smile. "My apologies, young master. Our reception was truly lacking." He sighed, indicating he was on his side. "The Sovereign's Guild cannot allow such a person to infiltrate our ranks. You've been through a lot." Guessing the guest's intention, he offered, "If you are not leaving right away, why not join me for a meal?" Zhenyan smirked to himself. "Sounds good. It seems the long journey wasn't a waste." At a lavish banquet table, Zhenyan casually enjoyed the delicacies, the sounds of his eating cutting through the atmosphere. Silence. As Murong Bin observed him, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The young master of the Unha Merchant Guild managed to defeat the head of the Guyang family. Where on earth did a character like this come from? He put down his wine cup and got straight to the point. "Young master, how should we handle this matter? Have you come up with a solution?" Zhenyan wiped his mouth and replied calmly, "I cannot kill Zhu Yangsheng with my own hands, but I will deal with this within the rules. What do you think?" He began to outline a calculated move to take Zhu Yangsheng to the martial arts alliance. His opponent's pleading eyes could already see how smoothly the blame would be shifted. Zhenyan explained, "This way, the Guyang family's resentment will be directed at the martial arts alliance, which is a way to protect both you and me." He added another point to persuade the family head. "Even if the Sovereign's Guild's reputation suffers a little, it's not more important than this. The other family heads will surely agree." Murong Bin nodded in agreement. That's very reasonable." Abruptly, Zhenyan placed his chopsticks on the table with a dry clatter. He looked directly at Murong Bin and asked a question heavy with meaning. This might be impertinent to ask, but did the previous family head, Murong Qiu, perform the golden basin hand-washing ceremony? In the middle of dinner, the topic sharply shifted to a secret of the martial world. The question made Murong Bin's face suddenly darken with sadness. He sighed, "Young master, your news of the martial world is quite outdated. My father has been missing for over a year." This news stunned Zhenyan. Missing Murong Bin continued bitterly. "Even our own family members were sent to search, but to this day there's been no result. I have been living with the sin of being an unfilial son ever since." Hearing this, a frightening coincidence flashed in Zhenyan's mind. 1 year ago, that's the exact same time I was regressed. He recalled the image of a blood-soaked Murong Qiu from Duan Yucheng's memories. A horrifying truth began to emerge. That means it wasn't just me. Murong Qiu died too. Could it be? Li Zhenyan looked pensively at Murong Bin and suddenly asked, "Did your father ever encounter the demonic sect?" The question made the atmosphere heavy. "Not the underworld, but the demonic sect. But I heard they've been quiet for over 20 years. He leaned back in his chair. He gazed out at the quiet courtyard and continued his train of thought. If the demonic sect truly has resurfaced, how could it be this quiet? And it's strange that they would only target my father. Zhenyan took a sip of tea, his eyes turning sharp as he proposed a hypothesis. If the previous family head was ambushed by multiple swordsmen, what would you think? Murong Bin replied without a hint of hesitation. It would be a vicious fight, but my father wouldn't be easily taken down by just a few swordsmen. But Zhenyan immediately added a statement that left the old family head stunned. What if all of them were at the Dao Sword Impervious Realm? Murong Bin's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, memories of his death in his previous life flooded Zhenyan's mind. Little by little, he recalled the enemies he had faced since he was born, those who could take a 9-stage thunderstrike and still live. He bitterly recognized the disparity. But in this current body of Li Zhenyan, he couldn't even withstand an 8-stage thunderstrike. It was like going from maximum power down to a beta test. The feeling of being nerfed was overwhelming. Zhenyan concluded that their level back then was truly abnormal. At the very least, they had reached the realm of Dao Sword Impervious. It wasn't that he had gotten weaker, his opponents were just too strong. He understood that if the enemy also had people using bizarre dark arts working together, then the only ones who could hold their own would be beings from the outer heavens, those who live above the sky itself. Zhenyan fell silent and drained his teacup. His heart filled with doubt. Even his own son couldn't find a trace of him. What is the demonic sect hiding? What does the demonic sect truly want? Meanwhile, in a deep, dark canyon, a bolt of green lightning suddenly tore through the sky. Amidst the oppressive darkness, a figure walked leisurely and whispered a name, Sword Demon. The sound of footsteps echoed between the steep cliffs. A man was sitting silently on a boulder, his hand on a longsword, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Finally found you. The Sword King's location. The man holding the fan approached calmly, his blood-red eyes glowing under the brim of his hat. He chuckled softly. "Ah, you've worked hard, heavenly demon." The Sword Demon stood up, revealing a sinister and arrogant smile. He looked up at the dark figures gathering on the high mountain peaks and gave a cold command. "All of you prepare to move." Under the hazy moonlight, dozens of demonic sect assassins lay in wait on the cliffs, ready for the final order. The sword demon gazed into the distance and declared in a low growl, "It's time to hunt the king." Just hearing that makes them sound like a hell-mode final boss. Under a torrential downpour that soaked the ancient rooftops, Zhenyan sat in silence with his tea. His mind was relentlessly spinning with unsolved mysteries. Even a son searching for his own father couldn't find a single trace. Why is the demonic sect operating in such secrecy? What is it that they are truly after? At a lavish banquet in the Murim family estate, he asked, "Please tell me more about the situation with the other top masters." He might be eating, but getting the latest gossip from the martial world was the main event. Murim Bin replied grimly. "The situation you ask." Murim Bin began to recount what he knew. "Not long ago, I had an audience with the Dao Emperor. He is still in good health." He recalled the meeting where Dao Emperor Nangong Wu had let out a hearty laugh. Actually, Senior Zhu Yangsheng yelled that we were mocking him, but when you think about it, the Dao Emperor was the one laughing the loudest. While the others only managed forced smiles because of the tense atmosphere, the Dao Emperor couldn't have cared less what anyone else thought. Murim Bin observed. The rest of us just looked awkward because it was so tense. It's no wonder the Zhu Yang family head's pride was hurt. But the Dao Emperor was never the type to worry about such things. If he doesn't approve of someone, he'll just coldly ignore them. The conversation then shifted to other legends of the martial world. Regarding the sword god, Murim Bin said, "As for the sword god, I heard he went into seclusion to train half a year ago, for a senior master from the outer heavens, like him. I have no idea what peak of martial arts he could possibly want to sharpen further. He's already at max level and he's still grinding. He really doesn't give anyone else a chance to catch up." As for the Sword Emperor, his whereabouts were even more mysterious. The Sword Emperor has no fixed residence. He often wanders the world, so news about him is hard to come by. The last time he stopped by, I told him my father had gone missing, and I haven't heard from him since. Meanwhile, the Sword King had chosen a more peaceful path. After semi-retiring, the Sword King is now focused on training his disciples. When the final name was mentioned, Zhenyan's hand, which was holding his teacup, suddenly froze. Murim Bin continued with a hint of caution. As for Duan Yucheng, well, he has such a violent temperament that even my father was wary of him, so no one really knows his current status. He's probably roaming the world looking for trouble, or maybe destroying some dark sect somewhere. The old man sighed and concluded, "It's hard to get along with someone like that." Zhenyan slammed his teacup on the table with a sharp clack. He looked directly at the man and asked, "What exactly is Duan Yucheng's personality like that makes him so unapproachable?" The question left Murim Bin utterly stunned. You don't know." The old man began to list a series of terrifying deeds that would make anyone tremble in fear. Even juniors from the righteous faction who he deemed arrogant would often get a beating, and if any seniors from the unorthodox faction rubbed him the wrong way, he'd thrash them to a pulp. Heretics and demons, he kills them on sight, and he slapped the faces of more than just one or two heirs from prestigious families. His life principle is very clear. If I don't like what I see, I deal with it on the spot. Hearing this description of his past self, Zhenyan could only let out a soft ha-ha. He crossed his arms, lost in thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke with conviction. But he is a man of his word. If he makes a promise, he keeps it. Murim Bin continued his story about Duan Yucheng with a look of pure admiration. He wouldn't even hesitate to challenge his own seniors, which gives you the feeling that he was born to be a pure martial artist. The old man sighed softly, recalling what he'd heard from the previous generation. "According to what my father used to say, it seems he lived a rather lonely life." Hearing this, Zhenyan lowered his eyes, took a sip of tea, and murmured as if to himself, "Not entirely lonely." The unexpected comment left Murim Bin speechless. He asked again, "What did you say?" Zhenyan immediately snapped out of his trance and casually covered his tracks. "Nothing, I just said, the food is delicious." Changing the subject with lightning speed, he got straight to the point. "So are you planning to return to the merchant caravan now?" Zhenyan nodded. "That's right." Seeing an opportunity, the Murim family head proposed, "If you don't have anything urgent to attend to, why don't you, the young master, go to the martial alliance in person?" This suggestion took Zhenyan by surprise. The next day, at the Murim estate, everything was ready. Murim Bin nodded in agreement. "That's an excellent idea. If you testify yourself, young master, you'll be able to present the case exactly as you wish." He then introduced a special traveling companion. As it happens, someone from the Murim family who was on business nearby is on their way back. They can accompany you, young master. This man is Bai Hanqing of the Murim Alliance. A man with long hair and a long scar on his cheek stepped forward, cupping his hands respectfully. "Bai Hanqing greets you." As for the prisoner, Murim Bin made thorough arrangements. "We will escort Zhu Yangsheng separately. You two can go ahead using your lightness skill." Bai Hanqing replied decisively, "Understood." Before departing, Zhenyan didn't forget to add, "Oh, one more thing. While I'm away, I hope you will look after the Enzia Merchant Guild." Murim Bin smiled reassuringly. "Please rest assured, the warriors of the Murim family have already arrived to protect it." At the Merchant Guild, Li Huayan had also come out to greet the escort party from the Murong family. With a relieved expression, Zhenyan cupped his hands in a formal salute. That's good then. I will not forget the kindness of the Murong family head. However, he still had another concern. And one more thing. Those assassins seem to belong to the Gold and Silver Assassins Guild. I hope the Emperor's Society can investigate this organization. Once their hideout is found, I will also lend my strength. Murong Bin nodded in agreement. It's a small matter. I understand. He looked at Zhenyan with a profound gaze. In truth, the Murong family had been preparing for a major battle. Zhenyan smirked with confidence. Thanks to the family head's brilliant foresight, I can leave with peace of mind. With that one simple compliment, the diplomatic deal was sealed. Thank you. And with that word, Li Zhenyan and Bai Hanqing simultaneously bent their knees, unleashed their superior lightness skill, and shot off like two streaks of light, tearing through the night sky toward the Murim alliance. At this rate, even a horse would quit its job. Watching Li Zhenyan's figure disappear into the distance, Murong Bin let out an amused chuckle, appraising him silently. The great young master of a merchant guild heading off to battle alone. What an interesting man. 4 days later, the journey to the Murim alliance continued. Li Zhenyan and Bai Hanqing relentlessly used their lightness skill to cross majestic mountain ranges, but the atmosphere between them was silent. Getting bored, Zhenyan grumbled in his head, he's just as dry as I am. In all these days, he's only said a handful of sentences to me. Throughout the journey, Bai Hanqing only uttered short phrases like, time to go, or let's rest a bit, then continue. The replies from Zhenyan's side were just as brief. As the two entered a bustling town amidst the dense crowd, a stranger suddenly bumped hard into Bai Hanqing's shoulder. The man bowed his head slightly. My apologies, and quickly passed by, his eyes narrowed with vigilance. When he glanced at a nearby notice board, he realized the man who just bumped into him perfectly matched a name on the wanted list, Yin Ke the Lecher. It seems I just saw someone on the Murim's public wanted list. Kill or capture is permitted. Then he shot off in pursuit. The wanted man was startled and terrified. He immediately fled, causing chaos in the streets as people screamed in panic. Watching the enemy's fleeing figure, Hanqing thought to himself, so noisy. He sure runs fast. He knew that recently many rogue masters dissatisfied with the Murim Alliance's methods had been frequently capturing and killing its members. The fact that a wanted man would dare to show his face on the street without a disguise made him suspicious. He chased him to a deserted area and immediately understood the situation. Just as I thought. It's a trap. A stray wolf went out hunting only to become the prey. 3 figures emerged from the shadows surrounding him. Hanqing glanced at his opponent's hands and made a silent assessment. Looking at those 2 with missing hands, they must have lost to the alliance leader before. He spoke with casual mockery. Are you 2 still breathing? If you had any fight left in you, you would have sought revenge against the alliance leader long ago. Why reveal yourselves in such a pathetic state? Looking at the setup, Zhenyan smirked. Using the Murim's public wanted list as bait, huh? The leader with a long scar on his face grinned sinisterly. He retorted, cutting off hands is a hobby of your alliance leader. As for sending the heads of Murim alliance disciples to him, that's our hobby. Amidst the silence, a mysterious shadow suddenly appeared from behind, remarking playfully, that's a nice hobby. This sudden presence startled the assassins. The leader shouted warily, who's there? Li Zhenyan stood there with a composed demeanor, his sharp eyes looking directly at the men surrounding him as he questioned them coldly. When did you start following us? Faced with the great young master's overwhelming presence, the assassin just smirked. I'm just a guy who enjoys beating up trash like you. News of his appearance immediately sent shockwaves through the martial arts world. Back at the Merchant Guild, Minghu was screaming his head off. Li Zhenyan went to the Murim alliance. Faced with this over-the-top attitude, Huayan calmly explained, the young master went to testify in the Zhuyang family head's case. Got a problem with that. Unable to do anything, this dude sat down and started throwing a tantrum. I have a pact with your Li Zhenyan. Everyone was completely baffled. He was about to declare he'd swing his umbrella 100,000 times, but he stopped afraid of losing face. But this guy was so nuts, he was about to take a dump in front of their gate. He was immediately thrown out by the guards. Minghu had to quickly pull up his pants, muttering, so he snuck off to the Murim alliance. You're looking down on me too much. He resolved to charge straight into the Murim alliance himself. This dude then continued to swing his umbrella, grumbling non-stop as he walked. Bai Hanqing stood behind his eyes, narrowed cautiously, silently assessing the newcomer. When did he start following us? Despite the enemy's aggression, Zhenyan remained strangely calm. He smirked slightly and introduced himself arrogantly. I'm a guy whose hobby is beating people up. The somewhat playful answer made the atmosphere suddenly bizarre. My apologies, I forgot the seniors were here. Well, I've lured him in for you, so I'll be on my way now. I have urgent business to attend to. That dismissive attitude drove the assassin mad. He roared contemptuously, who's beating who? This piece of trash thinks he can. The lecher stepped closer, spewing filthy insults. Hey rogue, you going to take a leak or something? He smirked sinisterly, looking Zhenyan up and down. What's your problem, kid? Why are you so worked up? A strong, healthy guy like you can do it. Zhenyan paused, his eyes suddenly turning ice cold. He turned slightly to ask Bai Hunqing, Bai Hunqing, can we kill a public enemy? Bai Hunqing nodded decisively. Yes. All public enemies of the Murim Alliance are registered with verified information so they can be executed on the spot. The papers are in order, which means the killing is legal. Executed, huh? Zhenyan repeated with a cruel smile. He began to tighten the cloth wraps on his hands as a blue torrent of internal energy started to surge. Bai Hunqing watched, unable to stop a shiver from running down his spine at his partner's changing aura. 3 days of traveling together and… This was the first smile I had seen from him. Seeing this, the assassin lunged forward with a roar. You bastard, you've got guts but you're dead wrong if you think you can take us. He and his lackeys drew their swords simultaneously, launching a frantic assault. A barrage of short blades and silver needles tore through the air, aiming straight for Li Zhenyan's vital points. However, Li Zhenyan moved as swiftly as a phantom. He spun around, dodging the blades by a hair's breadth with incredibly fluid movements. He swatted away all the hidden weapons with his bare hands and declared coldly, I'm sending these right back to you. Quick as a flash, Li Zhenyan launched his counterattack, hurling the weapons back at his opponents with double the 18 force. The sickening sound of blades hitting flesh rang out, followed by the agonizing screams of the assassins. One of them realized the bitter truth in total shock. Did that bastard throw those back just to take me down? Li Zhenyan questioned him. Villain, what gave you such misplaced confidence? His hand glowed with a sinister blue energy as he lunged. Die. It looks like you don't need those parts down there anyway, so let me rip them off for you. He aimed straight for the man's family jewels. Li Zhenyan delivered a powerful strike, shattering the man's arm. As he writhed in agony on the floor, he quickly did a total 180-degree turn in attitude. He pleaded, I surrender. I'll turn myself in to the Martial Arts Alliance. Just please don't touch me. Li Zhenyan sat down coldly and asked, and why exactly are you surrendering now? Stuttering in fear, he stammered, because that way, the case will be closed and I can give you information. Before he could even finish, Li Zhenyan sent him straight to the afterlife to meet his maker. His voice grew even colder. I'm not with the Martial Arts Alliance. And for scum, who dare to target my lower half, death is the only option. Bai Hunqing, who had been watching from the sidelines, asked softly, should we perhaps take him to the Alliance? Li Zhenyan didn't care one bit, and replied firmly, no, he deserved to die. Forget about it. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. A short while later, at a bustling tavern, the air was filled with the constant chatter of the customers. As the two strangers stepped inside under the dim lights of the inn, Bai Hunqing ate his meal while quietly observing Li Zhenyan. He finally spoke up. Young master, you seem to have quite a bit of experience. After seeing that fight, my curiosity about you has finally been satisfied. Imagine watching one fight and having a total life epiphany. Hearing the unexpected remark, Li Zhenyan asked coldly, what were you so curious about? Bai Hunqing shared his thoughts honestly. To be frank, I found it hard to believe that the young master of a merchant group could defeat the head of the Ouyang family. Your name isn't even widely known yet. Li Zhenyan nonchalantly picked up some food and replied simply, I see. However, witnessing the young master's true strength had left Bai Hunqing completely won over. He asserted, but after seeing that battle, it's clear you really do have the skills to back it up. Don't worry, I'll do my best to testify to your strength. After watching him, he went from a skeptic to a total fanboy on the spot. Li Zhenyan took a sip of his soup and thanked him, though he thought to himself, this guy talks a lot. Suddenly, Bai Hunqing slammed his hand onto the table. With a loud thud, he suggested sternly, young master, perhaps you should join the Martial Arts Alliance. Seeing Li Zhenyan's skeptical look, he began to explain. Regarding the differences between the factions, the alliance pays little and the work is exhausting, but as long as you have the skills, that's all that matters. According to the alliance leader, we value individual skill over a person's background. He continued to press his point with persuasive arguments. Young master, someone like you, could gain a lot from the alliance. And I say this because you're also involved with the Imperial Association. But the Martial Arts Alliance is completely different from the Imperial Association. Their work is much easier and the pay is way higher than ours. However, that group is entirely focused on the great families. Outsiders don't stand a chance of succeeding there. The great families always favor their own. And most outsiders are just warriors chasing a big monthly paycheck. When a real war breaks out, they'll scatter like autumn leaves in the wind. Li Zhenyan listened in silence, thinking to himself, the Imperial Association isn't quite like that. That's a bit of a stretch. Just then, a man and a woman on the upper floor spoke up. Good grief, I see it now. It's not the Martial Arts Alliance, it's the Slanderous Alliance. One laugh and the whole conversation took a sharp turn. She glared at Bai Hunqing with a sharp gaze and warned him through gritted teeth. Don't go around belittling others like some kind of trash-talking. Alliance member got it. Bai Hunqing could only break into a cold sweat as he replied submissively, yes ma'am, I can't believe I dared to call our Imperial Association leaves in the wind. Bai cowered and bowed his head, his voice full of regret. I spoke out of turn and made a mistake. Please forgive me. But may I ask for your name so I can apologize properly? The man with flaming red hair and an arrogant aura smirked slightly. He replied, my surname is a compound one Chu Feng, and my name is Jia. As soon as he finished, Hua and Yue burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Even though the atmosphere was incredibly tense and everyone else was watching in silence, he waved his hand dismissively and generously. You've apologized, so that's enough. Don't worry about it. At another table, Zhenyan nonchalantly took a sip of tea, analyzing the situation in his head. Could that man be here for Zhu Yangsheng too? He seems to belong to the Imperial Association. He didn't miss a chance to gather information, even while drinking tea. Sitting opposite him, Bai shook his head slightly. I don't know him. If it's the Imperial Association, they're probably gathered here because of the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Zhenyan muttered, oh, the Dragon Phoenix tournament. Bai immediately asked with excitement, is the young master interested? Bai started rambling on. You're young and your martial arts are superb, which means you're perfectly qualified to participate. Since the Dragon Phoenix tournament is a major event watched by the entire world of martial arts, it would be a priceless experience. However, Zhenyan coldly crushed his hopes. I'm not interested. Even when Bai tried to bait him with the idea of building a reputation, he remained firm. That's not how a reputation is built. When you become stronger, it'll build itself naturally. Seeing that his old tricks weren't working, Bai let out a long, regretful sigh. What a shame. The Alliance leader is offering a top-grade spirit pill to the winner. The moment he heard the word spirit pill, Zhenyan immediately changed his mind. He slammed his wine cup down and declared firmly, I'll participate. This dizzying change of heart left Bai completely stunned. Young master, you reversed your answer so quickly. Zhenyan coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. It's fine. Everyone makes mistakes. You should have led with the part about the spirit pill. After the meal, Zhenyan strolled out of the inn. Thanks for the meal, innkeeper. Bai hurried after him with a reminder. Young master, if we go just a little further, we'll reach the Martial Arts Alliance. As they were walking, the two of them suddenly crashed into Hua and Yue's group, who were blocking the path. Hua and Yue was visibly annoyed. He sneered, making us wait at the gate until we're starving. I thought you were just being disrespectful, but it seems you're just slow. How interesting. Sensing the provocation, Bai leaned close to Zhenyan's ear and suggested, Young master, from here on out, shall we run like the wind? Zhenyan smirked slightly. Of course. The two immediately unleashed their superior movement techniques, shooting forward like streaks of light, and leaving a thick cloud of dust behind them. Hua Yingxue, getting a face full of dust, coughed violently and shouted in anger. Those rude bastards definitely did that on purpose. Just look at the cloud of dust they kicked up. Witnessing his opponent's display of speed, Hua Enyue's face flushed with anger. He snapped his fan shut and ordered Hua Yingxue, you follow slowly with our guests. I'm going to show those two what a real movement technique is. Having been overtaken, his pride was 100% triggered. He immediately unleashed his internal energy and gave chase. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a shout of encouragement rang out. Young master, please teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, the young girl standing next to him could only stare in confusion and wonder to herself, what's wrong with him, leaving the bewilderment behind. A terrifying race exploded between the sheer cliffs under the brilliant sunset as they darted like lightning bolts tearing through the mountain mist. His opponent was stunned by his incredible speed. What? How is he so fast? In the midst of the breathtaking race, a thought flashed through the mind of the one trying to keep up. At this rate, the Emperor's society might actually win. Streaks of energy tore through the air, creating dazzling lines of light. With neither side willing to back down, they both landed at the same time out of breath. Immediately, someone rushed over and asked young master who won. Zhenyan gave a confident smirk and asserted, I think I won by a hair. Seeing that his opponent still seemed unconvinced, another person spoke up mockingly. Hey, you slowpoke over there, is there something wrong with your eyes? He panted repeatedly, urging, hurry up and tell us. Zhenyan looked ahead with a profound gaze. He wondered to himself, what does any of that even matter? Just then, an authoritative figure, with an otherworldly aura suddenly appeared. The crowd simultaneously bowed their heads respectfully and shouted, Alliance leader, the martial arts alliance leader, with his snow-white hair and long beard, gave a mysterious smile. But with no less dignity, he loudly announced the result for all to hear. In any case, the winner is the young master over there. As soon as he arrived, a resonant shout rang out. Alliance leader Bai Hanqing and his subordinates all bowed in unison before the dignified old man. Dressed in brilliant golden robes, the martial arts alliance leader Liu Zhenghong smiled slightly at his trusted subordinate Han Jing. You've worked hard. At that moment, a man with long hair and a graceful demeanor, holding a fan, bowed slightly. I am Hua Enyue of the Hua family, paying my respects to the alliance leader. He had the air of a handsome, educated nobleman from the moment he appeared. Liu Zhenghong nodded. Then he turned his sharp gaze to Zhenyan standing nearby. So, this is the great young master of the Yunha Merchant Guild. Hua Enyue slightly hid his face behind his fan. He silently sized up his rival with a wary look. So this is the one who dared to severely injure the Nine Yang clan head. What should I do? Li Zhenyan clasped his hands in return. I am Li Zhenyan of the Yunha Merchant Guild. The old man introduced himself grandly. I am Liu Zhenghong. A curious look appeared in the alliance leader's eyes. Are you here to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Ceremony? After a nod of confirmation, yes, I am. Liu Zhenghong smiled encouragingly. I wish you luck. You two are heading to the main hall. Am I right? I'll go with you. Yes, sir. The group strolled leisurely under the afternoon sun. Hua Enyue looked at the back of the Merchant Guild's great young master, then suddenly stepped forward to perform a formal martial arts salute. With great solemnity, he said, I am honored to meet you at the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Ceremony. His greeting sounded more like an invitation to a duel. Seeing Bai Hanqing's exhausted state, Liu Zhenghong couldn't help but laugh. Haha, it seems you came in last in the movement technique race, Hanqing. Bai Hanqing scratched his head, looking both embarrassed and shocked. How can that be? I thought we arrived at almost the same time. The alliance leader shook his head and explained young Master Hua wasn't even using his full strength. Since he came for the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Ceremony, he likely wanted to conserve his energy, and while he was at it, probe his opponent's strength. The old man continued to tease his subordinate. Although I don't know the full story, it seems you didn't want to lose Hanqing, so you just ran alongside them. He wasn't running for the mission, but because of his pride. Bai Hanqing turned to ask Li Zhenyan, Great young master, did you know all along? Li Zhenyan thought to himself, to think he'd use such a petty scheme for something so trivial. He calmly reassured his companion, but it's nothing to be angry about. Before a tournament, it's only natural for everyone to hide their true strength. The alliance leader also patted him on the shoulder comfortingly. Of course, don't be ashamed. The group entered the center of the martial arts alliance, where the magnificent main hall came into view. Liu Zhenghong strode into the grand hall amidst respectful greetings. You have arrived, sir, the old man replied softly. Then he suddenly ordered all his subordinates. Everyone leave us. Only the young master of the Merchant Guild may stay. Regarding the matter of the Nine Yang clan head, I just need to confirm the great young master's martial prowess. Then a decision can be made. As soon as he finished speaking, alliance leader Liu Zhenghong walked on leisurely. Li Zhenyan could only reply respectfully, yes sir. The two of them walked through the magnificent hall. Liu Zhenghong turned his head slightly and beckoned with his hand, Junior, come closer. Li Zhenyan stepped forward, marveling to himself. It's been a long time since I've been this close. Before him stood the martial arts alliance leader Liu Zhenghong, a man whose fame and reverence were second only to the 3 gods and 1 star. Looking back in time, he was the one who brought the 3 gods and 1 star into the martial world, leading the vanguard in the final battle against the demonic path. The 5 Peaks Grand War, while simultaneously commanding the entire Orthodox faction, was a feat that commanded automatic respect just by hearing it. To Chan Eon, this was truly a respectable figure. Liu Zhenghong looked at Chan Eon for a moment before remarking, you have a very stoic look about you. Living in the martial world, I've often met many friends like you, but they were the same on the inside as they were on the outside, so I feel comfortable with a junior like you. Seeing Chan Eon give a faint smile in reply, is that so? The old man laughed heartily. Haha, a smile suits you much better. Suddenly the alliance leader's steps slowed. He asked softly, I've been wondering for a while now. Are you, by any chance, the successor of Duan Yucheng? The question struck like a lightning bolt, causing Chan Eon's expression to change as beads of sweat began to roll down his face. He was stunned, thinking to himself, how could he possibly know that? A secret he thought was well kept was suddenly called out by name. Seeing the junior's tense demeanor, Liu Zhenghong wondered aloud, why the anger? Are you saying your master learned a few moves from Duan Yucheng? The old man began to analyze more deeply. You practice fist techniques, don't you? Receiving a nod of yes from Chan Eon, he continued. And you can control lightning ki. Correct, Chan Eon admitted. That's right. Liu Zhenghong calmly explained. In the martial world, the sects that cultivate lightning ki include the 4 great families and the 4 great gates, Namgung and Baikri. Oryu of the 4 gates has since shifted to the sword. Namgung follows the Taoist path. Baikri gave up after several failures, which leaves only Duan Yucheng's Oryu gate. The martial alliance leader mused thoughtfully. Still, for a sect so stubbornly passed down to a single successor like that, calling it a sect is a bit of a stretch. Hearing this sharp observation, Li Chan Eon smirked faintly, marveling to himself. He truly is the martial alliance leader. He calmly admitted, you're right. I am the successor of Duan Yucheng. Liu Zhenghong looked at him with the eyes of a wise sage. He gently touched Chan Eon's shoulder and marveled, it truly is fate. I had a feeling. Those who master lightning ki often carry a domineering aura. The old man wistfully recalled the image of Duan Yucheng from years past amidst bolts of lightning that tore the sky asunder. From his eyes, his presence, his tone, to even his personality, everything was like lightning itself. That's why I don't have any particularly special memories with Duan Yucheng. He wanted to become a bolt of lightning that could tear open the heavens. Who could possibly befriend someone who only wants to strike down the sky? How can one who lives in the summer sun get along with someone who lives in the cold winter wind? As they walked through the magnificent grand hall, Liu Zhenghong gently inquired, "Is your master still well? It's been a long time since I've heard any news of him." Chan Eon's face suddenly fell. He replied grimly, "He's just like the former head of the Murong family, gone without a trace." It was a 2-for-1 deal on disappearances. But no one wanted to hear this news, which left the alliance leader stunned. "Do you mean Murong Chu, or is this just business as usual?" Duan Yucheng's successor was always one to have little contact with the world, so this could be normal. Chan Eon shook his head definitively, confirming a painful truth. No, this time the connection is completely and forever severed. Liu Zhenghong froze, stroking his chin in deep thought. "I will report this to the 3 gods and 1 star." His eyes narrowed with worry, as he realized that the great masters of the martial world were disappearing one by one. Has the demonic cult already begun to move? If the demonic cult appears, will our only choice be to fight like that last time? You weren't even born back then. Chun Eon asked curiously, "Are you referring to the 5 Peaks Grand War?" Liu Zhenghong gazed into the distance. His voice grew deep and somber. "It's true the 5 Peaks Grand War is widely known, but there was another battle after that. A time when the 3 gods and 1 star fought against a single demonic cult. Grandmaster." The haunting image of a single evil silhouette under a blood moon flashed in his mind. Just one person. Who could possibly understand the feeling of such a crushing defeat? The old man sighed with bitterness. "Every time I hear that the sword god is still in seclusion training himself, I remember that day, even though it was a battle to decide victory between the righteous and the demonic. The 3 gods and 1 star had to fight together against just one person." Liu Zhenghong looked directly at Chan Eon and stated clearly, "That is the secret history I often tell my alliance members, and it is also the reason we must never stop getting stronger. If that demonic grandmaster left behind a descendant, then he would be about your age. Perhaps the enemy of the previous generation left a successor for the next." The alliance leader's assessment caused the atmosphere to fall silent. He gently placed a hand on Chan Eon's heavily bandaged one, his eyes filled with expectation. "Junior, you must become stronger." Liu Zhenghong looked straight into his eyes, instructing him with an authoritative tone, "You must be absolutely overwhelming, and even more selfish." As for the matter of Zhu Yangsheng, the alliance leader told him not to worry too much about it. "As the successor of Duan Yucheng, there's no reason to doubt you." The old man gently patted Chan Eon's shoulder and declared, decisively, "Zhu Yangsheng will be imprisoned in the Thunder Prison." With the decision made, he asked about his plans to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Ceremony, then urged him to go and rest. Chan Eon bowed respectfully to thank the alliance leader, then calmly walked out of the grand hall as a quiet night settled over the majestic mountain ranges. Strolling down the deserted corridor under the dim moonlight, Chan Eon's mind couldn't stop wondering about the martial world's eternal enemy. That demonic grandmaster who once fought the 3 gods and 1 star alone. Who was he, standing on the empty porch looking out into the night? Alliance leader Liu Zhenghong answered profoundly, "The pinnacle of the demonic cult has no need for a name." Chan Eon shot back with a skeptical look. "Is he truly dead?" Liu Zhenghong recalled the horrific slaughter of the past, his voice turning cold. "We chopped him up many times over and then burned him to ash." The bloody memories returned, as he described how they took those ashes and scattered them across the 5 great mountains, from Mount Heng, Mount Wuyi, and Mount Tai, to Mount Lu and Mount Emei, to seal him away. A dead man who got a full 5-mountain tour with all the trimmings. The old man growled with ruthless certainty. "If disaster strikes again because of this, then whether it's his descendant or anyone else, I will eradicate them so completely that not even ash will remain." Li Chan Eon looked at the solitary back of the alliance leader in the vast assembly hall, and couldn't help but shudder. Standing alone yet, his presence filled the entire space. He realized a terrifying truth. The image of the alliance leader, left alone in the grand hall, didn't seem like the venerable senior of the martial world I'd always respected, but rather like a monster created by the era itself, exuding an overwhelming pressure that defied all common sense. Li Zhenyan bitterly realized the true nature of this war. It seemed the opposite of the demonic path wasn't the righteous path but just another form of monster, and perhaps I'm no different. He mused silently, looking toward the fiery battlefield where blue and red energies clashed violently. When you think about it, this world of Murim, where the demonic and righteous factions slaughter each other, is no different from a realm of asuras under the silent night. Bai Hongqing led Li Zhenyan through streets glowing with the light of lanterns. He explained softly, "It would be inconvenient for the young master to stay within the Alliance headquarters, so I found you a place to stay outside. I'll take you there," Li Zhenyan replied nonchalantly. "Thank you." The two of them stopped in front of a luxurious inn. Bai Hongqing pointed and said, "This is the place." Li Zhenyan nodded slightly in thanks and headed inside. As Bai Hongqing opened the room door, he kindly introduced it. "I've asked them to prepare a room that gets plenty of sunlight." I wonder how it is, but before he could finish his sentence, a familiar voice rang out from the darkness. Oh, you're here, Li Zhenyan froze. Inside the spacious room, a man was casually perched on a table, holding a stylish red umbrella. He smirked slightly. You finally made it. He stretched, and then offered a sarcastic remark. It's so spacious and nice, it's annoying. A room this fancy doesn't suit someone who's used to sleeping on the streets. The person sitting there was none other than Ta Minghu with a haggard face and dark circles under his eyes. He complained I had to pull several all-nighters just to get here. Damn it, Li Zhenyan couldn't hide his surprise, asking in a low, tense voice, How did you find me all the way out here? Ta Minghu replied in a very low-tech way. I just went into every single inn and asked if they had a room booked under the name Li Zhenyan, that's all. As he finished speaking, he suddenly slammed the red umbrella down on the wooden table. It made a talk about a self-promo. Ta Minghu proudly declared his arduous journey and prepared to ask his next question. I, this stubborn fox, traveled by horse and boat through all sorts of hardships to find you. Seeing Li Zhenyan still frozen at the door, he urged him on. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tell me the next step. Li Zhenyan let out a soft sigh. He turned and asked Bai Hunqing. Bai Hunqing, is there a suitable place for training around here? Bai Hunqing thought for a moment, then replied. A place to train. There is one place I know of. The three of them went together to a majestic mountainous area with a cascading white waterfall. Bai Hunqing led the way. Follow me. It's a secluded place, perfect for training. Both I and the members of the Murim Alliance often go there. Standing before the vast open space, Li Zhenyan remarked with a hint of awe, It's huge. Bai Hunqing also replied politely, You're welcome. If that's all, then I, Bai Hunqing, will take my leave. Both the young master and Ta Minghu quickly introduced themselves. Bai Hunqing gave a slight nod to say goodbye to Master Cheol. When only the two of them were left in the mountains, Ta Minghu asked curiously, You're going to train too. You're already strong and you can even shoot lightning. The man shoots lightning like Pikachu, and he's still farming for more skills. Li Zhenyan looked off into the distance and replied grimly, Just relying on the 100 battles 10-section art isn't enough. My internal energy has deepened, so I plan to learn the flower-shifting divine art. The unfamiliar name left Ta Minghu baffled. The 100, what now? What are you talking about? Seeing his friend's clueless expression, Li Zhenyan said, sarcastically, An ignoramus like you would never understand. This remark immediately lit a fuse. It ignited Ta Minghu's fury. He leaped up and screamed, Are you looking down on me, you bastard? I'm asking you, are you looking down on me? Li Zhenyan sighed softly. Listen carefully. I'll only say this once. He slowly walked towards the water's edge, his aura beginning to shift. Li Zhenyan explained in a serious tone. The 100 battles 10-section art that I practice is an ultimate technique that specializes in offense. Instantly, a brilliant blue stream of lightning erupted violently. It enveloped his entire body. But you can't defeat a true master just by knowing how to attack. Li Zhenyan explained soberly to Ta Minghu the limits of pure power. When facing a master, you must know how to exploit their techniques, how to counterattack, and how to retaliate, he affirmed. The martial art that specializes in those things is the flower-shifting divine art. Ta Minghu scratched his head and muttered, Exploit the opponent's techniques. I mean, I kind of get it, but my brain is still loading at 99%. Not letting him wonder for long, Li Zhenyan continued to reveal more. And the ultimate secret of the flower-shifting divine art is the void-grasping technique. He held his hand out in front of him, and a mystical spiritual energy enveloped his palm. Li Zhenyan explained how ridiculously overpowered this martial art was. It's a technique that can control objects from a distance without touching them, and it can deflect the trajectory of an opponent's weapon. It can even snatch the weapon right out of their hands. Looking at the cascading waterfall, Li Zhenyan thought to himself, For someone like me who specializes in close combat, this is truly the martial art I need most. With a soft snap, a flower flew into his hand on its own without any effort. Witnessing this divine performance, Ta Minghu gasped in amazement. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. Then he offered a philosophical observation. So, you mean it's basically a trashy stealing skill? That stupid comment was met with an immediate consequence as a bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck down. All Ta Minghu had time to do was let out a Ga update slightly crispy signal lost frozen in a cloud of black smoke. Li Zhenyan stood by the ruined cliffside. He reminded him coldly, Stop trying to understand with that dull head of yours. I get it. Anyway, just by looking at you, I can sort of understand, right? He looked at the fox who was scrambling to his feet and remarked, It seems the effort of swinging 100,000 times was worth something. Li Zhenyan was curious about how it felt to achieve his goal. Ta Minghu held up his two muscular arms which were covered in calluses to show them off. He whined, You see these calluses, what feeling are you talking about? The only thing that happened is my arms got bigger. Faced with his companion's dejected expression, Li Zhenyan could only observe in silence. Tai, Minghu snapped, You bastard, can't you teach me properly? The only response was the enigmatic silence of the young master. Li Zhenyan leisurely picked up his fan, his eyes growing profound. At first I saw some potential in you, so I gave you a chance. But seizing an opportunity isn't something everyone can do. Zhenyan stared intently at the umbrella and suddenly spoke. Alright then, let's see how you do with a harder assignment. He hadn't even cleared level 1 and was already being thrown at the final boss. Out of your 100,000 swings, only a single one is useful. Whether you want to block a blow, land a strike, or deflect a weapon, you must use the most effective slash out of those 100,000 attempts. If you can't, you will die, Zhenyan repeated thoughtfully. The most effective slash. Around them, dazzling golden figures appeared like phantoms, simulating the thousands of essential techniques from those 100,000 attempts. Find the strongest slash among 200,000 horizontal cuts. Choose the most precise one. From 300,000 thrusts, select the fastest and most accurate one. Then connect them effectively, reorder them, and that becomes a technique. It's not about learning a move, but about filtering data, optimizing the algorithm, and building a perfect combo. The masters of the sect then research, improve, and hone it, repeating that training process until it's perfected. That is swordsmanship. It sounds as profound as the ultimate truth of martial arts, but in essence, it's just grinding until you become a monster. Having a skill and knowing how to apply it in a real fight are two different things. You have to accumulate real combat experience, and you should also watch your mouth. Otherwise, you'll be dead before you even finish learning. Suddenly, Tai Minghu was knocked to the ground. He burst out laughing, a laugh full of arrogance and sarcasm. Ah, I get it now. I completely understand why all you martial artists end up with chi deviation. It's simple, you're all insane. A bunch of lunatics, making sarcastic remarks. You think there's no one in the Jianghu crazier than you. Don't worry, I never intended to teach you some supreme sword art anyway. Tai. Minghu couldn't help but wonder, why is that? Won't it be harder to get stronger? Just as you said, countless people in this world have learned the sword arts of the great sects before me, and they were even more diligent than I am. His gaze grew profound. Joining a great sect, learning a famous sword art, having a good master, that's not everything. Making that first top-up to boost your resources in a game doesn't guarantee your win rate. Becoming powerful in the game is one thing, but on a deeper level, it's a story of who lives more seriously. That's all there is to it. Meanwhile, in another corner of the martial world, Bai Han was bowing his head in apology. My apologies, Alliance Leader. I didn't know you were planning to cultivate, so I brought those two here. The old man smiled kindly, his eyes revealing a clear sense of amusement. It's fine. Just think of it as an interesting diversion. The conversation between Zhenyan and Minghu continued circling around the legends of the martial world. Zhenyan commented, anyway, when it comes to the most marvelous sword art, since the Jianghu was established, 9 out of 10 people would mention the 9 swords of Dugu. He chuckled, recalling the past. Ah yes, the 9 swords of Dugu. I've heard of it. When I was a kid, I used to run around with a stick shouting 9 swords of Dugu all the time. Whose childhood wasn't like that? But then Zhenyan dropped a bombshell. As people say, there is only one blade art that surpasses the 9 swords of Dugu. What is it? His brain instantly switched to gossip mode. It is the blade art of one who is drunk on the sword. Zhenjiao Shengong. The unfamiliar name stunned Minghu. Zhenjiao Shengong. I've never heard that name before. This person didn't come from any sect, but if you want to set foot in the Jianghu, you must first know his story. He began to tell the strange origin of this master. Zhenjiao Shengong was originally part of a song and dance troupe and learned sword dancing from a young age. Ah, you mean those seductive dances where they use a sword to cut people's clothes off? Exactly. Zhenyan's answer astonished Minghu. Really, I heard he often, with his older sisters, nurtured himself by practicing the sword dance. The image of a young man passionately practicing with beautiful dancers came to mind. Vividly, not wanting to harm the older sisters who saved his life. The image of Zhenjiao Shengong, with his eyes wrapped in a cloth bandage. That boy trained silently in the sword dance. For 10 long years. A person who spent a whole decade training in swordsmanship for the sole purpose of not injuring anyone. However, when a person with such a mindset learns a killing blade art, the enlightenment within him explodes more powerfully than anyone else's. And that is why he created a blade art that far surpassed the renowned 9 swords of Dugu, revered by the world as the greatest under heaven. That is, the blade art of the number 1 under heaven. Hearing this, the other person just nodded slightly. That's truly an admirable story. Zhenyan pondered for a moment, then continued, but is that sword dance a transcendent martial art? No. The answer was no. It sounded like a legend, but I guess it's a matter of skill. He asserted that the intricacy of the technique, or the reputation of the sect, doesn't matter at all. The only difference lies in the fact that he lived an incredibly serious life for those 10 years. Zhenyan looked straight at the person opposite him, emphasizing the point, how strong you can become is the same thing. Are you going to live like a cowardly sewer rat or a stubborn fox? He concluded with a short sentence. That's all. Hearing this, his friend smirked. Is that all? Zhenyan dropped his serious expression. The two stood facing each other on the windswept mountain peak. He suddenly asked a cryptic question. Any regrets? The other person looked at him with a firm and decisive gaze and replied, none. He struck as fast as lightning, a powerful burst of energy erupting from him. He swung the red umbrella, attacking with terrifying speed, creating slashes that tore through space. Li Zhenyan stopped and asked again, do you remember now? The opponent replied nonchalantly, I'm not an idiot. I remember. He smiled slightly and declared an even more terrifying goal than before. Not 100,000 times, but I will swing it 1,000,000 times for you to see. In the distance, an old man with silver hair and bright authoritative golden eyes was watching silently. The old man smirked with interest. Ha, the three powers sword art. The young master really knows how to keep things interesting. He stroked his beard, lamenting about this encounter. How long has it been since I've been able to peacefully cultivate with a friend like this? Memories of grueling training days resurfaced of all the years spent enduring in the martial world. Elder Ming sat majestically on his throne in the middle of the deserted grand hall. His friends had gradually faded away, and his old companions had grown old and departed from this world. In the quiet space, Alliance leader Liu Zhenghong stood from a distance, watching in silence. Witnessing the diligent training of the younger generation, he uttered softly, after watching such an interesting scene, I should probably prepare a little gift. At the foot of the waterfall, Li Zhenyan was deep in a state of meditation, his whole body enveloped in a brilliant purple aura of spiritual energy. Hu Li, standing nearby, was stunned as he witnessed Li Zhenyan begin to execute the divine flower grafting art on a completely different level. Giant boulders were lifted into the air, hovering amidst crackling blue lightning. Hu Li broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself in terror, he can even use telekinesis to this extent now. As the rain poured down, Li Zhenyan persisted with his grueling training. He held a one-handed handstand on a slippery rock amidst the rushing current, continuously counting. 32,306. Hu Li was also holding an umbrella, feeling utterly fed up. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on gravel echoed from behind. A deep, warm voice cut through the rain. How is the training progressing? Startled, Hu Li turned around, stammering in utter astonishment. Alliance leader Liu Zhenghong was standing there, his face gentle, but his eyes held an unfathomable depth. He looked at Li Zhenyan and smiled faintly. He made a firm request. Come here. I have something to discuss with you in private. Bowing respectfully, someone said, It's been a long time, Alliance leader. The Alliance leader nodded with satisfaction. I've seen you a few times during training. You're very diligent. Liu Zhenghong glanced at the person with Li Zhenyan and asked, And who is this junior brother? This disciple is T. Ming-hu. Greetings, Alliance leader. The Alliance leader narrowed his eyes, observing him. Suddenly noticing something unusual on his face, he asked, That wound on your cheek, is it a sword scar? It wasn't a sword, but a dagger, sir. The old man then asked curiously why that was. Tai Ming-hu became flustered, sweat pouring down his face in distress, and blurted out the truth. Well, this humble one used to run a gambling den. During a dispute with someone who refused to pay their debt, he pulled a knife and stabbed me through the cheek. Witnessing this disastrous confession, Li Zhenyan could only stand there frozen. He cursed internally. He just blurted it all out, and in front of the Alliance leader no less. There were so many better excuses, like getting injured while sparring. And yet, he had to mention a gambling debt. The Alliance leader replied thoughtfully, So that's how it is. I also have a scar that will never fade. He gently rolled up his sleeve, revealing an old scar, and reminisced about the past. My father used to run a tavern selling wine to inns, and also working as a porter. One day I saw him being beaten by a group of drunks in the tavern. The old man's gaze grew deep. Back then I wasn't as skilled with a sword as I am now. I just grabbed a stick and fought recklessly. No sword, but I still fought. No skills, but I still charged in. A bit foolish, but cool nonetheless. They were just a bunch of drunks, not some high-level masters. In his fading memory, a bloody battle came to mind, where a furious teenager unleashed his rage. No one died. But I beat them all until they collapsed amidst the wreckage. The image of his father rushing over with a horrified expression, then immediately bandaging his son's hand. At that moment, I didn't even realize my hand was bleeding. Under a sky of pure white snow, the gaunt father carried his son on his back, trudging heavily through the deep forest. It had been a long time since I'd been on my father's back. It was a memory both warm and painful. His shirt was torn, but that piece of cloth soaked in sweat was still wrapped tightly around my arm. Looking at the long scar on my arm now, perhaps that's why this wound will never fade. Everyone who enters the martial world carries their own story. Returning to the present, he asked, Is that tattered umbrella your weapon? Ah, it's something I borrowed, sir. I borrowed it from this brother here. The Alliance leader smiled faintly. Is that so? Then this time let me lend you something else. He handed T. Ming-hu his own black umbrella. The moment he touched it, he exclaimed in surprise. Whoa, this is heavy high-tier equipment, but it comes with a strength requirement. Liu Zhenghong calmly explained. That is the ironless umbrella, a gift from the Murim family. Its frame and ribs are all made of black iron, giving it enough weight and hardness to be used as a weapon. You could swing it 100,000 times and it wouldn't get damaged. I'm entrusting it to you now. Tai Minghu replied joyfully. Many thanks, I don't know if a valuable item like this is something this lowly one is worthy of receiving. His words were humble, but his hands held on tight. Typical brothers. The alliance leader didn't reply. He asked Tai Minghu directly, do you regret having lived such a worthless life? This made the young man fall silent, his hand tightening around the black umbrella. He gave a gentle smile, placed a hand on Tai Minghu's shoulder, and advised him kindly. If today, you can live righteously to make up for the mistakes of yesterday, that will show you are a respectable man. Don't let your past weigh too heavily on your heart. The advice struck a chord. Tai Minghu looked up with a determined expression and whispered, yes, sir. As the leader leisurely turned and walked away, someone thought, being around this old man for a while, he has a certain dignity to him. I'll be going now. I'll see you at the Dragon Phoenix Grand Banquet. Yes, sir. As the sunlight faded by the cliff, Liu Zhenghong's powerful voice still echoed. I hope that we will meet on the path of righteousness next time. Once the alliance leader's figure had disappeared into the distance, only silence remained. Li Zhenyan was the one to break the quiet atmosphere. Come on, let's go. It's time for lunch. Enough philosophizing. Back to reality. It's time to eat. Tai Minghu stood silently, gazing at the waterfall. His eyes narrowed with calculation. He shook his head and said, you go on ahead. I want to stay and train a little longer. He looked at the precious weapon in his hands. Suddenly, Tai Minghu burst into hearty laughter. Kahaha, I received a weapon from the alliance leader. He stood tall on the rocky shore, his laughter echoing through the mountains. A few days later, the atmosphere at the Martial Arts Alliance became more bustling than ever. It was like the server had started a new event, and players from all over were flocking in. It was the night before the Dragon Phoenix Grand Banquet. Thousands of brilliant red lanterns were released into the night sky, casting a shimmering glow over the magnificent palace roofs. Amidst the festive atmosphere, a loud, clear voice rang out, capturing everyone's attention. Esteemed seniors, a junior from the martial world shouted a challenge. Do you know what the night festival is? The Dragon Phoenix Grand Banquet has too many participants, and everyone is tired of waiting for the selection round. That's why we have this night festival. A martial artist standing on a stage declared loudly to the fired-up crowd. He swung his sword and roared with excitement. Today, anyone who wants to test their skills is free to fight. But most importantly, if you feel your skills are far below the level here, don't even think about entering the Dragon Phoenix Grand Banquet. The martial world doesn't need a grand banquet full of no-names boring the audience. The rules are simple. The weak get out, and the strong stay. Cheers erupted throughout the courtyard. Watching from a distance, Li Zhenyan smirked to himself. The night festival, this should be interesting. Just then, an aggressive man pointed directly at Timing, who was holding the black iron umbrella, and yelled, Hey you, with the umbrella, you've got a sharp tongue, don't you? Show me what you can do with that thing. Tai Minghu didn't flinch. He roared back, What are you talking about? You're the ones who were mocking my weapon. The surrounding crowd began to whisper amongst themselves. I think he's using an umbrella as a weapon. Another man sneered sarcastically. Then go ahead, show us a move with that umbrella of yours. The Martial Arts Alliance once banned using umbrellas as weapons. Witnessing this scene, Li Zhenyan let out a weary sigh. This idiot can't even focus when he's surrounded by masters. His stubbornness hasn't changed a bit. What an absolute lunatic. Tai Minghu tightened his grip on the umbrella's handle, glaring as he yelled at his opponent. Do you have any idea who gifted me this umbrella? Fine, I'll play along. He struck a pose and boldly introduced himself. I am Tai Minghu, the one who has practiced the downward strike 100,000 times, and was recently taught the horizontal strike and thrusting techniques by my master, watching Tai Minghu's display. A few masters watching from the sidelines commented disdainfully, Isn't that just a training method for kids? Just ignore him. He'll learn after he gets knocked down a few times. Did he just mention the Three Calamities sword style? He must have a really great master, teaching him things even street thugs know. Suddenly, a man carrying a long staff approached with a sinister smile. The opponent, a man with cold purple eyes, curled his lip into a smirk and spoke with an air of superiority. I wasn't originally planning to intervene, but I can't just stand by and let someone like you set foot in the Dragon Phoenix Grand Banquet. Despite the provocation, Tai Minghu remained nonchalant, casually replying, I couldn't care less about that grand banquet, but I'll never back down from a fight. His eyes lit up with a will to fight. Bring it on, he yelled in front of the roaring crowd. From a high vantage point, Li Zhenyan watched thoughtfully. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Tai Minghu struck first. It's the law of the Jianghu. The quick live and the slow die. He charged forward like a whirlwind, swinging his weapon with such force that it created a pressure wave that tore through the air. His opponent was stunned by his terrifying speed. So fast, he quickly retreated, dodging the thunderous blows that slammed into the wooden floor, creating earth-shaking impacts. A sarcastic voice whispered right in his ear, You don't even know how to use your own weapon properly. Tai Minghu flinched in horror. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, the crowd buzzed in confusion. Hey, what's he doing? Is he running away? In that moment, only a single thought occupied his mind. Best to get out of here first. Survival is the priority. Looking cool and showing off can wait. The man with the staff laughed gleefully as he gave chase. Ha ha ha. He swung his staff down in a mighty blow. Tai Minghu couldn't block it in time and was forced to his knees. Looking down from above at his defeated foe, the opponent spat contemptuously. You idiot, did you really think you could just run around on this tiny stage? The way you scurried off like a rat was hilarious. He commanded arrogantly, get up, this young master will teach you a thing or two. Immediately after, another incredibly heavy blow came crashing down, forcing him to his knees in agony once more. Tai Minghu struggled back to his feet, his eyes showing a look of grim calculation. He tightened his grip on the umbrella's handle, thinking to himself, okay, this range should be good enough. Tai Minghu swung his umbrella to attack, but its reach wasn't long enough to hit him. His face darkened. Crap, missed again. The other guy just kept sneering. You chicken, let me teach you how to fight. A relentless barrage of powerful blows followed. Below, the crowd roared with excitement. Get him. This is a completely one-sided beatdown, isn't it? The audience was convinced of the outcome. The bookies were about to cash in. Mocking laughter rang out from all sides. Pfft. What happened to the guy who was so cocky earlier? Just finish him already. Tai Minghu gritted his teeth, enduring the punishment. His face began to bleed under the opponent's terrifying pressure. And then, suddenly, a powerful stomp slammed down on the floor. An explosion of internal energy erupted instantly, sending Tai. In his daze, he thought, ah, damn it, everyone saw that. I'm so ashamed I could just die. Maybe I should just stay down and not face the world. Memories of his useless life came rushing back like a curse. Do you regret living as a good-for-nothing? Under the hazy lights with trembling legs, Tai Minghu forced himself to stand. Seeing that his opponent hadn't given up, the staff wielder laughed maniacally. Are you crazy? You still haven't come to your senses? All right then, I'll end you, the opponent roared, radiating killing intent. He brandished his weapon and charged forward to deliver the final blow in this critical moment. Do I regret having lived like the lowest of cowards? The question echoed in his mind, and his answer was firm. Yes, I regret it with every fiber of my being. So from now on, I will live for myself. After getting used as a punching bag for a while, he finally remembered that he was the main character of his own life. His hands tightened around the black iron umbrella. A burst of internal energy exploded from him. He swung the umbrella upward with earth-shattering power. Bam! With a thunderous crash, his opponent was pinned directly to the arena floor. The surrounding crowd was stunned, silent, unable to believe their eyes. What kind of umbrella has such terrifying power? As the dust slowly settled, he panted heavily. Pant. Okay, that looked cool, but my heart is racing like crazy. He looked down coldly at the defeated man, lying motionless at his feet. He glanced over at his friend and thought, hey, my friend and my incredible master. Thank you for saving me. I will repay you for this lesson. He stretched out his arm and pointed forward. Because I am the lone fox guardian. Then he let out a thunderous roar that ripped through the air. I won. The entire square was silent, completely stunned. Then whispers began to ripple through the crowd. Did he actually win? No way he beat him in a single strike. And with an umbrella, witnessing the unbelievable event, the crowd could only stare wide-eyed. Tai Minghu leaned on his umbrella for support. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said sarcastically, cough, cough, just a bunch of small fry, yet you act so high and mighty. Although he acted tough on the outside, inside he was completely exhausted. Damn it. With no strength left in his body, he staggered away, saying wearily, are we done here? Then I'm leaving. Better to make a quick exit after winning to avoid any more embarrassment. Stop! A cold voice suddenly rang out, halting him in his tracks. A stranger stepped forward with a scornful look on his face. Where are you off to in such a rush? You win one time and think you're some kind of genius. Let me teach you some manners. Immediately, another person chimed in. No, let me. Looking at the crowd of people eager to pounce. Tai Minghu could only let out a weary sigh. What a pain. The new opponents began to arrogantly shove each other. Calm down, let's just take turns. These guys are as persistent as leeches. They're even organized enough to take shifts to fight me. Just as the situation grew tense and he was at the end of his rope, he suddenly heard a shout from his comrade below. Snap out of it, Tai Minghu. Suddenly, a hand wrapped in snow-white bandages, exuding a chilling and overwhelming aura, was placed firmly on his shoulder. He spun around in shock. Zhenyan stood there like a monolith, a surge of killing intent swirling around his body, making the very air feel frozen solid. Witnessing this, sweat poured down his bruised face. What is this? This pressure, he stammered, completely blindsided by the intensity. Who are you? Zhenyan cast a cold, indifferent glance and replied, just a participant in the Dragon Phoenix Grand Festival. Seeing Zhenyan suddenly appear in the middle of the encirclement, Tai Minghu asked worriedly, what are you doing? Why did you come down here? Zhenyan stepped forward with a cocky, nonchalant smirk. It's the front courtyard, man. I just came here to have some fun. Turning to the gang of thugs trembling in fear, Tai Minghu announced boldly, hey, you guys are so screwed. Because my master is about to smash your faces in hearing, that the lackeys began to whisper among themselves in confusion. The master of the guy with the umbrella, just as the clash was about to explode, a refined and warm voice broke through the heavy tension. Forgive me for interrupting. Everyone. A man with long hair and a transcendental vibe, holding a paper fan, stepped slowly out of the crowd. He calmly advised, "It's late. Why don't we stop here so everyone can compete tomorrow?" This person's appearance immediately caused a stir across the square. The crowd whispered in awe, "Isn't that the young master of the Hua clan?" The newcomer gave a faint smile and introduced himself loudly. This young master's surname is Hua. Admiration rang out everywhere. He really is as handsome as the rumors say. Young Master Hua approached Zhenyan, half covering his face with the fan, and offered some deep advice. Eldest young master. If you want to win the Dragon Phoenix Grand Festival, it's better not to waste your energy causing a scene here. Zhenyan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "And who might you be?" He folded his fan with a smile and replied, "Hua Nyue." Hearing that name, Zhenyan frowned slightly as a thought crossed his mind. A hidden meaning emerged. Autumn leaves falling. Falling autumn leaves, huh? Seeing the situation calm down, Hua said, "All right then, let's leave it at that." Hua and Yue looked at Zhenyan with deep interest and struck up a friendly conversation. "I didn't expect to run into you here. Is the eldest young master staying here too? So am I." A coincidence like this usually signals the start of a trap or some secret deal. He suddenly made a friendly invitation. "How about coming to my room for a drink? I have something I'd like to give you." Zhenyan thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Sure, why not? Great, then I'll see you in half an hour." Hua Nyue turned and walked away satisfied. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a very impressive remark. "Oh young master, you've made quite an impression yourself. Farewell, under the quiet moonlight in a grand estate." Hua Yingshui quietly entered the room and softly called for her brother. Hua Nyue was leisurely sipping tea. Seeing his sister barge in unannounced, he spoke sarcastically. How incredibly rude. Hua Yingshui didn't care about his attitude and got straight to the point. "I saw everything. Why did you stop that duel?" Hua Nyue set his teacup down and explained nonchalantly. "The eldest young master is a powerhouse, aiming for the championship, and I'm aiming for that title too. So there's no need to let the world see his true strength too early, and start preparing for him." Hearing her brother praise his opponent like that, Hua Yingshui asked curiously, "After meeting him, what's your take on the eldest young master?" Hua Nyue paused, his face turning unusually serious. "He looks very strong." Recalling the light footwork match on the mountain, he noted, "My eyes don't deceive me. During the Qinggong competition earlier, he intentionally slowed down to let us keep up. He maintained the distance between us precisely down to every single inch." In Hua Nyue's mind, Li Zhenyan appeared as a seasoned veteran. He let out a calculating smirk. "So what now? I came here to take down all the descendants of the clans in the Monarch Society, but maybe I should just back out this year." Her brother's sudden announcement of withdrawal left Hua Yingshui stunned. What is the eldest young master really that strong? Hua Nyue looked at his sister and added, "Hua Yingshui, haven't you noticed yet? Even in a fight, he doesn't use his inner energy. Using just raw physical strength, he was enough to take down everyone there that day." Seeing Hua Yingshui still dazed, he started teasing her. "What's the matter? Did he catch your eye? Hit right where it hurts." Hua Yingshui's face turned beet red. She stood frozen, her mind racing and her heart completely skipping a beat. Hua Nyue pushed further. "Since you're like this, why don't you just listen to father and get married? Isn't it better to rely on the world's #1 merchant guild than to marry into some random clan?" He sipped his tea with a devious grin. "You didn't come to my room just out of curiosity, did you? You wanted to ask about my relationship with him." Hua Yingshui jumped up in protest. "No way, I was just curious about how strong he is." "Yeah, sure." Hua Nyue didn't let up. Continuing to play matchmaker, "Think about it. If that eldest young master wins the championship, it'll be too late to regret it." He was trying to seal her future deal early. Hua Yingshui barked back in frustration. "Brother, seriously, I told you he's not my type. You really are something." "I said he's not my type," Hua Yingshui grumbled while being teased. Just then, Li Zhenyan suddenly appeared at the door, catching her off guard. He asked hesitantly, can I come in?" So embarrassed at being caught in such a sensitive moment, Hua Yingshui was so flustered she slammed her head right into the wall. As Zhenyan watched in shock, he could only blurt out, "This is crazy." Hua Nyue introduced her with a sarcastic look. "That person currently headbutting the wall is my idiot sister. She's a top contender for the championship at the Phoenix Banquet, as you can see. She's basically a man in a woman's body, being ruthlessly exposed by her brother." Hua Yingshui roared brother. Right after that, she regained her composure and introduced herself boldly. "I am Hua Yingshui." He responded briefly, "I'm Li Zhenyan." At the tea table in the quiet room, Yingshui secretly observed her brother and thought, actually, he hasn't even fought once. Hua Nyue secretly handed something to his sister under the table. "I've been ordered to hand this over to the first young master." Even though she was fuming inside, thinking, why does it have to be me? Yingshui still had to timidly push the gift toward Li Zhenyan. Hua Nyue quickly spoke up to help her. "First young master, Yingshui also said she was quite impressed when she saw you earlier. It seems she wants to give you a gift. You may accept it." Li Zhenyan wondered to himself in total confusion. What did I even do? He just finished a fight, and suddenly gets a gift. Even his lovely fragile heart was feeling a bit bewildered. Yingshui softly explained the gift. These are the gauntlets our family has preserved. They aren't the kind with iron for attacking. They are protective gear designed to guard your hands. I hope you accept them as a symbol of our sincere goodwill. Looking at the treasure of the Hua clan, Li Zhenyan silently evaluated it. Gauntlets owned by the Hua clan, huh? They look pretty decent. He tried them on his hands and stated firmly, I'll make good use of these. Suddenly, Hua and Yue shifted the subject. Now that I think about it, do you know who the top contenders are for the Dragon Phoenix Banquet first young master? When he received an indifferent, I don't know, in response. He thought in a panic, oh no, this guy is totally out of the loop. He quickly urged his sister Yingshui to explain it to him. Yingshui could only let out a weary sigh. Me again. You know more about this than I do, brother. If you want it done, just do it yourself, young master. Do you want to hear some stories from Yingshui's childhood? Yue said, glancing at his sister. She was fuming but had to give in. Fine, I'll explain it. So far, many candidates have been mentioned, but the field is basically split between the Murim Alliance and the Imperial Association. From the Murim Alliance, the two heavyweights are Qin Jie of the Mount Hua sect and Lin Jiling of the Wudong sect. However, it's not certain if they'll even attend, as the Mount Hua sect views martial arts as a matter of life and death, not just a game. And the Wudong sect isn't exactly fond of socializing with outsiders. Meanwhile, the Imperial Association has put forward Du Gu Han and Nam Gung Wei. Hua and Yue warned that if those two meet in the finals, neither might win. The reason is hilariously ironic: they are love rivals. A shocking plot twist fighting over a girl. Both of them are in love with Bailey Yan, who is known as the #1 beauty of Jiangnan. At the mention of Bailey Yan, Li Zhenyan suddenly froze in doubt. Fragments of memories from his past life rushed back to him. Is she the daughter of the senior I owed so much to in my previous life? The image of the little girl who once gave flowers to Duan Yucheng flashed vividly in his mind. Li Zhenyan marveled at how that little girl had grown up now, a woman capable of making all the young lords of the great clans fall head over heels for her. He let out a self-deprecating smirk. And here I am, someone who could have been her uncle, now her contemporary. What a strange feeling. The story continued as Yingshui mentioned another unexpected candidate from the Imperial Association, her own brother, Lord Chu Feng. No one expects much from him since he's never fought a single duel, finding everything in life to be a hassle, but his true strength remains a massive question mark. Observing Lord Chu Feng, sitting lazily, Li Zhenyan noted, Lord Chu Feng seems to lack any innate desire for battle. Or perhaps, he doesn't need that desire, because he's been a monster from the start. Finally, Yingshui revealed the two people considered the wildcards of this assembly. One is a disciple of the Hainan sect. He's not well known, but rumors say he's incredibly strong, rarely seen, but when he shows up, things get messy. And the other one is first young master Li Zhenyan. At this, Li Zhenyan glanced down at his hands, his eyes narrowing with calculation. A wild card, huh? I see. Hua and Yue looked him straight in the eye and asked softly, so first young master, what's your resolve? The only answer was silence. Li Zhenyan stood there calmly, slowly, tightening the gauntlet he had just been given, his eyes radiating a chilling, haughty pride. He declared boldly, as for all those people you just mentioned, I'm sorry, but none of them are even on my radar. It's not that I look down on them. It's just that none of them are worthy. That arrogant statement left both Hua Enyue and Yingshui frozen, completely speechless. After a moment of shock, Hua Enyue suddenly burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, he exclaimed mid-laugh. You truly have no intention of losing to anyone. First young master, ha ha ha. Yet deep within his eyes was a sharp, calculating gaze. He thought to himself, this man is truly an enigma. Despite intentionally approaching him to figure him out, Hua Enyue realized he couldn't grasp Li Zhenyan's primary internal energy, his cultivation realm, or even what he was thinking. He glanced at his sister and thought, even though I've tried to read him, I can't tell his level, his power, or even if he has the slightest interest in Yingshui. Even with Yingshui right in front of him, the one called the Snow Phoenix, known for her stunning beauty, he showed zero interest. Even when she politely offered more tea, asking, would you like some more? Li Zhenyan only gave a cold, thank you, before sinking back into his own thoughts. Hua Enyue noted, he really doesn't care at all, does he? Or maybe the only thing he cares about is becoming stronger. Li Zhenyan looked at the gauntlet on his hand and mused, this craftsmanship is truly exquisite. The night grew late, and the full moon hung high in the sky. Their brief meeting came to an end. Li Zhenyan stood up to take his leave. Lord Hua, Lady Hua, until we meet again. Hua Enyue cupped his hands. Take care. Yingshui also gave a slight nod. Safe travels. It sounded normal, but she was replaying that moment about 7,749 times in her head. Watching Li Zhenyan's back disappear into the night, Yingshui turned to her brother and asked, hey brother, what do you plan to do about the Dragon Phoenix banquet? Hua Enyue pondered for a moment and sighed. Well, it's rare to find such a likable kindred spirit. It wouldn't be much fun to fight for victory on the stage before we even have a chance to build a friendship. He then made a decision that left his sister stunned. I'll step aside for the first young master. Ying Shui narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Does that mean you're not participating? To put it simply, are you being serious or just acting? Hua Enyue kept that smug smile on his face, yammering on with his flowery words. Hua Yingshui could only mutter sarcastically, "Wow, you're quite the smooth talker, aren't you? Your words just flow like a babbling brook. Truly impressive." Wow, how shameless. She recalled the moment earlier when Li Zhenyan mentioned the name Autumn Wind and Falling Leaves. Hua Enyue let out an amused laugh. Flowing water, drifting clouds, falling autumn leaves. How poetic. He smirked mischievously, leaving Yingshui standing there with a look of utter confusion. Hua Enyue looked at his little sister and remarked, "Some people are just like that. He's quite the cold one, isn't he? He didn't even spare you a glance, so he's likely not the womanizing type." Yingshui was still skeptical and replied, "But couldn't someone just be acting indifferent to hide their true feelings?" Immediately, Hua Enyue shut her down. "No, definitely not. It looks like he truly doesn't give a damn about you." Exposed by her big brother, Yingshui could only remain silent. Hua Enyue suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "And do I really not care either? Ha ha ha." He stood there watching the flower petals fall into the deep dark night. Yingshui, look, feel, and enjoy this. In his mind, the state of the martial world was a study in contrasts. In this world, a young master of a merchant group can be so powerful, while a young master of a noble family can be so pathetic. Not everyone in the martial arts alliance is a true hero, and not everyone in the dark sects is lowly. The two siblings strolled leisurely under the starry sky, enjoying the chill vibe. Unaware of the combat about to come his way, Hua Enyue gave some kind advice. "You must observe and listen for yourself before choosing the one who will become your soulmate." Sensing the atmosphere had become a bit too serious, he smiled gently to lighten the mood. "What I just said was only a joke. Don't take it to heart." Yingshui bowed her head. "Yes, brother." However, her heart was still churning over Li Zhenyan's arrogance. She thought to herself, but he actually dared to say that Nangong Wei and Dugu Han weren't even worth his time. If either of them heard that, they would have drawn their swords immediately. Right then, a cold, murderous aura suddenly surged from behind. A man with long hair and eyes as sharp as a razor stepped out from the shadows. He growled, "Say that again." Each of his heavy footsteps on the stone floor emitted a terrifying pressure. It was the descendant of the Dugu family, Dugu Han. He glared at Hua Enyue and roared in fury. "Who the hell dared to say something like that?" Hua Enyue replied in a small, desperate voice. "I'm too scared to even open my mouth right now." Yingshui looked at her brother speechless, and could only mutter, "Seriously, brother, your big mouth." Hua Enyue smiled weakly, trying to de-escalate the tension. At this level, names don't matter. It was probably just some attention-seeking troublemakers. But deep down, suspicion was gnawing at him. A complete nobody dared to look down on me and Nangong Wei. He watched the figure disappearing into the night, wondering if it was that merchant's kid who said it. Seeing the imposing back of the person who had just left, Hua Enyue noted, "The person who just left looks exactly like the young master of the Yingsha merchant group from earlier. I was wondering why things were so noisy. Lately, rumors of his strength have been spreading far and wide." Dugu Han asked arrogantly. As the future strategist of the Emperor's Association, who's better, me or him, Hua Enyue felt a bit annoyed and warned him not to underestimate the opponent. With a loud crash, Dugu Han slammed his scabbard into the wall. "Do you think I can't beat him?" Hua Enyue grew irritated. "Your temper hasn't changed a bit. Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Dugu Han withdrew his sword and asked directly, "Why don't you try participating this time? If you can defeat Nangong Wei or Li Zhenyan, then this will be the breakout year for the Emperor's Association." Hearing this, Hua Enyue laughed heartily. He declared, "Don't worry. This year, neither the Martial Arts Alliance nor the Emperor's Association will take the championship." He fanned himself with confidence. "And that is the official advice from the future strategist of the Emperor's Association." Dugu Han refused to believe it and challenged him. "I'll bet 100,000 taels that either the Alliance or the Association wins." Hua Enyue immediately locked in the deal. When a sucker walks right into your trap, you don't say no. The next morning, the atmosphere at the Martial Arts Alliance was more electric than ever. The preliminary rounds of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Gala officially began with thousands of young martial artists participating. The organizers' announcements echoed through the square. "Register over here. After winning 3 matches and taking 3 nameplates from your opponents, you will enter the main tournament." Li Zhenyan walked casually toward the registration desk. The judge asked, "Please state your name or the alias you want carved on your nameplate." Zhenyan hesitated and asked, "Can I use a nickname or a courtesy name?" Upon hearing the answer, "Of course, you aren't required to use your real name in the qualifiers. You can even keep using the alias in the main rounds." He nodded in satisfaction. He thought about using the name Duan Yucheng, but that felt like too much of a flex, so he ultimately registered under the name Li Zhenyan. Entering the arena, Zhenyan scanned the opponents around him. The war drums beat rhythmically, thump, thump, thump. He looked them over and assessed them. Some looked fairly strong. It seems the internal power of today's juniors is quite deep, he murmured to himself. Having deep internal power is good, but if you want to reach the top, you need to use your head, folks. Li Zhenyan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with the will to fight. I'll prove it. He noticed a contestant nearby, who was questioning a judge. Judge, why did you break my nameplate? The man replied sternly. Both your strength and your character fall short of the requirements. Don't cause trouble in the main rounds. Leave now. The young man was persistent. But I clearly won. Why are you doing this? Please don't. I traveled all the way from Shanxi for this. The old master roared in anger. This is the Martial Arts Alliance. Get out. It turned out that although the guy had won, he had kept attacking to show off, which is why the judge disqualified him. Zhenyan looked at the old man and noted he was stubborn, but honorable. He asked a guide. Excuse me, may I go to that judge over there? The boy replied. No problem. He immediately stepped onto the platform and bowed to the judge. The judge approved of his manners and asked for his nameplate. Seeing the name Li Zhenyan, the old man wished him luck. Suddenly, the judge noticed the exquisite gloves on his hands. What is this? In all my decades roaming the martial world, I've never seen gauntlets like these. To him, the gloves seemed to glow. This material, it might be the sky silk white thread that the Bai family occasionally crafts. Zhenyan thought to himself, so they're actually that valuable. I don't even know why they gave them to me. Just then, his opponent interrupted. Aren't we starting yet? The new judge awkwardly raised his hand. I'm ready. Let's begin. The other guy boasted, it seems you practice fist techniques just like me. This is going to be interesting. But before he could even finish his sentence, he was knocked out by a single punch from Zhenyan. A quick knockout like that says it all. The old man beside them was completely astonished and shouted, That's enough. Fist master, you are the winner. Looking at the young man before him, the old man silently assessed. He's truly no ordinary fighter. His fist techniques are truly exhilarating. The old man called the next name Chu Wuyun. He stepped onto the stage, carrying a large staff on his back. The two of them clasped their hands, preparing for battle. Chu Wuyun silently calculated. His last move was no ordinary feat. I can't even begin to gauge his strength. In a situation like this, I have to go all out. True to his word, he grabbed his staff and charged forward with all his might. Li Zhenyan remained calm, but in the blink of an eye he shattered the staff with his elbow, then followed up with a thunderous, earth-shaking punch. His opponent was sent flying right off the stage. The spectators were stunned. A one-punch knockout. Is this guy some kind of Saitama wannabe? Dugu Han also spoke up. Not bad. But it seems he only knows how to use physical techniques. The adjudicator laughed heartily. Interesting. Very interesting. He loudly called for the next contestant. The opponent, already knowing his fate, raised his hand in surrender and hastily retreated. The old man was furious. You came all this way just to run off with your tail between your legs. What a pathetic coward. The old man turned to Zhenyan and declared, You have passed. I've never seen anyone pass. The trials with just 2 punches. The old man said cheerfully, I'll see you in the official tournament. In the quiet night before the grand tournament, the elders were busy arranging the match brackets. The clattering sound of wooden tiles shattered the silence of the night. One of them was carefully counting. 1, 2. He noted, we just need to classify them according to their martial arts level. Into class A, B, and C, and we should be fine, right? The reply was a calculated agreement. Yes, the important thing is to arrange it so they don't face each other. In the opening matches of the main tournament, immediately, a wooden tile was slammed onto the table. The head elder stated firmly, among all the contestants I've observed, only that fist user qualifies for class A. The other elders murmured in assessment. Looking at the tiles, the old man asked, is he the first one to make it to the main tournament? Everyone is buzzing about how he got into the main tournament with just 2 moves. The news has already spread among all the contestants. Then let's schedule this person to fight near him. Just then, the alliance leader arrived. He gave a slight nod to his associates. You've all worked hard. Looking at the list, he observed. The number of people who made it to the main tournament isn't very large. A subordinate quickly reported, I have followed your orders, sir, and filtered out all those with poor character. Liu Zhenghong pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, have any heretics from the demonic cults managed to sneak in? None have been detected, sir. The report came back with certainty. The alliance leader immediately gave an order for the Flying Dragon, Cloud Dragon, and White Dragon teams to closely monitor the positions of the main tournament contestants. The goal is to assist them and to prevent them from being ambushed by malicious parties or dragged into unnecessary fights. Facing the elders, he spoke with a powerful, stern voice. Elders, regardless of whether they belong to the righteous sects or the noble families. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for a main tournament contestant is to be arrested and thrown into the Thunder Prison. His eyes glinted with cruelty. I will use the most gruesome punishments as a warning to others. All the elders obeyed in unison. Pausing for a beat, the alliance leader added one final instruction. Oh, and one more thing. Use the reputation of the Martial Arts Alliance to guarantee that not a single main tournament contestant suffers even the slightest harm. His imposing presence made those around him exclaim, Every time I see him, the pressure is immense, and so the day of the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament's main event finally arrived. All the most elite martial artists gathered in the magnificent Grand Hall, creating a spectacular scene under the clear blue sky. The results board had been erected. A crowd of townspeople and the martial artists' families waited joyfully in the Grand Hall. A subordinate approached and reported, "Alliance leader, all preparations are complete." Liu Zhenghong replied softly, I understand." The Alliance leader suddenly heard quarreling from behind him. What is this? A contestant was complaining irritably about having to stand all the way in the back, unable to see anything, and even questioning the standing arrangements for the main tournament contestants. Seeing the noisy scene, Li Zhenyan simply reminded them coldly, "Come on, keep it down." Looking at the young faces, memories of his own youth suddenly resurfaced for the Alliance leader. Back then, an excited friend had prodded him. "Liu Zhenghong want to bet on who will win the championship," but the other person replied with utter confidence, "Quiet down, Quanzhong. Besides, victory is already in my grasp. Why would I need to bet?" His friend could only laugh it off. "You're bluffing again." The Alliance leader smiled faintly, his eyes filled with sadness. Perhaps because he was older now, old memories suddenly returned, illuminated for a moment by a strange beam of light. The flood of past memories brought him a pang of sorrow. The image of a young man with a radiant smile appeared along with the name Liu Zhenghong, but it was immediately followed by a horrific scene. Liu Zhenghong cried out in shock, "Snap out of it, Quanzhong." Before his eyes was the image of a martial artist collapsing, a sword pierced through his back, his clothes soaked in fresh blood. "Brother!" The shocked cry echoed across a battlefield littered with corpses. A voice rang out, "You're the one who must lead this war, brother." The Alliance leader's scream tore through the space amidst a sea of raging flames. Don't let this chance slip away. The horrific memories returned, causing the Alliance leader to question himself bitterly. The demonic cult is one thing, but I am the true sinner. Memories of the difficult early days suddenly rushed back, a time when his comrades in the Alliance never hesitated to sacrifice themselves. He asked himself, how could martial artists start a war like this? Logically, the weaker side should have sought a way to retreat. But in this world, things are never that simple. It should have been enough for the top masters to gather and settle the score. Liu Zhenghong walked slowly down the long corridor, heading towards the brilliant light of the main gate. He sighed softly to himself, "I'm getting lost in these thoughts again. This might be the last time I personally organize the Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament." As soon as the Alliance leader's figure appeared, the atmosphere in the square immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. "Look, it's the Alliance leader." Standing before thousands of people, the Alliance leader reflected on 45 years ago. He looked down at the vast square, where thousands of martial artists were gazing up at him with absolute reverence. The Alliance leader began his emotional speech. "The scruffy-haired young man who once had to borrow travel money to attend the Dragon Phoenix tournament is standing right before you all today. Back then, winning even 1 or 2 matches was a miracle, and some even lost their lives." Liu Zhenghong still clearly remembered defeating a master from a noble family in the first round. Then he took down a master from the Golden Blood sect in the second round. The young man who won the runner-up position that year was Quanzhong, the very person who started the Murim alliance with him, and he was awarded the Taixing saber while I received the Shuiyu sword. He continued, "Back then, there weren't supposed to be any prizes for the winner. However, the Alliance leader and the senior elders generously brought out those treasured swords to bestow upon us. Even after going through so many trials and tribulations, he could never bring himself to leave the Murim alliance. It was that choked-up feeling he got when receiving the Shuiyu sword all those years ago that always pushed him to become stronger." Returning to the present, he introduced the first prize. The winner of this Dragon Phoenix tournament will receive the 100-year essence ginseng from the Ime sect. The crowd roared in astonishment. The 100-year essence ginseng. A woman couldn't help but exclaim, "That's a divine medicine you can't find, even if you beg for it. My God, if I'd known sooner, I would have signed up too." This was a treasure that even Abbess Xianyi of the Ime sect couldn't bear to use. She was planning to pass it down to her disciple, yet she's willing to give it to a champion who hasn't even been decided yet. And that's not all. The most outstanding saber user will be gifted the Taixing saber, the treasured blade that has been without a master since the Great War of the 5 Dragons. The Alliance leader's voice grew somber. "My dear friend in the afterlife, Quanzhong, would surely be content to see this. And the most exceptional swordsman will receive my Shuiyu sword." The declaration made the entire square hold its breath, but he unexpectedly corrected himself. "Just kidding. Instead, the prize will be a treasured sword forged by the 9 Irons Workshop." Everyone knew that the 9 Irons Workshop was the renowned forge that created the Buwang sword, which generations of Mount Hua's greatest swordsmen have always used. Hearing this, a female disciple from the Mount Hua sect exclaimed in shock, "The Buwang sword of our Mount Hua sect." The Alliance leader continued, explaining that the name of this new treasured sword will be decided by its new master. "From the time I was a messy-haired young man until now, as an Alliance leader with frost in my hair, this treasured sword has never been chipped in the slightest. This is the Shuaiyue sword. Before the entire Murim world, he raised the treasured sword high. No matter how much time passes, its blade remains as sharp and righteous as its name. I hope that all of you in the younger generation can also uphold that same righteous heart for a long, long time. The old man's gaze fell upon the crowd of young people filled with expectation. Because when we are gone, they will be the ones to carry the burden of protecting this land. In conclusion, he listed the 3 priceless rewards: the 100-year essence, ginseng the tie, king saber, and the treasured sword from the Nine Irons workshop. He placed his hand on the spiritual treasures, clearly stating the reason why the elders were bestowing them. Without any strings attached, there is only one thing. He drew the sword from its sheath, the gleaming steel, reflecting the alliance leader's sharp gaze. The old man growled, affirming the final truth. Because we belong to the righteous faction of Murim Li, Zhenyan stood silently in the crowd, watching the back of the alliance leader. The declarations of righteousness seemed to bore deep into his mind. And then a mighty roar echoed through the air, marking a new milestone. The Dragon Phoenix Grand Tournament is officially open. The announcer's powerful voice boomed across the square. The Dragon Phoenix Tournament officially begins. Facing the solemn figure of the alliance leader, who had his back to the heroes, Tai Minghu couldn't help but marvel. Whoa, that old guy looks pretty impressive. Meanwhile, Li Jingyan was lost in thought over the declaration. Because we are people of the righteous faction, he asked himself. Because we belong to the righteous faction. Zhenyan realized it wasn't some boast about empty honor or false justice, but simply a commitment to uphold one's humanity. It was the oath of an old man who had endured countless losses. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out again. The opening match of the Dragon Phoenix Tournament's main event will now begin. The Fistmaster and the Dual Spearmaster from Hebei have entered the arena. Will the two of you please come to the stage? Hearing the call, Minghu urged him on. Hey, it's your turn. Now get up there and show them what you've got. Zhenyan walked calmly, thinking to himself, let's see. Just how skilled are the people of the righteous faction? He stepped onto the martial stage, marked with a yin-yang symbol facing a formidable opponent, and silently noting, this is my first time facing a master who uses dual spears. The burly martial artist looked at Zhenyan with suspicion. Don't you have your own weapon? Seeing his bandaged hands, he pressed. You can't be a fist master, can you? Zhenyan calmly confirmed, yeah, I use my fists. The opponent silently sized him up, thinking that fist masters usually have a huge gap in their skill levels. But looking at the unfamiliar Zhenyan, he confidently concluded, I've never seen this guy before. He must be a nobody. This match is in the bag. Immediately, Zhenyan took a stance ready to begin the fight. The match exploded into action. Zhenyan rushed forward, his movements for dodging and counterattacking as smooth as flowing clouds and water. He closed the distance, causing his opponent to exclaim in shock. He realized that fighting up close would be dangerous and immediately tried to counter. The Dual Spearmaster leaped into the air. Determined to end it, he declared, I'll finish you from a distance. He swung his spears, creating a world-shaking explosion of energy that filled the stage with dust and smoke. It even made the senior master in the stands squint to get a better look. Down below, Minghu watched with concern. But amidst the dust and smoke, Zhenyan still stood firm. He had even blocked the descending spear tip with his bare hands. What the hell is this guy's body made of? The opponent was in utter disbelief. How could he block a spear strike that powerful with his bare hands? Is this guy cheating or something, not giving his opponent time to react? He grabbed the dual spears, then launched an extremely painful kick. A dry crack echoed as his opponent's entire body was launched from the stage, flying straight toward the Grand Elder. Crash. A shocking impact. The person next to him quickly cried out, Grand Elder, but the old man just laughed heartily in delight. What a monster, haha. The other guy had already passed out, but luckily he wasn't seriously injured. The referee immediately announced, the Fist Master is the victor. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Is it over already? That was fast. Hey, who is that guy? A well-informed martial artist explained. Oh, he's the one who passed the first preliminary round. Witnessing his friend's performance, Tai Minghu clapped excitedly. My friend's master is seriously amazing, Tai Minghu shouted as he clapped. It's true what they say, you learn something new every day. As soon as he saw Li Zhenyan step down from the stage, Hua Enyue casually approached him. Young master, congratulations on your victory. I even get to meet the young master of Wushan himself. Hearing the wrong name, Ti Minghu immediately protested. Thank you, young master Hua, but I'm not the young master of Wushan. I am Ti Minghu of the Lone Fox sect. Enyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Ah, so you're young master Tai. Tai Minghu still grumbled, correcting him. No, it's not the Lone sect. Li Zhenyan asked curiously. Young Master Hua, which match are you in? Enyue replied nonchalantly. Oh, I'm not competing. That guy Dugu Han from the Dugu family provoked me, so I felt like betting 30,000 taels on you to win, young master. I don't mean to put any pressure on you, ha ha ha. The enormous sum left Li Zhenyan stunned. 30,000 taels. Isn't that enough money to buy almost 3 houses? But he immediately smiled confidently. You made a good call. I definitely won't let you lose that money. He looked down at his own hands. That's right, the gloves you gave me, young master. Yesterday I heard a senior from the Murim alliance guess that they were woven from the heavenly silkworm silk of the Bailey family. He added that his family had once gifted a treasured sword to the head of the Bailey family and received this in return since the Bailey family had already moved on to swordsmanship. So they wanted to give it to a worthy owner. Li Zhenyan nodded. I see. Now that you mention it, Miss Hua also used a sword last time. Yue looked towards the arena. Ah, the guy I bet against is heading out now. The one carrying that pitch-black heavy sword is Dugu Han of the Dugu family. He stated confidently. He's one of the top contenders for the championship, so this match will probably be over quickly. Dugu Han drew his heavy sword. A wave of spiritual energy blazed across a corner of the stage. Hearing about the championship contenders, Tai Minghu muttered to himself, a top contender. How come every Tom, Dick, and Harry is being called a championship candidate these days? Suddenly, a shocking explosion tore through the air. Dugu Han finished the match in the blink of an eye. A cheer erupted. Dugu Han will definitely win. Amid the screams, Li Zhenyan watched the scene with a thoughtful expression. Is this guy a chicken? Why is he crowing so loudly? You know what happens to those who crow too early. Hua Enyu smirked. It was just a one-hit finish. What's all the fuss about? Just then, Dugu Han walked over and sneered young Master Hua. After watching that match, do you still want to keep our bet? Huh. You must be regretting making such a big bet on the young master of a merchant guild, right? Enyu demanded. What did you say? He added. Ha, what a pity. I never expected the future strategist of the Emperor's society to be such a terrible judge of character. Nangong Wei turned and walked away. Tai Minghu was visibly annoyed. What is that lunatic rambling about? Li Zhenyan could only cover his face in exasperation. Yue called out, Young Master Tai. Minghu remained nonchalant. What's wrong? I didn't name any specific lunatic. Is there a problem? This guy is such a troublemaker. His mouth is gonna get him killed one day. Immediately, Nangong Wei stopped in his tracks. A chilling, killing intent emanated from him. Hey you insect, repeat what you just said, Tai. Minghu was slightly startled, thinking to himself, oops, did he hear me? However, instead of being scared, he put on a curious expression and pointed at his opponent's sword. Wait a minute, that sword looks a lot like my Motaiyu-san, doesn't it? Let me borrow it for a look sometime. Witnessing his friend's completely off-topic response, Li Zhenyan could only sigh and curse inwardly. Dugu Han let out a cold laugh, his sharp eyes fixed on Minghu. Ha, I can't tell if you're brave or just an idiot. I'll remember your face. See you in the arena. In response to the challenge, Tai Minghu casually cleaned his ear and nonchalantly dropped a bombshell. Sure, but I'm not even participating. This guy's a real comedian, folks. This statement was like adding fuel to the fire, enraging Dugu Han completely. He roared, you bastard, still acting all high and mighty. Instantly, a fiery stream of internal energy erupted around his body. Dugu Han drew his sword, his killing intent flaring. Draw your weapon, I'll deal with you right here, right now. Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, the people around them began to panic. Oh no, this is getting serious. Yue hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Wait, please calm down, don't be so hot-headed. But a deep, powerful voice suddenly cut in. Move. A tall man with a giant broadsword on his back slowly walked through the crowd. He ordered coldly, don't block my path. This person's appearance left Dugu Han stunned into silence. It was Nangong Wei, the man known as Nangong's #1 blade. Nangong Wei glanced over the scene before his eyes landed on Dugu Han. He asked in a contemptuous tone, who was it? Without waiting for an answer, he continued mockingly, Dugu Han, are you using your internal energy on a commoner, and now you're arguing with someone of his caliber? You must have too much time. On your hands. The name Nangong Wei was whispered through the crowd with absolute awe. Dugu Han gritted his teeth in anger, but deep down, he knew exactly who he was facing. Nangong Wei was the grandson of the legendary Blade Emperor. Looking at his majestic demeanor and profound skills despite his young age, anyone would have to admit he was a martial arts genius with truly formidable strength. Nangong Wei glanced over at Minghu. Thinking to himself, is that the guy from the Milky Way Merchant Guild? He coldly reminded Dugu Han, isn't it almost your turn to fight, and you're here getting mixed up in trivial matters? Seems you have way too much free time. Dugu Han asked in surprise. Oh, that match, Nangong Wei replied nonchalantly. Of course, I've already taken care of it. I'm on my way down now. His words left the entire group stunned. What Dugu Han's match just ended a little while ago. Nangong Wei began to show off again. That Dugu fellow finished his opponent in one move. Do you really think I'd take longer than him? Everyone was shocked. No wonder the match was over in a flash. Li Zhenyan observed thoughtfully. So that's Nangong Wei. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice called out, Nangong Wei, you bastard. At the same time, two beautiful women approached. The pink-haired girl called out softly, brother. The arrival of these newcomers left Li Zhenyan's group wondering. Just what is this strange combination of people? Among them, the blue-haired woman with a noble air was addressed as Lady Beck. Yunwol quickly recognized her and greeted her. Ah, Lady Bach, it's been a while. The girl smiled politely in return. It has been a while, young master. She didn't forget to thank the young man with them. "Thank you for the sword last time. It suits me well." Hearing this, the young man's face lit up with joy. "So, Lady Bake is the one using it. I'm just happy that you like it, my lady." As they were talking, Lady Bake suddenly froze when she saw Li Zhenyan. Their eyes met for a fleeting, meaningful moment without a single word spoken. She coldly walked past him, the hem of her sleeve brushing against Li Zhenyan's hand, leaving him slightly stunned and confused. "Li Yon, wait." The call rang out as the new group began to leave. Li Zhenyan stood silently watching their retreating figures. A loud announcement boomed across the square, requesting all martial artists who won the first round to gather in the designated area for the next match. At that moment, Eun-wol quietly asked if the young master was mentally prepared for the second round. Li Zhenyan calmly replied that he was ready, but he couldn't help but wonder why those guys kept staring at him like they wanted to eat him alive. In the distance, Dugu-han and Nanggong Wei were radiating intense killing intent. Their fiery gazes were aimed directly at him. Eun-wol explained that those two were originally love rivals, but because Li Zhenyan's skills were so outstanding, he had now unintentionally become the common enemy of two alphas fighting over the same prize. Hearing this, Seol Myung-ho couldn't help but mock them, saying that the children of prestigious families were ridiculous for causing a scene over a single woman, calling it nothing more than a cheap farce. Seeing Myung-ho's slip of the tongue, Li Zhenyan immediately warned him in a low voice to watch his mouth because if it weren't for the crowd, Dugu-han would have already taken his life. But right after Li Zhenyan unexpectedly praised him, "Good job, disciple," Myung-ho immediately bowed his head, respectfully, vowing to carve his master's teachings into his heart. The Eun-wol siblings couldn't understand what kind of master-disciple relationship the two had. Under the bright sun, the tournament's atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Li Zhenyan stood from a distance thoughtfully, observing the formidable opponents looking up at the match bracket, with wooden tags bearing the names of the masters. He told himself that he just needed to win 2 more matches to officially enter the finals. Li Zhenyan walked slowly, preparing to face his next opponent. Li Zhenyan's next opponent was decided. It was Dugu-han. Eun-wol stood beside him, remarking thoughtfully, "Just entering the semi-finals. And he already has to face someone on the level of Nanggong Wei. It seems this journey won't be easy at all." She gently reminded Li Zhenyan that because someone had forfeited, he was forced to continuously face extremely strong opponents. Meanwhile, in the other bracket, the winner between the Hainan sect's Golden Sand Sword Wima Keyon and the Plum Blossom Wanderer, Qin Kie of the Manhwa sect, would earn a ticket to the final match. A loud announcement tore through the atmosphere. Dugu-han and the guest martial artist to the stage, Li Zhenyan, slowly stepped onto the fighting stage, facing a Dugu-han who was seething with killing intent, staring daggers at his opponent. Dugu-han silently fumed at the thought of Lady Bake paying attention to someone like him. He scornfully thought that Li Zhenyan was just an undisciplined nobody who only knew a few cheap tricks. With extreme jealousy, he decided to channel all of his shattering murder, internal energy to crush his opponent to dust. He gave a sinister smile and growled a challenge. "Come at me." It made the spectators below shudder, finding the sight extremely unpleasant. In his heart, Dugu-han was determined to crush the man before him instantly. A powerful sword swing was unleashed, creating a terrifying explosion in the middle of the stage. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the area. The force from the tremendous impact was so great, it caused the surface of the stage to crack wide open. The spectators below couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "The stage is cracking." Amidst the rubble and the astonishment of the alliance leader and the other martial artists, Li Zhenyan still stood firm. His sharp gaze watched his opponent through the screen of dust. Standing in the wreckage, Li Zhenyan thought to himself, "What should I do? Since this is a match against someone from the righteous faction, I was planning on holding back a little." But his opponent's arrogance seemed to have reached his limit. Dugu-han sneered contemptuously. "Hey, you merchant fistfighter, do you know who you're up against? Do you know your place?" In response to the provocation, Li Zhenyan just silently stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, the solid stone floor instantly shattered under incredible pressure. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from Li Zhenyan's position. Witnessing this overwhelming power that far exceeded his expectations, Dugu-han was completely shocked. What the hell? Even Namgung Wei, standing below, couldn't hide his serious expression at this unexpected turn of events. Li Zhenyan gave a dangerous smile and slowly repeated his opponent's words. "Know my place. Huh, interesting." A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he affirmed in a low, threatening voice, "I'll give you some special treatment." Thick dust enveloped the fighting stage, which was now utterly destroyed, its original form gone. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the crowd of spectators couldn't help but cry out in shock. The stage is completely annihilated. Faced with the chaotic situation, a subordinate hurriedly asked the alliance leader for instructions. Liu Zhenghong remained calm and gave a command with a slight wave of his hand. "Let the match continue, but make sure no spectators get hurt." Atop the shattered rocks, Dugu-han was coughing violently. His face showed clear signs of struggle as he gritted his teeth and thought, "How can a single kick have this much power? Just how far have you trained your external arts?" What a brute. Still, his arrogance made him stubbornly believe. That must be all he's got. Immediately, Duguhan unleashed a barrage of sharp sword energies that tore through the air toward his opponent. However, Li Zhenyan stood as firm as a rock, his eyes glowing as a blue-purple electricity began to envelop his arm, a massive wave of internal energy suddenly taking the shape of a fist. An explosive force completely deflected Duguhan's sword chi. The appearance of this shocking energy made his eyes go wide. Horrified, he hastily raised his sword to defend his internal energy, flaring in utter disbelief. Watching from a distance, Yin Yue smirked smugly. It seems my choice wasn't wrong after all. In a flash, Li Zhenyan channeled his energy and lunged forward like lightning. Li Zhenyan threw a punch that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. A series of consecutive blows forced Duguhan completely onto the defensive, turning him into nothing more than a moving punching bag. An observer noted silently, Zhenyan not only possesses profound power, but the footwork of a merchant's son is as nimble as a true martial arts master. With his overwhelming strength and precise calculation in every strike, it's no wonder that even Zhu Yangsheng had to taste defeat at his hands. Li Zhenyan casually neutralized an attack while tossing out a taunt. Where's that arena-shattering aura of yours? Gone, young master. Why are you holding back so much? Duguhan roared in fury. Shut up. He gathered his strength and unleashed a fatal slash, but Zhenyan simply caught the blade between two fingers and flicked it away. The precious sword flew from Duguhan's grasp, soaring high into the air before plunging into the ground far away, to the astonishment of everyone watching. Staring at his disarmed hand, Duguhan trembled, his eyes turning bloodshot with humiliation. The harsh scolding of his family's head echoed in his mind. What is this disgraceful display? You lost your balance, and even dropped your sword. To this day, you still haven't even mastered a single form of the sky-shattering technique. You should be ashamed. The criticisms about not meeting the standard, about not being acknowledged as the young master, were like daggers piercing his pride. Duguhan collapsed, sweat pouring down his face, a mask of disappointment and bitterness. But then he suddenly gritted his teeth and raised his head, his eyes blazing with determination. It's not. I haven't shown you everything yet. Duguhan shot back to his feet, ready to unleash his final move, his hands tightening around the hilt of his sword. Instantly, a brilliant golden aura erupted, violently engulfing his entire sword and body. Witnessing this scene, Yin Yue and the elders exclaimed in shock. That is, Duguhan roared with authority. Duguhan of the Dugu clan. A colossal stream of sword chi, the sky-shattering technique shot straight into the blue sky, forming a majestic pillar of golden light that shook the heavens. Li Zhenyan remained astonishingly calm, silently assessing the sky-shattering technique. It's the Dugu clan's ultimate technique for focusing power into a single point. So that's what it is. Still, it's just a child showing off in front of a master, he thought to himself. For a swordsman, the unity of mind and sword is fundamental. Li Zhenyan began to channel his internal energy into his fist, preparing to face the destructive power, hurtling toward him head-on. Facing the menacing sword, Li Zhenyan stated coldly, "But what of your sword, young master? Your mind has already shattered into 1,000,000 pieces." Instantly, a deep blue internal energy erupted from his fist, colliding directly with the sky-shattering technique and creating a world-shaking explosion. A blinding light engulfed the entire arena, causing the horrified crowd to scream and shield their eyes from the immense pressure. When the dust slowly settled, the scene revealed a deep crater with massive cracks spreading across the ground. Duguhan was now completely exhausted. He collapsed to his knees in pain, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Zhenyan stood tall before his opponent and delivered a scathing remark. More disappointing than I thought. He continued to pressure his opponent with chilling words. The Dugu clan is nothing special. So this is why you haven't been acknowledged, young master. In the end, you're just small fry, aren't you? Those words were like knives, stabbing straight into Duguhan's pride, sending him into a state of utter panic. In his mind, tens of thousands of scornful eyes appeared, and whispers of gossip surrounded his lonely figure. Duguhan screamed in despair. No, how can this be? He frantically questioned himself. Why was my most devoted attack so useless? Why can the man in front of me be so calm and possess such a powerful gaze? Sometimes the children of great clans raised in luxury carry inner demons far greater than any martial artist who has struggled through the world. The stares and expectations from others are a blade sharper than even a crazed enemy. If the mind is weak but the body is strong, that blade will turn back and press against their own throats, and they will crumble. Due to the discord between his body and spirit, Duguhan completely collapsed, his mind shattering in dark despair. In moments of crisis like this, what arrogant geniuses need most is a little guidance and a moment of peace to realize the truth. Looking at the deep blue internal energy swirling in Li Zhenyan's hand, Duguhan suddenly froze. A look of understanding dawned in his eyes as he uttered, "So, that's how it is." He realized that the sky-shattering technique was meant to unify energy into one, not let it erupt uncontrollably. He needed to firmly contain the scattered internal energy. With a confident smile returning to his lips, Duguhan growled, "I'll try again." He poured all of his essence into his sword, creating a fiery aura that enveloped his arm readying for the decisive blow. Han gritted his teeth, channeled all his power, and shouted the name of the technique, Sky-Shattering Technique. A slash-carrying, world-destroying power was unleashed, tearing through space and heading straight for his opponent. Witnessing his junior's remarkable improvement, right in the middle of battle, Zhenyan smiled faintly in satisfaction. All right, you succeeded. However, just as Han was reveling in the joy of his breakthrough, Zhenyan closed the distance with terrifying speed. He coolly remarked, Junior, you should consider yourself lucky that you belong to the righteous path. A punch as heavy as a mountain slammed straight into Han, sending him flying dozens of meters. He crashed through the arena's railings and slammed violently into the stone wall, creating a massive explosion amidst the desolate rubble. Han lay collapsed, his breathing ragged and his face covered in blood. In his dazed state, he was startled to realize the immense gap in their power. It's too high. It's really too high. Looking at his opponent's towering figure, he bitterly acknowledged that even the sky-shattering technique he had always been so proud of, he wasn't even close to reaching that level of greatness. Han gritted his teeth in utter humiliation, feeling the crushing weight of defeat pressing down on his mind once again. A desperate scream tore through the air. Han struggled to force himself up, using his sword as a crutch, while fresh blood continued to drip steadily onto the shattered floor. With bloodshot eyes filled with madness, he wanted to try one last desperate gamble. Please, let's fight again. This time I'll take it seriously. However, a powerful shout suddenly rang out, stopping everyone in their tracks. Stop, the Alliance leaders. Sudden appearance made both of them freeze in shock. Liu Zhenghong looked straight at Han and questioned him sternly. Don't you realize, the Fistmaster held back a lot during your match. He warned that if he continued to act so pathetic, not only would he disgrace himself, but the honor of the Dugu clan would be dragged through the mud as, well, before. The question of how he planned to face his father, Han, could only hang his head in total shame. The Alliance leader's voice then softened, advising him to treat this failure as an opportunity for further training before giving a booming command. Hold your head high, Han silently sheathed his sword. Though his face was still stained with blood, he had gradually regained his composure. He bowed deeply to Zhenyan and struggled to force out the admission, I have lost. The referee immediately declared the match over amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd across the square. Zhenyan stood in the center of the ring, looking like he belonged there. Below the stands, the crowd was still chattering away with excitement about the battle. Zhenyan thought to himself, although he felt a bit of regret for not being able to go easier on Han, this result turned out for the best. Right then, a man with a sinister grin stood afar with his arms crossed watching him. He smugly thought that Han's failure was actually a perfect opportunity, because now he would be the one to personally smash Zhenyan's face in the upcoming fight. Once the battle ended, Zhenyan withdrew into the circle of his teammates. Jie Minghu couldn't hide his admiration and exclaimed, I've learned so much from watching you. Congratulations on your victory, master. To the praise, Zhenyan only replied modestly, it was nothing, easy as pie. However, in a shadowy corner, sharp eyes continued to watch him intently. Namgungwei stood at a distance, his face pensive and full of calculation. He realized that even when facing a powerful opponent like Han, Zhenyan had cunningly concealed the true depth of his internal power. Turns out this Fistmaster is quite the dark horse. Namgungwei mused his hand, tapping his thigh impatiently as he questioned himself. How should he handle Zhenyan? He certainly couldn't follow in Han's footsteps just standing there and taking hits. He carefully analyzed the fighting style of the Dugu clan, which used overwhelming strength to crush opponents. It was formidable, but against a slippery fighter like Zhenyan, it was completely useless. Although the opponent was somewhat superior in terms of cultivation level, Namgungwei believed he held more vital information. He was desperately searching for a loophole, a perfect way to secure a win. Memories of training sessions with his grandfather suddenly flashed back in his mind. Over the chessboard, Namgungwei admitted in shock, I lost again. This time I really thought I had it. The old man with a majestic aura slowly gathered the chess pieces and spoke sternly. How did your grandfather win, you ask? Being certain without calculation, that is the mark of a careless man. He emphasized that as a descendant of the Namgung clan, he must always stand at the highest vantage point to observe everything. The old man required him to look down at the board and watch every tiny movement. The Namgung clan must never be a pawn on someone else's board. Instead, always remember to read the flow and control the entire situation. That is how we do things. That is the sacred philosophy of the Namgung clan. Grandfather and grandson sat facing each other in the brightly lit room, where the secrets of dominance were being passed down quietly but intensely. Look down at the board, huh? First I must lure my opponent onto my board, Namgungwei thought as he placed a piece down. His gaze was ice cold, preparing for his plan. A booming voice rang out across the square. The first blade of Namgung and the Fistmaster to the stage, Zhenyan silently tightened his gloves, stepping onto the ring with intense focus. The battle between the two young masters officially began. Namgungwei spoke with feigned politeness. Young clan leader, please go easy on me. Below the stage, the crowd was screaming in excitement. Hey Tiger Master, tear him to shreds. Observing his opponent, Li Zhenyan internally noted that Namgung Wei seemed much more composed than Dugu Han. He thought, well, let's see what happens if I strike first. Li Zhenyan lunged like a lightning bolt, unleashing a bone-crushing punch. Namgung Wei swung his blade to parry internally, shocked to find that his opponent's center of gravity didn't waver even an inch after such a massive collision. Immediately, he channeled the Emperor's invincible blade aura to counterattack. Li Zhenyan narrowed his eyes, watching every movement of the golden dragon blade. Namgung Wei gave a sharp, sinister smirk. He began to execute the third form. A series of vibrant green blade auras tore through the air surrounding Li Zhenyan in a vortex of killing intent. Li Zhenyan thought to himself, using the Emperor's 8 forms like that, impressive stuff. Standing far away, Niue watched pensively, knowing the nature of this blade style was to infuse subtle internal power to slowly chip away at the opponent's energy. However, Li Zhenyan quickly realized that what surrounded him was no different from a defensive barrier. Just touching these blade auras would immediately siphon off his internal power. The only way to escape was through the single opening at the top. Namgung Wei watched with a smug look, silently challenging him. Well, how are you going to get out of this? Realizing the intent to lure him into a trap, Li Zhenyan gave an amused smile. You're trying to bait me into jumping up, aren't you, instead of leaping into the air? Following the script, the enemy expected Li Zhenyan suddenly stomps and charges forward. This unexpected move catches Namgung Wei completely off guard, making him gasp in shock. Don't like that, do you? Ignoring the sharp blades of energy closing in, Li Zhenyan dives straight into the fray. Instead of dodging, he launched punches shrouded in deep blue, internal energy clashing directly with the blade's aura and creating powerful shockwaves. This made Namgung Wei's eyes fly open in shock. What is he trying to break through head-on? Namgung Wei couldn't believe his eyes. He's meeting force with force. This guy really is tough. Li Zhenyan relentlessly pressed on with punches that carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, forcing Namgung Wei to use both hands. Just to brace his greatsword, he gritted his teeth and cursed in terror. This madman, the overwhelming power from Li Zhenyan's fists was so immense that the Namgung family's genius began to lose his footing, sliding backward across the arena floor. One final explosive clash sent Namgung Wei flying far into the distance. Li Zhenyan stood his ground calmly, looking at his opponent with pity. Racking your brain like that. How long can you possibly last? Namgung Wei was exhausted by now, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he still tried to act tough. He gave a faint laugh. How absurd. You think you can break this technique with your fists? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Namgung Wei told himself he had to quickly seize the initiative if he didn't want to suffer a miserable defeat. A cold light flared in his eyes as he resolved to truly go all out this time and end the fight. Namgung Wei roared. This time, I'll strike first. He then lunged forward, launching a relentless assault of fiery blade strikes. However, Li Zhenyan remained perfectly calm, using his bare hands to casually parry every single slash, deflecting the razor-sharp blade with ease. Witnessing this, the stunned spectators couldn't help but exclaim, he's brushing off every single attack. Li Zhenyan silently sized up his opponent. He's putting up a decent fight. Namgung Wei was indeed a worthy successor to the Blade Emperor's martial arts. His skill was enough to overwhelm most of the younger generation, even the most talented ones today. However, to become the greatest under heaven, one must surpass the Blade Emperor's shadow. Li Zhenyan continued to calmly neutralize all of the Namgung family's energy techniques. He thought to himself that he didn't need any special training to deal with the Blade Emperor's moves. This powerlessness made Namgung Wei roar in frustration. Damn it, how can my blade not even touch him? Once Namgung Wei started to lose patience as all his attacks hit nothing but air. But then he suddenly froze, realizing something was strange. Through their clashes, he discovered that Li Zhenyan's techniques were repeating in a specific pattern: palm fist, kick, then palm fist, allowing him to predict the next move. It was definitely going to be a kick. He charged forward confidently. A kick, you say? Not this time. He then launched an attack to counter the palm and fist. But at that very moment, Li Zhenyan cracked a sinister smile. This little bird had been led far astray. He didn't use a kick as predicted, but instead unleashed an incredibly powerful punch. Clang! It's a fist. The punch, wreathed in a deep purple internal energy, slammed right into Namgung Wei, making him cough up blood in agony. Gak, he realized with a shock. What kind of fist master uses dark arts like this? Namgung Wei came to a bitter realization in this battle. There were no rules to begin with, and Li Zhenyan was an unprecedented variable, completely upending all of his calculations. If Namgung Wei always wanted to control the chessboard with his intellect, then Li Zhenyan was the kind of person willing to shatter that board with absolute power. A punch with world-shaking force was unleashed, crushing all of his opponent's schemes and defenses into 100 pieces amid the rubble. Li Zhenyan flashed an arrogant smirk, establishing his position as someone who existed beyond all rules. The terrifying impact sent Namgung Wei flying. He collapsed with a deep gash on his forehead as fresh blood began to flow. Witnessing this, the crowd of spectators couldn't help but murmur in shock. The Nangong family lost that easily. His panicked subordinates rushed onto the arena stage, anxiously asking about their young master's condition. Nangong Wei stood silently amidst the chaos. His face was a mask of disbelief and bitterness at having tasted such a humiliating defeat. From a distance, Miss Bailey quietly observed the scene, with sorrow in her eyes. Nangong Wei staggered away, blood from his wound dripping onto the shattered floor. He asked himself bitterly, Why was I so completely defeated? He had always been confident that this world was just a chessboard under his own control, but harsh reality had shattered that illusion. Staring at the blood, soaking his hands, he realized his arrogance had blinded him for so long. He bitterly acknowledged that the chessboard he thought was so vast was in fact no bigger than the palm of his hand. Suppressing the pain, Nangong Wei stood up straight and performed a solemn gesture. He declared loudly before the entire martial world, I have lost, I have been taught a lesson. Seeing his opponent's candor and manly spirit, Zhenyan gave a small, appreciative smile. Even that shout is worthy of a true man. He calmly turned and walked away, not forgetting to leave a parting word. Until we meet again, Nangong's #1 blade. Nangong Wei silently left the arena, vowing to take revenge. He swore that the next time they met, he would create an unbreakable chessboard to defeat his rival. A loud announcement boomed across the arena, officially declaring the Fistmaster as the winner of the first semifinal match. Amidst the cheering of an excited Ti Minghu and a satisfied Yin Yue, Zhenyan maintained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, a man with long black hair and a confident air approached him and called out, Hey, Fistmaster. I watched your match very closely. The newcomer was none other than the golden silk sword Wei Mochan. He beamed, extending his hand in greeting, and showered Zhenyan with enthusiastic praise for his strength. Mochan declared that he was greatly looking forward to facing him, and that he'd see him in the finals. His over-the-top enthusiasm and non-stop chatter just made Zhenyan feel weary. He thought to himself, this guy is seriously loud. Just then, a man with plum-colored hair slowly walked past, and coldly challenged Motian about the meaning behind his confident words. The speaker was none other than the Plum Blossom Wanderer, Qin Jie, of the Manhwa sect. He boldly declared that he himself would be the one stepping onto the stage for the upcoming final match. Wei Moshian didn't even flinch. He smirked challengingly and told his opponent to just try him. The announcer's voice boomed once again, officially starting the second semifinal match between the Golden Sandsword and the Plum Blossom Wanderer. While the atmosphere of the tournament was heating up by the minute, Zhenyan looked up at the sky. With a weary expression, he muttered a single blunt sentence, I'm hungry. The semifinal match between the Plum Blossom Wanderer and the Golden Sandsword officially began. In the middle of the vast yin-yang arena, as soon as he unsheathed his golden sword, Wei Moqian made a clear declaration, Hey, I won't be holding back. Not keeping his opponent waiting, Qinji immediately launched the swift wind technique, tearing through the air as he charged forward. The continuous blasts of vibrant pink sword energy made Wei Moqian exclaim in excitement. Wow, the two opposing streams of internal energy clashed violently, sending powerful shockwaves through the stands. Observing the fight, one martial artist remarked, The techniques of a Mount Hua disciple are so flashy. Standing nearby, Li Yan also silently admired Qin Jie's ferocity. Rumor has it that Mount Hua martial artists always bet their lives when they fight. Indeed, his swordplay showed no hesitation in the face of the Mount Hua sect's storm-like offense. Tai Minghu doubted this disciple's chances of winning. However, Zhenyan said, not necessarily. Look, the golden sand sword is still smiling. And indeed, Wei Motion remained extremely relaxed despite being under immense pressure. Qin Jie decided to play his trump card. He utilized the 24 Forms Plum Blossom sword art, pouring all his strength into one final attack. Qin Jie leaped high into the air, roaring Plum Blossom Cyclone, creating a massive vortex of energy that engulfed his opponent. Faced with this perilous situation, Wei Motian calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his brilliantly glowing sword. He stated coldly, Listen carefully, Qinji. In any fight against you, I always use my full strength. Instantly, a burst of golden sword energy called Golden Sand erupted powerfully, tearing apart the Plum Blossom vortex. It gradually transformed into threads that bound Qinji tightly. He was restrained and fell to the floor with a thud, collapsing amidst the debris. Qinji groaned in pain as his breathing became ragged. At that moment, the cold, sharp tip of Wei Mochan's sword was pressed against his neck. With the demeanor of a victor, Mochan calmly advised, Give up, Qinji. You already saw how this battle would end, didn't you? He looked deep into his opponent's eyes, questioning him in a low voice. Was Qin Jie really willing to trade his life for a friendly competition? After a moment of silence, Qin Jie let out a weary sigh and bitterly admitted, I've lost to you again, Moshan. The announcer's voice rang out clearly across the square, confirming the two top contenders who would advance to the tournament finals. The Dragon and the Phoenix had officially been revealed. Wei Moqian smiled and offered a hand to help his friend up. Being a good sport, Qin Jie didn't forget to leave him with a challenge. Let's fight again some other time. Next time, I'll be the one to win. As Motian's figure faded into the distance, the atmosphere in the arena grew more feverish than ever. The final battle, the ultimate showdown between the Golden Sand Sword and the Fist Master, was the main event everyone had been waiting for. As the sky turned a brilliant sunset orange, the decisive moment of the final match arrived. The spectators in the stands roared with excitement, dividing into two distinct factions to cheer for their idols. One side believed the Golden Sand Sword's title as a once-in-a-century genius was unbeatable. The other side placed their complete faith in the profound yet to be fully revealed power of the Fist Master. Standing opposite each other in the arena, Zhenyan just nodded silently. This one's too easy. The moment the starting call ended, both fighters instantly rushed at each other with terrifying speed, kicking off the battle that would decide the young generation's champion. Wei Motian launched a surprisingly close-quarters attack, creating a powerful collision in the very first seconds. Zhenyan frowned slightly, taking a step back as he silently assessed the situation. A swordsman choosing to fight up close from the very beginning, he immediately grabbed his opponent's leg and pushed to neutralize the attack, sending Wei Motian staggering backward. Regaining his footing in the arena, Wei Motian still wore a confident smile. He silently marveled at Zhengyan's airtight defense. Impressive. He isn't giving me any openings to counterattack. Still, this is exactly the kind of fight I was hoping for. Wei Motian suddenly shifted his stance, drawing his sword with terrifying speed from an unbelievable angle. Zhenyan was shocked to recognize the strange technique, the reverse sword art. The brilliant golden sword energy tore through the air, forcing Zhenyan to retreat continuously and touch the floor to keep his balance against the suffocating pressure. Wei Motian began to unleash the ultimate technique of his school, the golden sand sword art. Brilliant golden rays like giant needles known as the golden thread. Illusion sword rained down in unison, covering the entire arena. Wei Motian declared loudly, "There's no way you can dodge the golden thread, illusion sword." The Fistmaster Zhenyan was stunned to find himself surrounded by countless shimmering golden specks of dust moving in complex orbits. He wondered in alarm as he saw the tiny particles around him. San Zhenyan quickly realized the danger hidden behind their sparkling appearance. This wasn't ordinary sand. Each particle contained an incredibly profound internal energy. He spun and moved with extreme speed to evade the sand particles, which carried a terrifying force. As they relentlessly pursued him, Zhenyan silently made up his mind, if that's how it's going to be. Seeing that his opponent seemed to have fallen into his inescapable trap, Wei Motian exclaimed smugly, "It's a success." Instantly, Zhenyan channeled his energy into his fingertip, preparing a single strike to break the formation. Amidst the tense atmosphere of the final match, a strange phenomenon occurred, causing the crowd to cry out in astonishment as they saw the sand filled with internal energy. From Wei Motian suddenly freeze in midair. Even the alliance leader Liu Zhenghong couldn't help but wonder why the attack had come to such an abrupt halt. Wei Motian realized with shock that he hadn't been the one to stop the technique. Golden threads, delicate strands of internal energy so fine they were nearly invisible to the naked eye, began to envelop the area. Wei Motian was stunned, questioning himself. Could it be that his opponent had perfectly mimicked his technique? Just by watching it once, he couldn't believe his eyes. Li Zhenyan's control over his internal energy had reached such a sophisticated and masterful level. It felt as if his every move was seen through, trapped within an invisible web of power, as he stood amidst a space glowing with a tangled mesh of energy threads. Wei Motian felt utterly insignificant, like he'd just hit an impassable mountain. He let out a helpless sigh, admitting the power of the man standing before him. The power difference was just too overwhelming. His will to fight evaporated in the face of such a vast gap in skill, and his own energy began to fade. Wei Motian decisively dropped his hands and declared loud and clear, "I concede." This sudden surrender sent waves of confused murmurs through the entire arena. The audience was baffled, wondering why the sand dust had turned on its master, and why the golden sand sword had surrendered so easily. Only the alliance leader, Liu Zhenghong, smiled with complete understanding. He realized that the Fist Master had displayed a level of martial arts so advanced that ordinary people lacked the skill to even comprehend it. Watching Li Zhenyan's back as he walked away, he wondered, just how much stronger could that Fist Master possibly get? He walked closer, offering a sincere smile as he admitted, "Honestly, I never imagined you were this powerful. If I get the chance, I would be honored to learn from you again." In response to his eagerness, Zhenyan simply replied nonchalantly, "I'll be ready whenever you want a rematch." Watching everything unfold from his high vantage point, Alliance leader Liu Zhenghong smiled in satisfaction. It seemed this year's Dragon Phoenix tournament had finally found its worthy champion. Cheers of Fist Master, thundered across the plaza, loud enough to shake the twilight sky. Amidst the roaring sea of people, Li Zhenyan stood tall, exuding the aura of a true champion. Tai Minghu and Enyue couldn't contain their excitement. They rushed over to congratulate their friend. Even a senior watching from afar had to marvel at the sight. Admiring the young talent, he muttered, "Humph, the kids these days are something else." As the last of the daylight faded, Zhenyan quietly slipped away from the arena. His figure moved as fast as the wind, disappearing over the rooftops. As night fell in a secret tent concealed by darkness, a man approached and knocked on the flap. After a voice granted him entry, he stepped inside and bowed respectfully to his leader. Inside, a group of figures in dark clothing, their faces hidden by straw hats, radiated a chilling, killing intent. Their leader spoke, asking about the heirs of the righteous faction. The subordinate reported with a sneer that although a few of them looked like they could be masters, they were for the most part just a bunch of kids who were still wet behind the ears. Upon hearing this, the leader decided to implement their modified plan. He revealed that the plan had to be adjusted because of the emergence of an individual who even the heavenly demon and the sword demon had failed to defeat, and at that moment, the identity of the leader was revealed. It was none other than Wu Jing, captain of the secret demon squad from the 10,000 Demon Palace, a man whose face was obscured by mysterious paper talismans. Wu Jing coldly commanded his subordinate to clean up the corpses, littering the area, and then began to explain the new plan. He figured that the person the heavenly demon and sword demon failed to kill would definitely head to the Martial Alliance. Therefore, they needed a major diversion to capture him. He ordered his subordinate, Suo Ba, set up an ambush at Heavenly Prison Mountain, the strategic choke point between the Martial Alliance and the Nine Wolves Valley. With a cruel smile twisting his lips behind the talismans, Wu Jing announced his plan. "The moment the Dragon Phoenix tournament concludes, we will strike. We will annihilate all the elite heirs of the great families as they journey home." The Fistmaster, the Golden Thread Sword, and Nangong's first blade ascended the stage. Standing before the entire martial arts world, Nangong Wei, a bandage still wrapped around his head, let out a quiet sigh. I'm being called up again." The Alliance leader approached and called out Nangong Wei. He answered respectfully, "Yes, Alliance leader." The old man presented a treasured saber and said, "The Taicheng saber is a blade I have always cherished. I trust you will receive it properly." Looking into the Alliance leader's eyes, Nangong Wei was inwardly astonished. He'd always assumed the head of the Martial Alliance only showed himself during the Emperor Society's hunts, but he realized now how hasty that conclusion had been. He accepted the gift and affirmed, "Yes sir, I got it. A top-tier treasure like this. I promise I'll handle it with kid gloves. Wouldn't dream of letting it get a single scratch." Right after the Alliance leader called the next person. Next up, Wei Motian. He looked at the young man with clear admiration. "They say you're a once-in-a-century prodigy, and I can see it's true. Very impressive." Wei Motian bowed humbly. "Sir, please don't praise me so much. You're making me blush. Compared to Chu Shui from the Silver River Merchant Guild, I'm still just a rookie." His words made the Alliance leader chuckle. "Haha, so you already know about her, do you?" Wei Motian didn't say anything else, only casting a silent, thoughtful glance toward the Fistmaster. Then, the old man looked at the treasured sword and asked, "Wei Motian, have you thought of a name for this sword?" Wei Motian replied without hesitation, "If I may, I wish to call it the Golden Sand Sword." The Alliance leader nodded in approval. "The name of your sword technique is it fitting?" Then he turned to the young champion with an instruction. "The champion will stay behind." As night descended, a strange tension filled the arena. The Alliance leader began shouting orders to his subordinates. 100 Dragon Squad secure the perimeter. Elders form an array with this stage at its center. Everyone else clear the stage now. The crowd responded in unison. "Yes, sir." Now the champion stood alone on the stage, cradling an exquisitely carved wooden box. Down in the stands, a curious young woman asked young Master Hui, "What are they doing?" Young Master Hui explained that for a martial artist, the most dangerous moment is when they're consuming a spiritual medicine because they are completely defenseless. The slightest disturbance could cause their chi to deviate with disastrous consequences. He wondered why the Alliance leader was taking such extreme precautions but still said to the young woman, "That's just the kind of man he is. Not everyone in the martial world is so noble. But that Alliance leader, he truly is an admirable old man." From above, the Alliance leader looked at the champion with complete trust. "Junior, use it now. It doesn't matter how long it takes. While you're circulating your chi, I and the other Alliance members will stand guard for you." The young man nodded, silently, slowly sat down, and placed the box in front of him. He opened the lid, took out the sparkling spirit medicine, and put it in his mouth. As soon as the spirit medicine dissolved, he closed his eyes to focus. A radiant blue stream of chi began to emanate powerfully from him. Sitting cross-legged amidst the brilliant blue chi, the champion thought to himself with a sigh, "Back when I was a lone wanderer, I couldn't have even dreamed of getting this kind of VIP treatment." Looking at the figures of the Alliance leader and the masters, standing guard so diligently in the distance, he couldn't help but feel moved. To have people standing guard for him once again. Below, everyone's eyes were fixed on the high platform, with a mixture of awe and admiration. The Alliance leader smiled in satisfaction, while the young man also let out a slight smirk, feeling the distinct changes occurring in his very veins. A surging wave of power enveloped his body, burning like a green flame. He realized the martial world was opening up before him in a way completely different from his lonely past life. When his eyes now shining with an intense blue light opened, he slowly rose to his feet, radiating power. Hello. Is this Gongjing stalactite milk some kind of overpowered buff, or what? And how did I absorb the 100-year essence ginseng in the blink of an eye? He looked down at his hands, which were now covered in crackling sparks of chi. He confirmed that he had now reached the 9th stage. He turned to the alliance leader and announced succinctly, "I'm done." A simple statement that left the old man utterly stunned. He exclaimed, "That fast? Are you all right? That's way too fast." In response to his concern, the young man just calmly affirmed, "I'm fine." The alliance leader immediately ordered his subordinates, "You may all withdraw." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and our hero felt a bit awkward. He decided to take the initiative and ask if there was anything else, then made a surprising suggestion. "My stomach is sending out an S.O.S. After leveling up, I'm so hungry I feel like I could just pass out." This honest remark made the alliance leader burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, in that case I must treat our champion to a meal." In the distance, Tai Minghu also yelled out in excitement, because he was finally getting to eat. "Call the others too." The banquet unfolded in a very warm atmosphere, filled with all sorts of delicious dishes. Tai Minghu was completely absorbed in stuffing his face. It must be because the alliance leader was present that this guy suddenly became so quiet, not daring to cause a ruckus like usual. Suddenly, the alliance leader spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Is your moniker the Silver River Tiger?" Hearing this, Tai Minghu was so startled he choked on his food and hurriedly corrected him. Reporting to the alliance leader, "I am the ferocious Iron Fox Tai Minghu." The old man chuckled and corrected the name, then turned to encourage Chu Shui, telling her to continue her training. "Because you've improved significantly since you had that medicinal tea." The young woman could only bow her head respectfully and agree. The alliance leader then suddenly turned to Hua Enyue. "You are the young master of the Hua clan." "Yes, sir." He then inquired about his father, and the young man replied, "My father and everyone else are well." "Sir," the old man suddenly slammed his hand on the table and declared bluntly, "You are the young master of a great clan." His expression turned grave. "As you know, Duan Yucheng and the Murim clan head have gone missing. Return and report this to your father." Before the warning about the demonic sect could act in the northern region, the young man affirmed, "Yes, sir, you can count on me." The alliance leader looked deep into his eyes and emphasized, "And you as well. You need to become stronger, more overwhelmingly powerful than you are now. I want you to become the hidden blade of the Orthodox sect." The old man analyzed that even though he had won the championship, his fame had not yet truly spread, and the demonic sect didn't even know of his existence. The alliance leader asserted, "Their immediate targets will undoubtedly be old men like myself." The alliance leader looked straight into the young man's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" The champion's gaze did not waver as he calmly replied, "I understand. That is my goal as well." While the atmosphere between the two was extremely serious, Tai Minghu sitting nearby had a completely bewildered look on his face. "You bosses have been talking on such a high level, my brain totally short-circuited. Can someone explain it to me in simple terms? Not letting this idiot ruin the mood." Our hero cut him off coldly. "You don't need to know." The hearty laughter of the alliance leader followed. Echoing through the quiet night, the old man stood up, looked at everyone, and announced, "It's getting late, and tomorrow we must prepare for the Phoenix Grand Banquet. I will take my leave first." Everyone saw him off in unison. "Take care, alliance leader." The alliance leader walked alone down the silent corridor. The light from the lanterns cast long, deep shadows. Suddenly, he stopped, sensing an unusual pressure enveloping the space around him. His eyes narrowed as he demanded, "Who's there?" From the darkness, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by a hoarse voice. "Long time no see." A blood-soaked figure suddenly appeared, causing the alliance leader to exclaim in shock, "Sword! Sword Emperor." Before him stood the Sword Emperor with a cold expression, carrying a smaller person on his shoulder. The alliance leader was stunned when he recognized the identity of the unconscious individual. "Isn't that the Sword King's disciple?" the Sword Emperor announced in a grim tone with shocking news. "It is, as you see. The Sword King has been struck down by the demonic sect." In a quiet room, a physician examined the Sword King's disciple's injuries. He then reported that his life was not in danger, but he required absolute rest to recover. The alliance leader nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." As soon as the physician left, the old man urged in a low voice, "Now speak. What exactly happened?" The survivor began to recount, in a state of shock. 1. Was also ambushed by the demonic sect. There was one who looked like a leader along with 12 others. He recalled the horrifying scene in the dark of night as his sharpest sword strikes landed on the enemy, but they were completely unfazed. Are these demonic sect guys using some kind of hack or cheat? No matter how I attacked, my sword couldn't even leave a single scratch on them. Hearing this, the alliance leader was astonished, but the man added, "But it didn't feel like normal sword invulnerability. It was more like some kind of grand technique." He continued explaining that, after escaping the encirclement, he was worried for the Sword King's safety. So he immediately went to his residence. But by the time he arrived, the Sword King was already gone. The Alliance leader mused grimly. First Duan Yucheng, then the Martial Saint, and now even the Sword King has been taken out. This mysterious. The person facing him exclaimed in shock. The Martial Saint reacted the same way as the Alliance. Leader's eyes grew cold. He thought to himself, yes, the demonic sect is killing people like sewer rats. Immediately he ordered the elite Cloud Duke and White Dragon squads to assemble. The two captains knelt at once, awaiting their orders. The Alliance leader gave his steely command, Cloud Duke Squad Tangia, investigate the demonic sect's movements. White Dragon Squad, protect the rising stars, participating in the Dragon and Phoenix Grand Banquet. Receiving their orders, the members replied in unison. Yes, sir. Staring out into the dark night, the Alliance leader realized the demonic sect's actions this time were completely different from the era of the Five Dukes' Great War. He thought to himself, until we figure out what that bizarre martial art is, the righteous sect must prepare its defenses thoroughly. Beneath the full moon, a nearby inn was still glowing with lamplight, a temporary resting place for the young martial arts masters. At the tavern, young Master Hua called out to the server, bring us 3 jugs of Ducang wine and an order of stewed lean meat. While waiting for the food, Hua and Yue turned to Tie Minghu with a curious look. Come to think of it, what did the Alliance leader mean when he mentioned a casino to young Master? Tie Minghu looked a little embarrassed, scratching his head as he admitted, I used to manage a casino. He recalled the first time he met the esteemed Alliance leader. Back then, he was just a stranger, but the old man had placed a hand on his shoulder and said, if you can live a proper life today, there's no need to worry about the past. Tai, Minghu continued in a low voice, what's important is living with integrity now, not acting like a thug anymore. Hua and Yue nodded slightly in agreement. Those are very true words. The past is ultimately just the past. What kind of family do you come from that the Alliance leader would call it a great family? Faced with this question, young Master Hua fell silent for a moment, staring intently at the wine cup in his hand before starting his story. My ancestor was a real legend back in the day. He was an assassin, he answered anyone's call, and whoever he was told to log out, that person would just disappear. The first name that ancestor earned was Hua Sha. The Sha, in that name, signified his rank in the assassin world at the time. My ancestor once said that it wasn't until after he turned 20 that he first felt like he was treated as a real human being. Young Master Hua affirmed the Hua clan started from there, a family that began from a single person. I don't see it as a past that needs to be hidden, which is why the story got a bit long. With that, he picked up the wine jug and filled their cups. He proposed enthusiastically, let's have a drink together. At the table now was a strange combination, the descendant of an assassin and a former casino operator. Along with the son of the region's largest merchant guild, they all raised their cups, setting aside the secrets of their pasts to face the turmoil ahead. At the table, the pink-haired man poured some wine, looked at the others and thought, they're all such oddballs. Is that why the wine tastes so good? Honestly, a drinking crew where everyone is this weird is what makes the vibe so awesome. As the 3 of them were talking, a sound of heavy footsteps approached. Duguhan suddenly appeared with a solemn expression. He said in a low voice, don't stare at me like that. I just came to ask for a cup of wine and then I'll leave. After I lost, I stayed to watch until the final match. You all went easy on me. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy with silence. Young Master Hua quietly poured a full cup of wine. Duguhan raised the cup, drained it in one go, and let out a soft sigh. This is the first time I've had such expensive wine. It's delicious. With that, he placed a heavy pouch of money on the table, then stood up and turned around. I'm off. I'll just leave this pouch of cash here to pay for this round. Hope to see you bosses again in the arena next time. Watching him leave, the pink-haired man burst out laughing. Well, this is strange. Turns out you really did come to pay up. We should have included the guy who got scammed out of 30,000 taels in the toast. Young Master Hua looked at the money pouch on the table with a hesitant expression. If I take all this money for myself, it'll bring bad karma. He immediately waved his hands, refusing. No way, I can't do that. While they kept pushing the money pouch back and forth, Tai Minghu just kept his head down and ate calmly. The next day, the official rounds of the Phoenix Grand Banquet began with a bang. Cheers echoed through the stands as everyone excitedly discussed the event. This year's Phoenix Grand Banquet is really worth watching. Another person nodded in agreement. I was just about to say the same thing, especially with those famous contestants. Isn't it the match between the Snow Phoenix and Jiangnan's #1 beauty? Immediately after the battle erupted with incredible speed. Hua Yingshui unleashed a flurry of fierce sword strikes, completely overwhelming her opponent. Bai Yue barely managed to let out a cry. As she was pushed back by a powerful wave of sword energy, Hua Yingshui saw her chance. She swung her sword and charged forward, intending to end it. She thought to herself, this move will seal the deal. But at that decisive moment, a sudden burst of inner energy erupted. Bai Yue didn't even flinch. She coiled back and launched a powerful counterattack with her bare hands. The deafening clash stunned everyone. Hua Yingshui was knocked far back. Witnessing this unbelievable sight, the eldest young master watching from above also had a change of expression, gritting his teeth as he thought. This is bad. Hua Yingshui readjusted her stance, while looking at her opponent with suspicion. You've trained in physical arts too. Standing in the middle of the arena, Bai Yue answered calmly. An uncle taught me a move or two when I was young. Memories of her grueling training days flooded back. Back then, a burly man with a stern face had kindly instructed her. First, you must learn the physical arts. The image of a small girl enthusiastically throwing punches, under the supervision of that uncle, appeared vividly in her mind. Looking at the situation on the stage, he smiled faintly. She can fight no matter the situation. It seemed as if he had seen through all of his opponent's tricks. An old memory of a small girl, laughing and playing, came to mind. The image in his mind made him think, you still remember. However, his gaze quickly turned icy as he assessed his opponent's technique. Her martial arts are decent, but fighting so hesitantly. She's still too green. Seeing that the situation was under control, young Master Hua quietly turned and left the stands. Seeing this, Tai Minghu called out in confusion. Hey, where are you going? He answered calmly, without looking back. In any case, Miss Hua will win for now. I'll go take care of the remaining business with Zhu Yangsheng. Before night fell under the full moon, Li Zhenyan walked alone, deep in the forest. He clicked his tongue in self-reproach, having gotten so caught up in the drama and dealing with those Zhu Yangsheng guys that it was now pitch black. Looks like he'd have to stay the night here, huh? If he kept going at this point, he'd probably get logged out from getting lost. While taking a break, he suddenly remembered the pile of documents, and the situation with the young masters of the Zhuyang family currently detained at the Merchant Guild. He smirked sinisterly. Oh right, there's still them, isn't there? He was about to order their release but decided against it. He felt completely at ease since the Murong family's guards were still stationed at the Silver River Merchant Guild. It was thanks to the support of the Murong family head that he could confidently make this trip to the Martial Arts Alliance. Looking back on his journey so far, thanks to the 100 Lotus Purification Powder, he now had immunity to toxins. At the same time, his 100 Battles 10 Stages art had officially reached the 9th stage. Not only that, but he had also acquired an extremely rare pair of gauntlets and established many new relationships, full of potential with the masters of the righteous path. He told himself this trip was a real bargain, getting both a poison immunity buff and leveling up to the 9th stage. Plus, he even scored a pair of authentic gauntlets. It was absolutely top tier. As he was strolling through the quiet bamboo forest, he heard the news. The champion wasn't Xue Feng Huang, but someone who belonged to neither the Emperor's Society nor the Martial Arts Alliance. He couldn't help but be astonished. Didn't Miss Hua win? Just then, a graceful figure in a white dress and a veiled hat suddenly appeared from behind. The mysterious woman stopped. She stared at his back and called out assertively, "Hey champion." Underneath the thin veil, her sharp azure eyes showed a clear brilliance. She gave a knowing smile and continued, "Hey champion, I had to skip the award ceremony, just to chase after you." He silently observed her, and realized she was a woman with a strange physique, very different from the women of the Central Plains. It was as if her body was naturally born for the martial way. She confidently declared, "I was the one who won the Phoenix Grand Banquet." After a short pause, he simply replied with a curt sentence, "Oh, is that so? Congratulations." Then he nonchalantly turned to leave. This reaction, so unbelievably indifferent, left the woman stunned as she blurted out, "What a peculiar way of speaking." She quickly stepped forward to introduce herself. "My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Bai Yue. I was so impressed by the tournament match that I came looking for you. I wish to request a Dragon Phoenix battle." However, he still coldly refused. "Maybe next time. I'm in a hurry." Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, Bai Yue frantically chased after him, shouting in frustration, "Why not? Can't we do it right now? Just for a little bit, I ran all the way here to do it with you." Bai Yue still refused to give up. She pleaded while following him. "Boss, you really don't want to spar with me. It'll only take a few minutes of your life. I came all this way just to have a proper match. Don't be so harsh with your rejection." These suggestive words made the passers-by whisper among themselves. They looked at young Master Hua with eyes full of both envy and admiration. "Wow, I'm so jealous. That's a talented young man for you." Hearing those words, young Master Hua could only break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, her way of speaking is really easy to misunderstand. Despite the woman puffing her cheeks in anger as she chased after him, he continued to walk away coldly. Suddenly, a cry of awe from behind made young Master Hua stop in his tracks. He turned back to look at Bai Yue with a sharp gaze. Then in a low voice he said, "If you were my enemy, fighting right now wouldn't be a problem." The murderous intent in his words left her stunned in surprise. He turned away and added another cold remark, "If not, then let's just call it a day. It's getting dark and I need to go get some rest." But just then, his footsteps suddenly halted. In the middle of his sentence, Li Zhenyan froze, his sharp eyes peering into the darkness. The thick, metallic smell of blood suddenly hit his nose, putting him on high alert. He ignored Bai Yue, who was still dazedly asking, "So when?" Li Zhenyan shot off like a flash of green lightning through the bamboo forest, heading straight for a silent wooden house. He closed in on the scene. He placed his hand on the door and pushed it open forcefully. A horrific sight appeared before them. Fresh blood was splattered all over the floor and on the wooden doors. Bai Yue, who had followed behind, was also horrified. Since all the lights in the house were off, it seemed no one had discovered the incident yet. Quickly surveying the scene, they discovered the victims included 3 underworld members, a waiter, and the cook. The killer was so ruthless that even ordinary people who didn't know martial arts were mercilessly slaughtered. Li Zhenyan bent down to examine a corpse. He determined that the victim had been dead for about a day. Looking at the gash across the victim's back, he realized with fury that the killers had deliberately toyed with them, making the victims suffer in agony before taking their last breath. Li Zhenyan silently assessed that this was definitely not the method typically used by the underworld or demonic sects. People who could be this cruel, even to those unrelated to the martial world, were truly too dangerous. Li Zhenyan slowly stood up, his entire body beginning to radiate a chilling, killing intent that shocked even Bai Yue standing next to him. They must be from the demonic faction. In the dead of night at a remote tavern, the figure of a man in a conical hat and a yellow robe was slowly walking down the hallway. He pushed open the door to a room where his fellow sect members were gathered. One of them spoke up. "Just let the escort agency pass." "Oh, the youngest is back." The man sitting at the table suddenly paused, announcing that someone was secretly watching them from nearby. Feeling annoyed, he immediately ordered Ming Yi and 3 others to go out and scout. At the same time, he yelled at the others who were whispering, "Show yourself at once." The group in yellow robes had just stepped outside when they immediately froze in astonishment. He calmly explained that someone had just been murdered at the inn below, so he was just asking around. The leader of the yellow-robed group hurriedly tried to explain that they were just escorts and porters from the Great Eagle Escort Agency, resting on their way back. He coldly shooed him away, insisting that the life or death of the people in the inn had nothing to do with him and telling him to leave. Li Zhenyan suddenly flashed a knowing smile, telling them he understood. "You're just going to leave them. I never said they were the ones who died." The man stammered, trying to explain about the guests at the inn yesterday, but Zhenyan had already noticed the strangeness in his words. He said in a low voice, "Something isn't right," while the remaining men began to look aggressive, placing their hands on their weapons. Li Zhenyan demanded coldly, "I should say the men at the inn, right?" The men in yellow panicked and yelled, "Formation!" Surrounded, Zhenyan still stood tall. He growled with contempt, "I told you damn dogs to put your hands up." But looking at the dark aura enveloping them, he noted to himself, "It's been a long time since I've seen this kind of demonic art from the 9 demons system." The assassins drew their swords in unison, roaring, "Kill him!" They were determined not to give him any chance to fight back. However, his speed was off the charts. A punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds slammed right into an enemy's face, seriously injuring him and sending him flying, tearing up the ground before he smashed into an ancient tree. Without stopping there, Zhenyan lunged forward like a ghost, unleashing a continuous barrage of lightning-fast attacks that left his opponents completely unable to react. Witnessing the horrific scene, one of them screamed, trembling, "Leader." The brutality of the battle shocked them as they saw even their youngest member taken down so quickly. "We can't see his movements at all. Where is he?" Where fear gripped the minds of the assassins as they completely lost track of their target. Looking up at the sky, they only had time to see Zhenyan's silhouette hovering in front of the bright full moon like a god of death, descending upon them. A blow from mid-air tore the ground apart, crushing the enemy beneath his feet. Zhenyan looked at his hands marked by the battle and thought to himself, "They're actually quite well trained." Despite seeing their comrades fall, the remaining men still had the courage to charge forward. 2 assassins in yellow outfits surrounded him, their dark auras beginning to churn violently. Zhenyan observed them coldly, realizing that their techniques were still incomplete. But Li Zhenyan suddenly activated his 100 lightning art, and a bluish-purple electric current enveloped his body, quickly condensing into a massive ball of energy. With his thunderclap strike technique, he unleashed a destructive wave of power, catching the terrified assassins completely off guard. They could only utter in despair, "What is this thing?" A giant pillar of light descended from the void, instantly engulfing the enemies. The world-shaking explosion tore through the night in the bamboo forest, creating a scene of devastation and overwhelming pressure. Witnessing this terrifying power, Bai Yue, who was standing behind him, could only mutter in a daze, "And you said you wouldn't spar with me." As the dust and smoke gradually settled, the scene revealed scorched earth and enemies who could no longer fight back. Li Zhenyan stood amidst the wreckage, his face stained with a little blood, but his eyes remained incredibly determined and cold. Looking down at the hands of a fallen assassin, Zhenyan noticed he was clutching a bright red signal flare. He realized, so they were just bait on a mission, huh? Figuring out their plan to call for reinforcements, he calmly lit the signal flare and threw it straight into the sky, trying to call someone. "It doesn't matter who it is. If they dare to come, I'll be waiting." The flare exploded brilliantly in the night sky, as Zhenyan growled his personal creed. If they're from the demonic cult, I'll kill every last one of them, no matter who they are. Zhenyan flashed a challenging smile as he watched the flare blaze, ready to welcome anyone who dared to show up. 2. Immediately from behind the screen of smoke and scattering embers, a mysterious figure wearing a conical hat covered in talismans slowly stepped forward. He coldly remarked on his presence, "You are not one of us." The stranger's sharp gaze locked onto Zhenyan as he asked probingly, "Are you alone?" Facing this new enemy, who radiated a heavy pressure, Li Zhenyan calmly replied, "I'm more than enough to handle this alone." The stranger continued to inquire about his background. "Are you from the righteous faction?" Zhenyan nonchalantly denied it. "Nope," the man guessed again. "Then you're from the dark faction." The answer was still a shake of the head. "Not that either." Standing amidst the devastation, the man in yellow pressed. "Then what in the world are you?" Zhenyan just gave a faint smile. Claiming to be nothing more than the unremarkable son of a merchant, Zhenyan's eyes sharpened. He made a provocative offer. "Only one of us is walking out of here alive. You'd better state your name." His opponent didn't flinch, boldly introducing himself. "I am Wu Jing, the Flying Demon Altar, Lord of the Myriad Demon Palace." The name Myriad Demon Palace made Zhenyan slightly stunned, as this was the first time he'd ever heard of it. Looking at the man's demeanor, he thought, this guy's from some scummy demonic cult, but he's acting all high and mighty. "Isn't he?" Wu Jing cut him off coldly. "There's no need for you to dig any deeper." In any case, he drew out a talisman. Looking down from above, countless figures in conical hats had silently surrounded the forest, at some point forming an inescapable net. Wu Jing declared, in a low growl, "Isn't the final outcome that one of us will have to leave their corpse here anyway?" He tightened his grip on his weapon and commanded loudly, "Unsheath your swords." Sharp blades were instantly drawn from their scabbards, ready for a life or death battle. A challenging roar, "Finish him now," tore through the air as the assassins of the Myriad Demon Palace swarmed towards Li Zhenyan. Standing in the middle of a circle of countless dark figures, he calmly observed them and thought to himself, "I wonder if these are illusions or real people. It's hard to even tell which one is the real body. Oh well, if that's how it is." He clenched his fist. "I'll just have to smash every single one of them to find out." Zhenyan acted decisively, unleashing a world-shaking punch that obliterated the first enemy. He became a blur, moving at an incredible speed. Every strike unleashed dazzling explosions of energy, leaving the assassins with no time to react. His overwhelming power sent the attackers flying, scattered by his mighty blows, as thunderous explosions echoed continuously throughout the forest. Even though he had the upper hand, Li Zhenyan knew things were starting to get complicated. He continued to channel his power, the lightning on his hands crackling and growing, radiating a chilling, killing intent. His eyes blazed with determination as he stared down the frenzied mob. Li Zhenyan unleashed all his internal energy, creating a colossal pillar of deep blue lightning that shot straight into the sky. The destructive surge of power completely devoured everything around it, reducing the remaining enemies to mere faint shadows before they were blown away by the terrifying pressure. The entire sky lit up with streaks of lightning and deafening explosions from the endless surging energy. Kneeling in the dark forest, a stunned Wu Jing exclaimed, "This is unbelievable." He realized that Li Zhenyan was an unpredictable threat. He immediately released a paper crane messenger, telling himself he had to report this to the young palace master quickly. But in doing so, he gave away his position. "Let's see you run now." From a high cliff, Li Zhenyan looked down, his eyes blazing with killing intent. Wu Jing looked up with a start. Before he could react, his opponent vanished from sight. "Right behind you," a whisper echoed right next to his ear, freezing him in terror. A punch as heavy as a mountain slammed directly into Wu Jing, creating a horrific impact. The force of the blow shook the entire forest, and a burst of deep blue energy tore through the space. Wu Jing was sent flying like a sandbag, completely unable to resist against Zhenyan's overwhelming speed and power. The repeated impacts created deep craters in the ground, turning the scene into a field of utter ruin. Wu Jing lay crumpled on the ground, severely injured, his face covered in blood. He admitted bitterly, "This was truly beyond all my calculations." He whispered in despair that this operation was a complete failure. Amidst the catastrophic scene littered with bodies, Wu Jing struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with an eerie fire as talismans began to char his face. He tightened his grip on his sword's hilt, telling himself he had to see this responsibility through to the very end. Instantly, Li Zhenyan charged forward like a whirlwind, grabbing his opponent's arm to stop a suicidal act. In a dominant position, Zhenyan stared down at the man, gasping for breath at his feet. Wu Jing let out a crazed, bloody laugh. He declared loudly, "This is a sacred ritual, and the only way for me to show my absolute loyalty to the sect." His eyes blazed with extreme fanaticism as he roared, "I will await the day the Myriad Demon Palace conquers the entire world." In a flash, the sword's blade was right there. This guy wanted to take him down with him, but he never expected his sword would only inflict a minor wound. Zhenyan shattered it with his teeth. Wu Jing lay motionless, sent on his way to the afterlife. He nonchalantly declared with arrogance, the Myriad Demon Palace, or anything like it. I couldn't care less. I defied heaven's will to be reborn, and returned to this place, not to witness some petty vision of demonic rule you people have. Li Zhenyan walked slowly through the desolate ruins, his figure gradually disappearing into the darkness of the deep forest. He mused to himself, a man who calls himself demonic, yet his aura is nothing of the sort, and he still harbors ambitions to rule the world. An enigmatic smile appeared on the champion's face as he watched the lightning energy that was still dancing ceaselessly on his hands. Zhenyan realized that this incident was clearly unusual. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. My power in my past life still wasn't enough to wipe out all these villains. I need to reach the 10th stage, the level of supreme enlightenment. That is the realm where I will no longer be constrained in my control of lightning energy, and it's also the final milestone of the 100 Battles 10 Stages technique. Li Zhenyan's eyes glowed with a deep blue light as he affirmed, in this life, by mastering the 100 Battles 10 Stages technique, I will surely become the Lightning Emperor. The steely affirmation echoed in Li Zhenyan's mind as he walked through the silent night forest. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Did you forget something? It was Bai Yue, who couldn't help but grumble. I've had to chase after you too many times today. Bai Yue held out her hand, revealing a paper bird that was faintly radiating a demonic aura. She explained that she had seen it flying by while she was on the move, so she decided to catch it, suspecting it contained information related to him. Zhenyan's expression changed slightly as he realized what had happened, inwardly surprised. In such a short moment, he managed to send information about me to the demonic faction, Zhenyan replied sincerely. Thank you very much, miss. However, Bai Yue immediately seized the opportunity to demand something in return. She put on her competitive face again, pressing him about when he would agree to the martial arts duel he had promised. Amidst the mystical night, with purple flower petals floating in the air, her persistence was giving him a headache. Meanwhile, in a magnificent mansion shrouded in darkness, a purple cat silently padded through long hallways, moving with agility, weaving through wooden doors to enter deep into the main chamber. Here, a secret meeting was taking place behind concealing screens. As soon as the cat entered, the shadows behind the screen began to stir, reacting to the information just received from the burning paper bird. A deep muffled voice spoke up in astonishment. It seems the master of the Fei Ma altar has been killed. Those present were shocked, wondering what on earth had happened, and they all turned their eyes toward the leader seated above, seeking his direction. The small cat gently rubbed against its master's leg, its powerful master. Under the dim light, the face of the young palace, master of the Myriad Demon Palace, was gradually revealed. He sat majestically on his throne, in magnificent robes. Looking at the clamoring clan heads below, he spoke to calm them. I ask you all to remain calm. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, dangerously, as he loudly declared, I will personally investigate this matter thoroughly. In a quiet study under the full moon, the young lord of the Myriad Demon Palace was deep in thought over military scrolls when a knock echoed at the door. Permission to enter. A subordinate knelt respectfully, bringing a report on the investigation into Wu Jing's troops. He trembled as he announced that the entire first squad had been completely wiped out by an unknown master. Hearing the terrible news, the young lord couldn't help but grieve the meaningless death of a talented subordinate. He bitterly believed that it was the rebels who caused a master like Wu Jing to perish in a foreign land. The young lord immediately appointed the captain of the first squad to succeed Wu Jing, honoring the deceased's final wish. After ordering his subordinate to withdraw and restore order to the Flying Demon Squad, he was left alone to face the fact that this campaign had been a complete failure. This weakness could cause the family powers, supporting the Myriad Demon Palace, to gradually abandon them. He thought back to the dedication of his father, who had poured his heart into training orphans, in the hope they would become the core force to repay the palace. But reality was cruel, as the two strongest among them, the Heavenly Demon and the Demon Sword, had betrayed them to form the Heavenly Sword Alliance. Their power had now grown beyond his control, and they could easily assassinate top-tier masters. The young lord had intended to use this opportunity to assert that the Myriad Demon Palace's prestige had not waned, but in the end, he lost yet another one of his most trusted subordinates. The feeling of powerlessness made him clutch his head in pain as he realized the vast gap between himself and his rivals. In the midst of his turmoil, a white cat suddenly appeared, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. He gently picked it up, stroking it as he bitterly compared how raising those orphans back then was no different from how he was caring for this cat now. And yet, time and time again, they chose the path of betrayal, repaying kindness with ingratitude. A cruel glint suddenly flashed in the young lord's eyes as he wondered if he should become just like those traitors. The traitors had used every despicable trick to become true demons, and now their power had far surpassed our Myriad Demon Palace. The young lord stroked the white cat while bitterly questioning his bleak future. If they came to take his life, Would cowardly begging earn him any pity? The answer was surely no, because they possessed absolutely no mercy. There was no path of retreat left. His eyes burning with determination, he thought, I have no choice but to become a demon. He slowly picked up a brush and laid it on the paper, writing a decisive letter. It's time to send the message. And the recipient was none other than Liu Zhenghong. If you had a bad feeling about this, you were spot on. Meanwhile, at a majestic estate, under a clear blue sky, a call of brother broke the silence, marking the return of Li Zhenyan. As he stepped through the gate, he smiled faintly and asked, It's been a while. Have all you brothers been well? His subordinates respectfully reported that everything was fine, and the Murong family masters had escorted them diligently. The young master of the Ouyang family had also departed a few days ago. Li Zhenyan nodded slightly. I've troubled you all too much. After the others took their leave, his third brother approached with a pouting face. You're back a lot later than I expected. Li Zhenyan calmly explained it was due to an unexpected matter, but didn't forget to share the good news about taking first place at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Hearing this, his brother exclaimed, Really, that's wonderful news. This calls for a celebration. But then he scratched his head in doubt. You were the winner. No, how could you have possibly won? Li Zhenyan simply replied calmly. Winning means, I'm the champion, obviously. Ignoring his friend, who was still staring in disbelief, he looked around and remarked, Say it seems like the merchant guild is a lot busier than usual today. Amidst the crowd bustling with goods, a voice called out, Young master, do you still remember me? Behind him, a beautiful woman with her hair in a high bun was smiling and waiting. Looking at the unfamiliar woman before him, Li Zhenyan couldn't help but wonder. And you are? The woman with the high bun replied respectfully, My name is Zheng Hua. We met at the Azure Pavilion. Then her voice choked with emotion as she expressed her gratitude, saying it was only with his help that she was able to get the children out. Now Zheng Hua had opened a small stall and was immensely grateful for Li Zhenyan's kindness. She didn't forget to extend a warm invitation. Please stop by when you have time. I'll be sure to welcome you warmly. Li Zhenyan stood there, stunned, asking himself, this was all because of me. Just then, his brother stepped forward to explain, it's probably thanks to that alliance you proposed before. It's the merchant alliance you ordered us to establish, to protect the merchants. The man with glasses continued to report enthusiastically. It's not just the local businesses. Even large and small merchant guilds from all over have joined the alliance. That's why the Unha Merchant Guild has been constantly busy lately. He scratched his head humbly. I didn't really do anything that great. Li Zhenyan smiled in approval. Li Huayan, it seems you've managed things very well. As they were talking, Li Huayan suddenly questioned the presence of a stranger. By the way, brother, I've been wondering since you got back. What's the deal with the woman standing behind you? Li Zhenyan looked a bit flustered, while Bai Yue slowly stepped forward. She clasped her hands in a respectful bow. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Bai Yue. She calmly explained her reason for being there. The young master promised he would test his skills against me when he returned to the Merchant Guild, so please forgive my impertinence in following him here. Hearing the phrase test his skills, Li Huayan's mind immediately went to a dirty place. Test. What exactly? Li Zhenyan had to shake his head in exasperation and explain, It's not what you think. Could you please go to the guest room and prepare some tea for us? With that, he grabbed Bai Yue's shoulder and unceremoniously dragged her away. Behind them, the subordinates began to whisper among themselves that this was the first time the eldest young master had brought a woman home since his recovery. The crowd couldn't stop marveling at the new guest's appearance. And she's a heavenly beauty too. Does this mean we're getting a sister-in-law soon? Ignoring the rumors, Li Zhenyan and Bai Yue were now in the middle of the estate's large courtyard. Bai Yue got into her stance and asked quietly, Are you planning to start right now? Zhenyan replied decisively, Yes. Instead of wasting time with tea, Bai Yue proposed a new way to duel. How about we forget weapons and compete using only grappling and physical techniques? She pointed to her shoulder and laid out the final rule. The first person whose shoulder touches the ground loses. Li Zhenyan seemed a bit hesitant. He thought to himself, I don't mind physical combat, but this level of physical contact with a woman is a bit inconvenient. He voiced his concern. Are you sure you'll be all right? If we only use hand-to-hand techniques, the clashes will be incredibly forceful. Despite his warning, Bai Yue decisively removed her outer robe, causing Zhenyan to gasp in surprise. She explained nonchalantly, It's fine, young master. This attire is specifically designed for my physical training. Zhenyan sighed in resignation, thinking to himself, This woman. Her words are strange, and her actions are even more unpredictable. He rubbed his forehead slightly, and then firmly declared, Let's begin. Immediately, Bai Yue shot forward with terrifying speed, shocking Zhenyan. He thought, She's so fast. The two immediately locked into a fierce struggle. The sound of powerful impacts echoed repeatedly. Bai Yue quickly closed the distance and executed a grappling move, catching Zhenyan slightly off guard. She smiled confidently, not forgetting to remind him, Be careful not to fall, young master. Caught in a dangerous hold, Zhenyan quickly turned the tables. He grabbed both of Bai Yue's legs and hoisted her into the air. He retorted, "How's this then?" Zhenyan calculated in his head. "If I slam her down from this position, the match is over." But even hanging upside down, Bai Yue calmly acknowledged his point. "Fair enough," she suggested. "Then let's try breaking the opponent's center of gravity." "Let me try again," Zhenyan replied. "As you wish." He then let her go, allowing her to backflip away. They both kept their distance, preparing for the next round. Suddenly, Bai Yue launched an attack. She charged forward like a whirlwind, creating powerful tremors on the ground. In the blink of an eye, she had closed in and unleashed a series of unpredictable moves. Zhenyan concentrated intensely, carefully watching every single movement as she got right up in his face. Li Zhenyan skillfully restrained his opponent, then reminded her in a low voice, "Miss, you might want to adjust your clothing to be a bit more secure, as an opponent could use that opening to attack." Bai Yue's gaze wavered, and she could only murmur in reply, "I understand." Seeing that he had her completely pinned, Zhenyan stated confidently, "In this position, I think the outcome is pretty clear, don't you?" However, this woman's competitive spirit was far from extinguished. She pleaded earnestly, "Please give me one more chance." Faced with her persistence, he simply gave a slight nod. "Fine." Under the brilliant sunset, the tense match continued. Though Bai Yue was exhausted, her breathing ragged, she remained stubborn. "Again, please let me go again." After several more rounds, Li Zhenyan recognized the clear difference in their skill and spoke up. "It seems my physical technique is a level above yours, so how about we try using some internal energy?" Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Yue immediately agreed, as she also wanted to test the true strength of her own internal energy. Instantly, Zhenyan circulated the 100 Battles 10-section art, causing a violent purplish-blue electric energy to erupt around his fist. The terrifying power from this internal energy left Bai Yue absolutely stunned. Suddenly, an extremely cold wave of frosty qi burst forth, covering the entire dueling arena in sharp blocks of ice. Li Zhenyan was stunned, recognizing the familiar technique, the frigid ice art. He observed her, realizing that all this time, Bai Yue had been using this art with incredible proficiency. The woman's lips curled into a confident smirk. She formed a hand seal and issued a powerful warning. "If I were to use my internal energy for real, you would surely regret this." Massive pillars of ice continued to erupt, trapping Li Zhenyan in a frigid array. He pondered deeply, realizing his opponent possessed a profound knowledge of the frigid ice art. In Zhenyan's memories, the only people in the Central Plains who practiced this kind of art were members of the demonic cult, but they had vanished from the martial world a long time ago. A shocking suspicion flashed in his mind. He looked her straight in the eye and demanded, "Don't tell me, you're the successor to the heavenly demon." In the face of Zhenyan's direct question, the atmosphere suddenly became deathly still. She declared her true identity with a clear voice. "That's right. I am the one who inherits the bloodline of Bai Yuren, to be precise, the water heavenly demon, a descendant of Bai Yuzhen." She casually announced her true identity. "Personally, I find it ridiculous that the world worships my ancestor as a water heavenly demon." Li Zhenyan stood frozen, his mind reeling from this revelation. In truth, Bai Yuzhen wasn't the first heavenly demon, but the title, Water Heavenly Demon, was always associated with him, because he possessed an ultimate ice art so powerful that it forced the fanatics at the Heavenly Demon Divine Palace to bow down and worship. Afterward, even those who only managed to recover or comprehend a fraction of the essence of his martial arts were hailed by the world as heavenly demons. A supreme master who stood at the absolute pinnacle of the strongest, who appeared right in the middle of a chaotic era that was Bai Yuzhen. Li Zhenyan gazed pensively at the woman before him, thinking, "I can't believe that Miss Bai carries his bloodline. Heh, a prime wife candidate right here." He then voiced his doubts aloud. "Up until now, I've never heard any news about the descendants of Bai Yuzhen reappearing in the martial world. How is this possible?" However, seeing the look on her face, Zhenyan skillfully changed the subject. "But first, why don't we finish our meal before we continue this conversation?" At a luxurious tavern, the two sat at a table that was already laden with a sumptuous feast. Miss Bai began to enjoy the meal heartily. As she ate, she praised, as expected of one of the most powerful merchant guilds. "The food in the Central Plains is truly exceptional." Zhenyan catches her eye and asks, "So, regarding what we discussed, is it true that your entire family has left the Central Plains?" He senses her goal isn't just about protecting the Great Phoenix Feast. Lady Bai gives a subtle nod, admitting the truth. "It really is like that." Bai Yue explains that because some individuals turned rogue and twisted her family's white flower divine art into a demonic technique, they didn't hear about the chaos in the martial world until much later. And because of that, the people of the Central Plains developed a prejudice, thinking ice-based martial arts were demonic. This left the descendants who did nothing wrong carrying a heavy burden of guilt. In reality, they've been living quietly just to preserve the martial legacy of Bai Wuzhen. But it took several generations to finally find a successor who could master the full essence of the art. If they stayed hidden in a place without spiritual herbs or rivals to challenge them, then sooner or later the white flower divine art passed down by the water heavenly demon would simply vanish. That's the real reason Lady Bai decided to return to the Central Plains, to protect her ancestors' legacy and set the record straight. Li Zhenyan asks thoughtfully, "What exactly do you want to set straight, Lady Bai?" Right then, a tiny insect flies between them. Bai Yue moves like a flash of lightning. A burst of cold energy erupts, pinning the creature to the table right in front of Zhenyan. She looks him straight in the eyes and declares firmly, "To prove that we don't belong to the demonic path." She's determined to use her own strength to wipe out the cults and clear her family's name once and for all. Li Zhenyan lets out an intrigued smile at her ambition. "You want to take down the demonic cult yourself. Now that's an interesting idea." He crosses his arms, thinking to himself that he and Lady Bai might just become close friends very soon. Looking at the girl before him, Li Zhenyan assesses that if a powerhouse like her joined the fight against the demonic path, it would be a massive game changer. Getting such good news makes me feel quite restless. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Lady Bai stands up abruptly. "Is it this late already? I think I'll head to my room to rest now." Zhenyan nods in agreement. "All right, let's head back then." She quietly walks away. Stepping out of the manor, Bai Yue strolls alone under the silent moonlight. Suddenly, Bai Lan, her younger cousin, who's always by her side, emerges from the shadows and asks worriedly, "Was there a problem in there, milady? Why is your face so red?" Bai Yue gets flustered. She quickly tries to hide her embarrassment. "Oh, is it? It was probably just a bit stuffy inside. Besides, it's been a while since I've used my techniques. With that much intensity, so that must be it." The two of them walk together down the merchant group's long corridor. Bai Lan asks curiously about the secret duel. "So how did the match go?" Bai Yue sighs, admitting the cold reality, "I couldn't win. It seems what he showed at the Great Phoenix Feast was only a fraction of his true power." That answer leaves her cousin absolutely stunned. Is he really that terrifying? Was there anything else? Bai Yue sighs softly, but her serious expression quickly fades. She rubs her stomach and thinks, the food from this merchant group really hits the spot. Seeing this, Bai Lan can't help but tease her. "Since you've eaten their food, you better watch out, or they'll leave you with a big belly." "Haha," she snaps back. "Can't you keep your mind clean for once?" The next morning, as the first rays of dawn begin to shine behind the mountain peak, Bai Yue stretches as she wakes up to a new day. She mutters to herself, regretting her lack of self-control around good food. "I think I might have overeaten a bit too much yesterday." Looking out at the majestic scenery glowing under the sunrise, she gets an idea to relax. "I heard there's a beautiful lake around here. I should go check it out." Standing on the mountain peak in the crisp air, Li Zhenyan gazes into the distance and thinks, this really is a perfect spot for a stroll. Feeling energetic, he tells himself, maybe I'll try running a lap. Out of nowhere, Bai Yue falls right onto him. Zhenyan immediately acts as the hero, catching the beauty in his arms. He asks with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" She's a bit flustered by the sudden contact and whispers, "I'm fine." After they land safely and he sets her down, "I'm truly sorry. I didn't expect anyone to be standing right there." The two of them start walking along the quiet lakeshore under the morning sun. She asks curiously, "Are you out for a stroll too, young master?" Zhenyan explains casually, "That's right. I have a habit of coming to the lake to train and walk every morning." "I see," she replies softly. After a brief silence between them, Zhenyan suggests, "Since we're walking together, why don't we pick up the pace? I'll go first." Lady Bai smiles confidently, gladly. Instantly, she glides away with incredible speed, leaving Zhenyan stunned as he watches her silhouette flying across the middle of the lake. He can't help but be amazed, thinking, incredible, a woman using water gliding just for a morning stroll. Every step she takes on the lake creates shimmering ice crystals, leaving a brilliant magical trail across the vast water. This level of movement art is truly formidable. She looks as relaxed as if she were just walking on solid ground. But suddenly, Bai Yue flinches as she feels a powerful gust of wind closing in right behind her. She thinks in disbelief, did he catch up to me already? Her movement technique was considered to have almost no rival in the entire martial world, and yet this martial artist is keeping up with her with total ease. Looking at the woman's back ahead of him, Li Zhenyan lets out an excited smile. Keeping up with the young lady was no simple feat. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Noticing his persistence, Bai Yue glanced back slightly, her eyes filled with admiration. "The young master is the one who truly impresses me." Hearing her mumble, Li Zhenyan asked in confusion, what did you just say?" Bai Yue quickly averted her gaze. "Don't worry about it. How about we race a little longer?" After getting a nod of agreement, the two of them once again leaped and glided across the water's surface. Leaving long wakes behind them, their high-speed race continued through serene forests and streams until they both stopped at a deserted stream bank. Catching his breath, Li Zhenyan looked around at the unfamiliar scenery and muttered softly, "I have no idea how far we've run." "Exactly." Noticing a fallen leaf caught in Bai Yue's hair, Zhenyan gently reached out to remove it and said, with a smile, "I got so caught up in our lightness technique contest that I went too far. We should head back." His naturally caring gesture made Bai Yue a bit flustered, and her face suddenly felt hot. She walked on in silence, wondering to herself, that's strange. Why has my body been feeling so hot since yesterday? Is it because the central plains are warmer than the ice palace? Just then, a voice called out from above, young master, you finally decided to show your face, huh? His eyes turned. Dangerous. The master of the 8 Dragons Gate is waiting for you inside, he asked curiously. What do you want with me? The man replied insolently. What do you think? That guy Chi that you killed was a member of the 8 Dragons Gate. His face went completely blank. Who the hell was that? This answer stunned the messenger from the 8 Dragons Gate. His eyes widened in fury, and he radiated a crimson killing intent, as if he wanted to eat the man alive. You're telling me you don't know Chi of the 6th courtyard? Oh, you mean that big oaf. Suppressing his anger, the messenger seriously informed him that Chi's master specifically wanted to see him. Seeing that Zhenyan still had no intention of cooperating, he began to issue direct threats. If you don't go, the Silver River Merchant Guild will definitely suffer losses. At the mention of the guild's safety, Li Zhenyan's expression shifted slightly. He pondered for a moment before answering decisively, fine, I'll go. The messenger smugly thought it was the right decision and was about to send someone to lead the way immediately, but Zhenyan bluntly cut him off. No. First, I'm going to eat. He told the man to just wait for his summons. The messenger could only stand there frozen for a moment. Then he grumbled out, I'll wait. As night fell, Li Zhenyan and the guide began to move towards the designated location. Seeing the magnificent mansion appear under the moonlight, he remarked quietly, it's pretty far, but we're finally here. The two of them slowly walked through the main gate of an incredibly large estate, while the guide glanced at Zhenyan with a wary look. He thought to himself, this guy is a true madman for daring to come here all by himself in the dead of night. He led Zhenyan to a solemn grand hall. The messenger gestured, go on in. The master of the 8 Dragons Gate is waiting. The doors opened, revealing a vast and dark space. Li Zhenyan strode alone down the long path leading straight to the throne. There, the master of the 8 Dragons Gate sat majestically beneath a giant dragon statue surrounded by long lines of motionless, intimidating guards. An old man with his eyes closed stood next to a young man, who was the one who broke the silence. So you've arrived. Under the shadow of the imposing giant dragon statue, the man on the throne introduced himself with a relaxed posture. I am He Tianyi, the master of the 8 Dragons Gate. Zhenyan just let out a cold snort, his gaze unwavering in the face of his opponent's show of power. One of the subordinates tried to step forward and stop him, but Zhenyan just coldly ordered, get out of my way. Instantly, he unleashed a lightning-fast kick that sent the man flying, crashing violently into the wall at the far end of the hall. His decisive action made the surrounding subordinates gasp in shock. What amidst the crowd's astonishment? He Tianyi remained calm, silently observing the man who had dared to cause a ruckus right in front of him. After a tense silence, He Tianyi slowly began to speak. Now that I've summoned you here. Zhenyan calmly walked forward, cutting him off in a challenging tone. Spit it out. I'm listening. Without showing any anger, the master of the 8 Dragons Gate simply ordered his subordinate, clean up the one who just got sent flying over there. After the subordinate respectfully obeyed, He Tianyi got straight to the point. Did you kill Chi He? Tianyi followed up concisely, and Zhenyan didn't dodge the question, he simply shot back. So what if I did? He Tianyi smirked, asserting that the underworld has its own set of rules. Not wanting to beat around the bush, he got straight to the point, asking the one who claimed to be Chi's master, which one of you is looking for me? Immediately, the old man, with scarred eyes standing behind him, spoke up, confirming he was the master of the one who had died. The old man sized Zhenyan up, barely 20 years old and already so damn arrogant. He growled, hey brat. Chi's master glared at Li Zhenyan with murderous intent. He snarled, I don't understand how you can be so nonchalant. It's truly baffling. He continued to threaten, you've got some nerve daring to kill my disciple. It seems the Silver River Merchant Guild has been expanding and doing business everywhere. To make an example of you, I could wipe out several of the Silver River Merchant Guild's trading posts. He declared it confidently, as if it were a done deal. I have plenty of ways to make sure you can't do business anymore. Faced with these threats, Li Zhenyan simply curled his lips into a disdainful sneer. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes showing clear boredom. Do you have any more interesting ways to entertain me? If not, I'll just slaughter all of you underworld trash right now, Zhenyan said with a growl. He reminded them that they had dared to touch his guild while he was away, and were now using it to threaten him. He sighed in disappointment. How disappointing. He, Tianyi, sitting on the throne, also began to lose his patience. He determined that Zhenyan was the type of youth you couldn't reason with. A subordinate standing nearby urged the gatemaster, just deal with him and get it over with. He's not worth arguing with. However, He Tianyi surprisingly stopped him. That's not it. He turned to Chi's old master and coldly declared, Chi was just a disciple you were raising to exploit his talent. He was not a disciple of the 8 Dragons Gate. He Tianyi decisively pushed the responsibility onto the old man. You handle it yourself. If you die, I will avenge you. The old man was stunned by the gatemaster's heartlessness. He argued bitterly that his disciple's path was also his path, and he had used it to conduct business for the sect, yet now it was being treated as someone else's problem. Tianyi casually replied that he didn't care where the money came from as long as the reputation of the 8 Dragons Gate was spread by other merchant guilds. Witnessing the underworld thugs passing the buck, Zhenyan stood up. He sighed in disgust. These insane underworld thugs. He slowly approached the old man with a mocking tone. You truly are blind, or maybe you have 2 eyes but still can't see. Zhenyan stood tall, emitting a terrifying pressure that made his opponent tremble. His eyes glowed with a deep blue electrical light. He growled. After all I've said, do you still not know your place? Tianyi looked at Zhenyan with contempt and snarled, how insolent. Instantly, a series of swords were drawn from their sheaths. Surrounding him in a formation brimming with killing intent, the subordinates roared in anger. How dare you release your killing intent right in front of our sect leader on the territory of our 8 Dragons Gate? A hand tightened on the hilt of a sword, and a burst of blood-red inner energy suddenly erupted, creating slashes that tore through space as immense killing intent flooded the main hall. You little punks think you can lecture me. Big mistake. Zhenyan's eyes flashed with a cold glare as he roared. You're the insolent ones here. He activated the 100 battles 10 sections technique. A violent surge of bluish-purple electricity erupted, enveloping his sword blade and completely repelling the opponent's attack. An earth-shattering thunderous explosion occurred. Sending the subordinates flying like dry leaves, cries of agony echoed everywhere. Witnessing the devastating scene, one of the guards gnashed his teeth in resentment and screamed, "This bastard." He then charged forward recklessly, ignoring the difference in their strength. Zhenyan growled, I've held back long enough. Instantly, a violent surge of deep blue lightning chi erupted, completely covering the sword in his hand. With a single, powerful swing, he created a colossal pillar of lightning. It struck the main hall directly, crushing the subordinates of the 8 Dragons Gate in an instant. The destructive power of the lightning tore through space. The scene became utterly catastrophic, with everyone in the way being sent flying and severely injured. Witnessing this horrifying sight, Chi-I's old master exclaimed in shock. Lightning Chi. He tremblingly recognized this special power. The old man screamed in utter terror. Could it be you? Are you a disciple of Duan Yucheng? Faced with such panic, Zhenyan just gave a sinister smile. He casually admitted, you're blind, but your intuition is sharp. From below, desperate warning shouts erupted, telling everyone to be careful. And don't charge in recklessly. Master Meng frantically ordered his subordinates, retreat now. He's not someone we can handle. But it was too late. Tragic cries for Master Meng rang out as his henchmen fell one by one under the pressure. Asphyxiating Zhenyan saw through the fear enveloping his opponent. He coldly delivered the finishing blow. Anyone with a brain would have run by now. What do I do? Tianyi was stunned as he felt the thick killing intent surrounding him. Zhenyan coldly repeated his earlier threats. There are many ways to stop the Milky Way Merchant Guild from doing business. The bluish-purple lightning chi once again erupted violently around Zhenyan's fist. In the middle of the oppressive hall, Zhenyan suddenly asked a question that sent a chill down Tianyi's spine. 8 Dragons Sect leader, you have a family, don't you? After receiving a trembling confirmation, he let out a contemptuous laugh, thinking it was foolish for someone with a family to act so arrogantly in the martial world. Zhenyan's eyes glowed with cruelty. It made Tianyi feel as if he were facing a real demon. His words might have sounded insane, but the pressure he emitted completely paralyzed the sect leader's will to fight. Tianyi, realized in shock the deep implication behind his words. If he dared to touch the Milky Way Merchant Guild, his family would be the first to fall. Faced with undeniable, overwhelming power, Tianyi tremblingly ordered his subordinates to lower their weapons. Swords fell one by one onto the stone floor, creating sharp, clattering sounds. The once illustrious sect leader now bowed his head in complete humiliation. Admitting that he had misjudged his opponent's strength and that his crime was immense, he dropped to his knees. Tianyi tremblingly declared that from now on, the entire 8 Dragons Gate would obey Zhenyan's every command. Hearing this, he just coldly questioned if they were even worthy of being called the underworld, because if you're in the underworld, you should act like it. Recalling Master Meng's words about seeking revenge, if someone were killed, Zhenyan challenged the 8 Dragons sect leader. Keep your promise and carry out that revenge right now. Tianyi bitterly admitted he didn't have the strength to keep his word, but Zhenyan placed a hand on the old man's head and affirmed, even if you don't have the strength, keeping your word is the true nature of the underworld. Sweat poured down Tianyi's face, which was contorted in extreme fear. A cold sword slash tore through the air, causing one of the old man's fingers to fly off his hand in a moment of shocked pain. Zhenyan looked at his opponent with emotionless eyes and declared, every time you break your word, I'll cut off a finger. Sect leader Ha collapsed in pain, his breathing ragged. Not stopping there, Zhenyan turned to the trembling subordinates and ordered, you two cut off your fingers. A terrified chorus of yes rang out, followed immediately by spreading patches of blood. Zhenyan slowly walked through the gruesome scene. He coldly stated, I have no intention of letting trash like you continue operating in the martial world, nor do I plan to lead a bunch of misfits to build some kind of sect. He stood tall before the kneeling men and declared loud and clear, from now on, you no longer have the right to be called the underworld. One subordinate trembled and begged, vowing to follow his every command from now on. Zhenyan silently stomped his foot hard on sect leader Ha's head, forcing him to hear every word clearly. Hey sect leader Ha, if the Milky Way Merchant Guild is burned down, or if our trading posts collapse, even if my relatives or my brothers suffer the same fate. Zhenyan's eyes glowed with a threatening deep blue lightning aura. The most important thing is, as long as I don't die, all of you will pay the price. Do you understand what I'm saying? Before the champion's suffocating pressure, He Tianyi could only tremble and reply in absolute submission. Yes, I understand. After withdrawing his foot, Zhenyan coldly ordered his remaining subordinates to quickly clean up the scene. He turned to leave, not forgetting to call back to Sect Master He. Follow me. I have a job for you. At a large casino, Ti Minghu was anxiously tearing his hair out. Damn it, wait a second. How did my casino end up like this? Before him, long lines of warriors from the Eight Dragons sect were on their knees, lined up in neat, reverent rows. Minghu stared in disbelief at his establishment, which was now completely changed. How did my place turn into this mess? Inside the main hall, countless members of the Eight Dragons sect were kneeling in orderly formation. Zhenyan casually asked, "Oh, you're here." Without any ceremony, he immediately ordered the freshly defeated sect, "Master, go make some noodles, I'm starving." Sitting before a steaming bowl of noodles, Zhenyan mused softly. The taste of these noodles brings back fond memories of the old days at the casino. Hearing this, Minghu hesitated and pressed him. "Just where in the world did you disappear?" To Zhenyan calmly replied that he was just busy handling some personal matters. Minghu pointed at He Tianyi, demanding angrily, "Then what's this thing? Where did this coward come from? And why was my casino torn down to be turned into this goddamn dojo?" Zhenyan quietly introduced the man serving them. "This is He Tianyi, the head of the Eight Dragons sect." Minghu was stunned. "Huh. He Tianyi, the master of the Eight Dragons sect." Seeing his disciple's strange reaction, Zhenyan curiously asked if he knew the man. Immediately, Minghu burst out laughing so hard he spat out his food. "How would I know someone like that? The Eight Dragons sect. What even is that? What a boring name." Then he continued to mock with glee. "Why not just call it the Nine Dragons sect? Why'd you randomly cut off one dragon's head?" Minghu was rolling on the floor, clutching his stomach in delight. "Oh my god, I'm gonna die laughing. My sides hurt." Seeing He Tianyi trembling with suppressed rage, Zhenyan reminded him in a low voice. "Sect Master He, I'll let you deal with him later. For now, try to control yourself." The Sect Master bowed his head in submission. "As you command, sir." Minghu suddenly stopped when he saw no one else was laughing. He mumbled in confusion. "Am I the only one who thinks that name is ridiculous?" Li Zhenyan ignored the joke. He got straight to the point. "Sect Master He, how many men do you have under your command?" He Tianyi respectfully reported. "There are 240 in total, sir." Li Zhenyan introduced Ti Minghu to the newly subdued sect. Master then asked unexpectedly, "In your opinion, is he weaker than you?" He Tianyi glanced over without a hint of respect and answered immediately, "Much weaker, sir." This comment made Minghu see red with fury. He snarled, "What did you say?" Ignoring his disciple's outrage, Zhenyan ordered, "After the renovations are complete, find someone on Minghu's level for him to spar with. Then use all the funds to buy powerful elixirs and make him drink every last drop." He Tianyi firmly acknowledged the order, leaving a bewildered Minghu behind. He had no idea what was happening to him. Zhenyan affirmed that the goal was to train Minghu to be worthy of the title of Nine Dragons Sect Master. At the same time, he warned in a harsh tone, "Furthermore, he is my disciple, so you are forbidden from acting on your own against him." Minghu finally snapped out of his daze and slammed the table. He protested fiercely, not having been consulted. "Just practicing the three-talent sword technique is already exhausting me. Why do I have to learn from this dark faction? Trash." Zhenyan gave him a cold look. He threw out a question full of pressure. "My mistake, I forgot to ask your opinion. Does this mean you don't want to?" Seeing his disciple seem to hesitate, Zhenyan added a reason that was hard to refuse. "Every time you swing your sword in a real fight, it will also count towards your three-talent sword technique practice." Hearing this, Minghu paused to think. As for Zhenyan, he left the two of them to discuss the training themselves. He turned to He Tianyi and gave him another secret mission. "Look into whether any masters from the righteous faction have gone missing recently." Zhenyan reminded the sect master to also keep an eye on the movements of the demonic cult, who were always an unpredictable threat. In the shadows, Zhenyan explained that the demonic cult often colluded with the unorthodox faction to cause trouble for the righteous faction. So he requested He Tianyi to thoroughly check his known associate forces for any suspicious signs. The sect master respectfully accepted the order. "Understood, sir. I will use all my resources to get to the bottom of this." However, before leaving, Zhenyan moved in close with a piercing gaze. He radiated a terrifying killing intent along with a final warning. "If anything happens to Tai Minghu, I will level the entire Eight Dragons sect." Do you understand? The coldness in his voice left Hadiani stunned, silent, trembling in fear. Hadiani bowed his head respectfully and replied, yes, sir. The moment Li Zhenyan turned and walked away, Ti Minghu, who was standing beside him, could only think with a sigh. What a tyrant. He just says what he wants, and then takes off. He turned to the defeated sect master with a look of confusion and pressed him. Don't you have any self-respect? Why do you have to bow and scrape following every single thing he tells you to do? He Tianyi sighed bitterly and replied, those are the orders from a disciple of Duan Yucheng. The old man consoled himself, saying that being a subordinate to someone like him was actually a great blessing, because in the world of the unorthodox faction, everyone understood one cruel truth. Any unorthodox faction that crossed Duan Yucheng would be left with absolutely nothing. This information stunned Ti Minghu. He wondered to himself, a disciple of Duan Yucheng, I've never even heard that name before. But his sly nature quickly kicked in. Minghu schemed to himself that this might actually be a stroke of luck. He was afraid that if Li Zhenyan tormented He Tianyi too much, the man would take his anger out on him, so he came up with a plan to use sweet words to flatter the old man, making it impossible for him to lay a hand on him. Master is truly a terrifying person. He addressed Sect Master, he cordially, and suggested they both work hard together. Li Zhenyan had once coldly revealed that Qi Nie lost his life simply for daring to obstruct his training. The root cause was that his subordinates had disturbed him while he was performing his 1,000,000 sword swings. Hearing this, Ti Minghu shivered. Who told you guys to mess with the main character's plot armor? He looked at He Tianyi with pity. He thought the old man was the unluckiest person alive. Minghu bitterly concluded that now, the two of them were like brothers in the same boat. If they didn't obey their master, the only other option was death. Model. Holding hands, as they go, to the other side. Hadiani's face turned pale as he asked if the rumor about anyone who touched the young master having their entire clan annihilated was true. Seeing the old man's naive expression, Minghu covered his mouth and chuckled to himself at the fool. Ha ha. Glancing down at the entire training hall, Li Zhenyan quietly walked to the training area of the Silver River Merchant Guild, where two of his subordinates were meditating on a bed of sharp spikes. He asked softly, is the training progressing well? Seeing their master, they replied respectfully, you've arrived, sir. Zhenyan looked at their wounds and pensively noted that this arduous training process was by no means easy. He warned that the Black Fist counterattack martial art they were pursuing was an incredibly harsh discipline. An ordinary person should never attempt to practice it casually. However, both of them showed clear determination, insisting they felt great while training in this art. Zhenyan stepped closer to inspect them, and noticed their bodies had become much firmer and stronger than before. He was satisfied assessing that at their current level, they were strong enough to withstand sharp weapons. Of the common variety, Zhenyan gave a confident smile. As expected, my efforts to nurture you were not in vain. However, he didn't forget to remind them that the martial world is filled with talents as numerous as autumn leaves. A prime example was Miss Bai, who had come to challenge them the other day with a strength that far surpassed theirs. Even, he himself had learned valuable lessons from that fight. Zhenyan promised to teach them everything so they could become even stronger. Receiving his guidance, the two subordinates bowed their heads in unison and thanked him. Thank you very much, sir. Just as Zhenyan turned to leave, Li Huayan's voice suddenly called out from behind. Ah, big brother. The man with glasses hurriedly reported that a guest was looking for him to sell a spirit medicine. This person was insisting on meeting the young master in person before making any transaction. Zhenyan was slightly surprised, wondering who would want to see him at a time like this. The guest appeared looking like an old, poor herb gatherer who called himself Old Yang. The old man bowed respectfully. Greetings, young master, and explained that he had traveled a long way just to trade a special spirit medicine directly. With a mysterious smile, Old Yang asserted that this treasure would surely astonish Zhenyan. Zhenyan remained calm, quietly waiting for the answer. Old Yang slowly revealed. Its name is the Moonlight Flower, a rare spirit herb that grows on the peak of Dragon Valley Mountain, which is covered in snow year-round. Standing amidst the vast snow-covered mountains, Old Yang carefully led Li Zhenyan in search of the rare spirit herb. When asked about the Moonlight Flower's existence, the old man stated firmly, yes, it is absolutely real, sir. He explained the reason he had to invite the young master personally to this place was because of the flower's strange properties. It couldn't be preserved for long after being picked. It would wilt immediately, so it had to be consumed on the spot. It was precisely because of this inconvenience that he was willing to sell this treasure for only 300,000 taels. Li Zhenyan calculated in his head. So that's how it is. No wonder. Such a valuable item has such a bargain price. But right after he suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Seeing the young master laughing, Old Yang asked worriedly, Young master, what are you laughing about? Zhenyan's smile vanished, his gaze turning ice cold. This is such a hassle. Let me try to reason this out a bit. He began to connect the dots from Qi Nie being dealt with cleanly to Ninth Master Yang's cautious attitude. Zhenyan deduced. Saying that the assassin hired by Ninth Master Yang wanted to kill me doesn't sound very convincing. He stared straight at old Yang with a gaze that seemed to pierce his very soul. In that case, that only leaves you. What is your connection to the Shaoxian sect? Old Yang frantically tried to explain. You've misunderstood me, sir. I am merely a guide to the place where the spirit herb is. Zhenyan was unmoved, pressing old Yang again. Do you really know how to use the moonlight flower? He threatened in a low voice. If you don't know how, then consider your life over. Trembling old Yang explained that one must absolutely not pick the flower, but instead gently cup the petals with their hands as it blooms, and then swallow it. Hearing this, Zhenyan burst out laughing. Man, this guy's so cheesy. There's a limit to how much you can lie. Amidst the white snow, he suddenly drew his sword. A sharp slash of the sword sent old Yang into a state of absolute terror. Zhenyan coldly exposed the lie. If you touch the moonlight flower directly with your hands, it will immediately absorb toxins and wilt. He further explained that this flower only grows in damp places that are frequently bathed in moonlight. Therefore, when using the moonlight flower, direct contact with the petals is strictly forbidden. Instead, you must use a sharp sword to cut the stem and swallow it whole. In a flash, Li Zhenyan made his move, causing his opponent to only have time to exclaim in shock. What amidst the white snow, he flashed a dangerous smile. This is exactly how you're supposed to do it. Really, now things were supposed to play out this way, weren't they? It seems you saw through everything but still pretended to fall into the trap and follow me, huh? You really are a cunning brat, just as the rumors say. Zhenyan replied coldly. You don't need to go to the trouble of luring me all the way here anymore. Whatever you have to say, just spit it out. He silently assessed that the moonlight flower was a rare treasure on par with the stone marrow and the son of heaven elixir. How could a mere herb gatherer come all this way to sell it for such a cheap price? It just reeks of a low-class scam. Li Zhenyan scoffed. The gray-bearded old man growled. The fool here is you because our goal was to lure you away from the Silver River Merchant Guild as far as possible. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch slammed right into his face. With a hit like that, he won't have any teeth left to eat porridge. At that moment, Li Zhenyan radiated a horrifying killing intent, his eyes glowing a threatening fiery red. He roared with immense power. What do you think you're doing to the Silver River Merchant Guild? At the same time, at the guild's headquarters, a surprise attack was unfolding. Black-clad assassins with swords drawn charged in, leaving everyone present in a state of shock and utter terror. The guild leader gritted his teeth and swore, "Damn it." He immediately ordered his men forward. What are you all standing around for? Charge. A dramatic clash erupted with sharp sword strikes tearing through the air. Li Zhenyan didn't flinch for a second. He channeled deep blue lightning that enveloped his entire body, continuously unleashing thunderous blows that crushed his enemies. His overwhelming power left the guild leader frozen in terror, his mind consumed by fear of his opponent. Seeing Li Zhenyan standing tall amidst the raging energy, he gasped. This madman. A massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, creating an earth-shattering explosion that wiped out everything in its path. Li Zhenyan stood in the middle of the snow-covered battlefield, surrounded by the bodies of those who stood in his way, yet his expression was tense. The purple-blue lightning continued to dance at his feet. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself, damn it, my extreme yang qi still hasn't stabilized. In that moment, a bitter truth dawned on him from the very beginning. Their target was the Merchant Guild, not him. Meanwhile, back at the base, a commander's roar echoed. Guardians, charge. Try to hold on just a little longer. The top priority is to protect and evacuate the merchants. We absolutely cannot let them get any deeper inside. Just then, the steward unleashed a sword strike. The bald-headed attacker took the hit with his body, but it was like striking an iron wall, completely ineffective. The old man wondered in amazement. How can he take a direct hit from my sword and act like nothing happened? Let us handle this. Please go protect the head steward immediately. Instantly, he charged into the crowd of assassins, delivering earth-shattering punches that left his opponents incapacitated and severely wounded. His terrifying strength made the enemies tremble in fear, gasping. Where did this godforsaken merchant guild find a guard as strong as a monster? Facing the tight encirclement, the bald leader of the assassins roared with confidence. In the end, there are only two of them. Overwhelm them with sheer numbers and crush them. The henchmen in yellow uniforms immediately surged forward like a tidal wave. Witnessing the overwhelming number of enemies, Li Huayan was stunned, his face etched with worry, as he realized the situation was becoming dire for the guild. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, Bai Yue slowly walked onto the scene. She gazed at the wreckage and softly murmured, "What in the world is happening here?" Looking at the group of aggressive attackers, she wondered if she was mistaken in thinking the guild was being harassed by a bunch of thugs. The female attendant with her immediately confirmed. "It seems you are not mistaken, my lady. With such a thick killing intent, they are undoubtedly from a heretical sect." Li Huang pushed up his glasses in surprise, wondering if he recognized her. Bai Yue's attendant quickly reassured everyone, asking them to take shelter inside to ensure their safety. She announced firmly, "No, our young miss will handle this." Although Li Huayan was hesitant to let an outsider take on the guild's troubles, the attendant insisted that everyone go inside because her young miss disliked showing off her martial arts in front of others. Bai Yue silently descended the steps, facing the assassins, who were brandishing their weapons. She sighed to herself, "If it has come to this, I have no choice. I suppose I'll consider this as paying for my meal today." Seeing a lone woman blocking their path, the enemy leader shouted in anger, "What? Who is that woman?" He furiously ordered his subordinates to kill her quickly so they could press on and plunder the guild's vault. Immediately, a ferocious assassin lunged forward to attack. The assassins charged madly, but Bai Yue remained strangely calm. She softly recalled the words of her ancestor Bai Yuzhen. There was a saying, "Either you die, or you get frozen." She drew out a small silver needle, and a deep blue chilling energy began to condense at her slender fingertip. With just a gentle flick of her finger, she unleashed a destructive wave of power. A cataclysmic ice explosion erupted, tearing through space and engulfing the enemy troops. Sharp shards of ice shot up from the ground, causing the aggressive attackers to recoil in horror before the unstoppable, overwhelming power. The red-haired leader screamed in shock as he watched his own body slowly freezing solid gods. What the hell is happening? Watching from afar, Li Huayan couldn't help but ask himself in astonishment, "Is that ice?" Amidst the rubble, Bai Yue stood tall, her eyes glowing a brilliant blue, her face filled with pride as she looked down upon the trembling remnants of the enemy force. The sound of shattering echoed through the hall as the entire squad of assassins was now completely frozen inside massive pillars of ice. Li Huayan and the others could only stand in stunned silence, witnessing the scene where dozens of enemies were cleanly wiped out in a single brief moment. Bai Yue stood in the center of the scene, pondered for a moment, then coldly uttered, "Oh, right. There's no reason to keep any of you alive either." Just then, Li Zhenyan rushed back. He burst through the door and roared Li Huayan's name, his face filled with immense worry for his loved one's safety. Completely contrary to his expectation of a catastrophic scene, what lay before Li Zhenyan was the sight of everyone cheerfully partying, with laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. He wondered in a daze, what happened here? As soon as Li Huayan saw his older brother return, he excitedly waved him over. "Brother, hurry up and have a drink with me." Despite this, Li Zhenyan couldn't shake his feeling of unease. He moved closer, pressing to know if everything was truly all right and if any serious trouble had occurred. Li Huayan just smiled as he sipped his wine. He nonchalantly explains, "Well, here's what happened. We ran into a few minor complications. The entire horde of disguised assassins was swiftly dealt with, and it was all thanks to the timely assistance of Miss Bai." Li Huayan couldn't stop singing the heroine's praises. All Miss Bai had to do was wave her hand, and the enemy forces were completely obliterated. "I wish my brother could have been there to see it." Recalling that powerful scene, the young man still got goosebumps in awe. Li Zhenyan looked over at the woman sitting calmly. He spoke sincerely, "Miss Bai, thank you for saving me." Seeing his big brother and the beautiful woman hitting it off, Li Huayan added a meaningful teasing comment about how the two of them should get married soon. She looked Li Zhenyan straight in the eye and made a challenging offer. "If you're so grateful, then let's have another match today." In response to her challenge, Li Zhenyan just smiled confidently. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Alliance, the atmosphere was incredibly somber. Alliance leader Liu Zhenghong was reviewing documents when a subordinate entered respectfully. "Alliance leader," he responded softly. "Yes, is there any new information from the investigation team?" The subordinate knelt and reported that the men from the Murong family had found a trace of their former master, Murong Qiu. Liu Zhenghong asked in shock. They found a trace of him, however the subordinate hesitated awkwardly. "About that, the condition of the body." "Well, no. To be more precise, there wasn't a body left to see." He revealed a horrifying truth. All that remained was a human-shaped bloodstain on the ground. At the scene in the dark forest, only his sword and a personal token the former master always carried were left. The Alliance leader pondered to himself, could this be the work of demonic arts? The subordinate continued to describe the gruesome scene. The corpse seemed to have been drained of everything until it completely vanished, leaving only a pile of tattered clothes, and a little white bone powder and some dried bloodstains. Liu Zhenghong narrowed his eyes in suspicion, wondering why the body he had been searching so hard for would suddenly appear. And at a time like this, accompanied by a mysterious letter, he concluded, "I have a feeling this is very likely a trap that's already been set." The subordinate asked in confusion, "A letter? What do you mean?" Upon seeing the letter, the subordinate was stunned. "This is a map pointing to a secret location." The Alliance leader explained that someone had secretly sent this letter, claiming to know the location of the Sword King. Although he didn't know what kind of sinister plot the informant was hatching with such detailed information, he had to go and verify it himself. Liu Zhenghong stood up and gave an order. "I'll depart immediately. You assemble our forces to back me up." His eyes flashed with determination as he declared loudly, From this moment on, our martial arts alliance will be on high alert. We are officially beginning the operation to rescue the Sword King. Meanwhile, in a deep dark cave, a pair of weary eyes suddenly opened amidst flickering candlelight. A man was bound tightly in chains, sitting motionless in the cold space. A dark figure slowly approached and spoke sarcastically. "It seems you're still quite healthy." He glanced at the prisoner's wound. Then he asked maliciously, "Are you pleased with this hole in your chest?" Senior Sword King Lan Tianyou, facing his captor, Lan Tianyue, remained calm and replied, "As far as prisons go, this place isn't half bad. You went through all the trouble to invite me here. The least you could do is state your name right." The stranger smirked, claiming he had long abandoned his name, and told him to call him the Sword Demon. The title, Sword Demon, made Lan Tianyue pensive, recalling the moment he was ambushed by masked men reeking of demonic energy. He observed, "When you launched your surprise attack, I could tell you people were no ordinary thugs, just as I thought you're from the demonic path." Lan Tianyue looked his opponent straight in the eye, demanding to know why they had kept him alive. The Sword Demon slowly approached, revealing his ambition to defeat the Sword God with his own hands, which meant he needed to further enhance his own abilities. "Since I haven't had the chance to witness a master's martial arts, I had to resort to this method to force the Sword King to reveal his techniques." The Sword Demon pointed to the group of masked subordinates behind him. "Senior, what do you think of my subordinates? They are all battle-hardened swordsmen." He claimed that having the chance to spar with the Sword King was a great honor. Then he made a provocative offer. "Perhaps I should give you the opportunity to send them off one by one." Looking at the Sword Demon's sinister smile, Lan Tianyue suddenly broke into a proud grin and replied decisively, "Give me that chance, and I'd be incredibly grateful." "Little brother, finish off the great Senior Sword King." The cold command rang out, followed by a threat. "If you don't, your own life will be forfeit." The masked man looked straight at his target and replied firmly, "As you command." Standing in the middle of the gloomy cave, Sword King Lan Tianyue thoughtfully asked one last question. "Were Junior Duan Yucheng and Senior Murong Qiu also murdered by you in this way?" The leader smirked slightly, recalling an old battle. "Ah, I remember Duan Yucheng. He fought like a madman, so I couldn't take him alive." Images of tragic battles flashed through his mind. The Sword King realized the bitter truth. "So that's it. So, they all died like that." Seeing the assassin begin to draw his weapon, his own killing intent erupted fiercely. He declared loudly, "Even if I die here today, I will drag every last one of the Sword Demon's men down to hell with me." His treasured sword left its sheath, releasing the suffocating pressure of a swordmaster. The assassin lunged forward like a phantom, but the Sword King swiftly drew his sword and neutralized the attack in an instant. A fiery confrontation erupted in the cave, the enemy's blade glowing with a purple light pressed forward with relentless deadly attacks. The jarring clashes created blinding sparks that tore through the silent darkness. The assassin moved extremely fast, his sharp eyes observing his opponent. The continuous clashes formed a dense web of sword energy that ripped through the surrounding space. Lan Tianyue silently assessed his opponent's strength. This young buck seems to have been very well trained. The average masters from the righteous faction would definitely be no match for him, but he's still too green to face me. In the blink of an eye, his blade struck the man's body, but a metallic clang surprised the Sword King. What the hell? His sword couldn't pierce his skin. The man channeled power into his sword to counterattack, while the king used a palm strike to resist. With a shockwave, both were pushed back simultaneously. The Sword Demon watched his still trembling subordinate and calculated silently. Just a casual strike from an unstable stance, and he could still push him back so easily. He really is a monster. Just then, the Sword Demon's figure slowly approached. He called out coldly, "Little brother." The Sword Demon was not pleased. He began to scold him. "I told you again and again to conceal the invulnerable sword technique. So why did you expose the fatal spot on your neck the moment the fight began?" He figured it was better to sacrifice an arm or a leg than to reveal such a deadly weakness. At the very least, he should have pretended to be injured to deceive the opponent. The subordinate bowed his head and accepted the blame. This subordinate deserves death. Witnessing the cruelty of the people before him, Sword King Ling Tianyue spat contemptuously. "You monsters aren't even human anymore." In response to the taunt, the Sword Demon gave a cold smile. A keen observation. He noted that the old man still had the strength to make sarcastic remarks. "It seems you've had enough rest." The Sword Demon turned and ordered his subordinate Yi Jian toy with the old man for a bit, but don't kill him just yet. If you see him expose any weaknesses, point them out clearly to me. Ling Tianyue gritted his teeth in fury, staring at the demons before him with blazing eyes. But all he got in return was cold mockery. "For someone from the righteous faction, you're awfully quiet, even when you're cursing, aren't you?" He didn't forget to offer a parting word. "Well then, I'll see you later, senior." Seeing that polite facade, the man standing behind him scoffed. Why bother with such fake courtesy? He glanced back, a sly smirk on his face. "It's only because you righteous folks love your formalities so much that I'm indulging you." It's actually kind of fun, don't you think? The heavy stone door slowly closed, hiding his calculating face and his final words. Take care now. The iron gate slammed shut, and the scene instantly shifted to a peaceful pavilion by a lake under a brilliant sunset. A woman with light brown hair was leisurely enjoying some wine. She spoke softly as she saw a figure approach. Why are you drinking without any snacks? She smiled in. Welcome. Oh, so our Heavenly Sword Alliance leader has arrived. Come sit down. In response to her warmth, the guest bowed respectfully, following the proper etiquette of the martial world. This junior, the Heavenly Sword Alliance leader, pays his respects to the Grandmaster of the demonic cult, the Heavenly Demon. Hearing this, the woman looked annoyed. You crazy fool. I'm so sick of hearing those words. She poured some wine and got straight to the point. So you certainly didn't come here just to waste my wine, did you? Have you found our next target? The Alliance leader explained grimly that the unorthodox faction was preparing meticulously to counter their raids, so while waiting for them to lower their guard, he had chosen a different prey. He affirmed, his sharp gaze fixed on a majestic figure holding a great blade. We should start with the Blade Emperor Nanggong Wu. The woman questioned him. Is there a way? That guy never leaves his family's estate. The Alliance leader calmly revealed his plan. The Emperor's society has found the clues about Murong Chu that I deliberately left behind in Wu Shui. The forces and some of the masters from the Emperor's society will search that place thoroughly. He calculated that when the Nanggong family's forces were diverted for the search, the defenses at their estate would be significantly weakened. He had even arranged for about 50 decoys at Wu Shui to serve as bait while the Nanggong family's forces were scattered. That way we can approach the Blade Emperor with extreme ease, he asserted confidently. The Alliance leader looked directly at the Heavenly Demon. He made a final cruel proposition. If we had the help of the esteemed 10,000 Demons Palace Lord, then it wouldn't just be 50 but 100 or 200 who would have to die. Faced with such a ruthless statement, his companion could only sigh softly. Why are you becoming more and more cold-blooded? He took a sip of wine, then got straight to the point. So, when are we going to finish off that esteemed 10,000 Demons Palace Lord? The man opposite him smirked sinisterly. What's the rush? He calculated that the young palace, Lord of the 10,000 Demons Palace, would sooner or later cause trouble on his own. Only when that happened would those allied with the 10,000 Demons Palace have a legitimate reason to betray him. Hearing this, his companion still seemed doubtful. Are you sure? What kind of trouble could that coward possibly stir up? He explained nonchalantly. He's not exactly a coward, just a sensitive child. The crazier the father gets, the deeper the child's inner turmoil becomes. He was determined to seal the deal right then and there. In short, if you have no objections to taking down the Blade Emperor, let's begin. With a minimal force of just you and me. Holding her wine cup, his friend asked softly. So, who's going to challenge the Blade Emperor? A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Hey now, you are, of course. Seeing his partner's hesitation, he let out a hearty laugh. Does my constant yielding make you feel uneasy? Don't worry. Even if the demonic cult unifies the world, we will still be each other's only friends. They both raised their cups, and he added ambitiously, even if it's the sword demon who unifies the world and not the demonic cult, I would still be very satisfied. The conversation ended, and one of them stood up to leave. Where are you going? The question echoed as he replied casually. Where do you think? To the Nanggong family estate to find the Blade Emperor, of course. I'm heading out first. I'll see you later at the Yunxiao Pavilion. Noticing the other person had no intention of joining him, he asked, aren't we going together? The one staying behind reminded him coldly. You still have work to do, don't you? I'm also concerned about the Sword Emperor, who escaped death. With eyes glowing red with killing intent, she commanded, finish off the Sword King with your own hands today. Strolling under the sunset, her friend couldn't help but wonder, why does the fact that he keeps conceding everything to me make me feel so uneasy? Is it because he belongs to the demonic cult? Or is it because he's the direct descendant of the heavenly demon who fell during the great battle of the 5 Peaks? He silently recalled his friend's genius father, the one who had single-handedly faced all 3 gods of the righteous faction. Walking through the moonlit forest, he wondered if it was just prejudice to think that people from the demonic cult couldn't have friends, but he immediately dismissed the thought. No, that's not right. I just need to become stronger. I have to become stronger. Only then will these distracting thoughts disappear completely. His eyes suddenly flashed with a demonic purple light. In any case, the great demonic god plan is already under my control. But still, he decided to follow his friend's advice and finish off the old man today to prevent him from causing any more trouble. Just then, he noticed someone approaching and called out, "What brings you here?" But his smile instantly vanished when he sensed a chilling, killing intent. Alliance leader. The call rang out, filled with astonishment. Before him stood the Alliance leader, his face cold and brimming with killing intent. Following the Alliance leader's orders, the men of the Martial Alliance immediately swarmed the Sword Demon. With a thunderous crash, the Sword Demon shot into the air from amidst the smoke and dust. But he was struck down almost immediately. I'm telling you, the guy who attacked him was no joke. He thought to himself, the Martial Alliance's warning system. How could it have detected me and set up an ambush here? There must be a traitor he recalled, that useless young palace master. Just then, a man charged forward, sword in hand. But with a sharp crack, the man's sword shattered, as the sword demon appeared behind him, radiating a deadly aura. Just when it seemed like it was all over, the old alliance leader fortunately intervened in time to block his attack. The resulting shockwave horrified everyone. He declared authoritatively, "Leave this one to me." The old man ordered the legion behind him to quickly wipe out the sword demon's subordinates. The martial artists respectfully replied, "As you command, alliance leader," and began the slaughter. Facing the fired-up senior, the sword demon just gave a faint, sarcastic smile, remarking that the old man couldn't hold back any longer and had to rush in to spoil the fun. Then facing the alliance leader, the sword demon ground his teeth in fury. This damned old geezer instantly. A world-shaking explosion of energy erupted in the quiet night. The two blades clashed, creating dazzling sparks that tore through the surrounding space. The sword demon was inwardly shocked by his opponent's strength. Just as the rumors said, this alliance leader is a real pain in the neck. He noted that the old man's swordsmanship was incredibly fluid, making it extremely difficult to predict the direction of his attacks. Each of Zheng Hong's moves carried terrifying power. A single mistake would be enough to cost him an arm. The sword demon knew that to ascend to the rank of sword god, he had to overcome this man. However, realizing the disadvantageous situation, he told himself, "But it seems now is not the time." A stream of deep purple internal energy began to gather in the sword demon's hand. He channeled all his power and slammed his sword into the ground, creating a massive purple explosion of internal energy that engulfed the entire area. The flying dust and debris made Zheng Hong gasp in astonishment. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, the sword demon quickly used his movement techniques to retreat from the battlefield. He was confident in his ability to conceal himself. "I've dispersed my internal energy and erased my aura before retreating, so that should be enough to throw him off for a while." Realizing things were getting more complicated than expected, the sword demon decided he had to find a way to regroup with the 12 demon swords. But suddenly, a powerful voice echoed right next to his ear. "Did you think you could escape my grasp so easily?" The sword demon turned in shock, amazed by his opponent's persistence. This old monster is really tenacious. Right behind him, a massive vortex of energy swirled in midair, emitting a world-shaking pressure. Immediately, a brilliant pillar of white light shot straight into the sky, creating a shocking explosion that caused the ground to tremble violently. The subordinates cried out in alarm. "Everyone, be careful not to get blown away." The power of the attack was so immense that it seemed to tear space itself apart, leaving the martial artists to wonder in shock. This power is like it could split heaven and earth. Is this the true strength of the legendary alliance leader? As the thick dust settled, the scene revealed a mountain that had been completely leveled. Amidst the rubble, someone still in a daze asked, "What just happened?" A subordinate rushed to the side of a heavily injured man, calling out in alarm, "Alliance leader." But just behind them, Liu Zhenghong appeared, with a majestic presence. The spirit image of a giant glowing tiger roared behind him. Liu Zhenghong slowly walked over to the Sword King. He let out a soft sigh of relief. "Seeing that you're still alive, I feel much more at ease." The Sword King Ling Tianyue suppressed his pain and whispered back, "Let's talk about that later." The alliance leader's eyes blazed with fury. He growled, "Only by annihilating this demonic cult filth can my anger be appeased." A pillar of dark energy suddenly descended, and Liu Zhenghong coldly commanded his subordinates, "All of you spread out." The sword demon, despite the blood still on his lips, broke into a crazed smile. He tightened his grip on the demon sword, which was radiating a deep purple spiritual energy, and decisively plunged it into the ground. A violent explosion of internal energy erupted, causing the earth to crack and shatter into large chunks. Witnessing his opponent's reckless act, Liu Zhenghong cried out in horror. Is he trying to collapse this entire place? The whole area began to cave in, swallowing everything into a deep darkness. Amidst the thick dust, Liu Zhenghong looked at the ruins and clicked his tongue in regret. "Tsk, these little rats sure run fast." The Sword King knelt at his feet, painfully admitting fault. "My sincerest apologies, this is all my fault." The alliance leader sighed softly. He admitted that he too was old and exhausted, unable to continue the pursuit. When the Sword King asked how he managed to track them to this location, Liu Zhenghong revealed that an anonymous informant had tipped them off, with the sinister goal of having both sides destroy each other. A subordinate rushed over out of breath to ask about the situation. The alliance leader immediately ordered the entire martial alliance to retreat and to report the incident to the emperor at once, and to inform the 9 sects and 1 union. Liu Zhenghong's gaze grew profound as he concluded to himself that the demonic path had truly risen. Deep in the forest, a masked assassin was fleeing frantically. He was worried about the fate of his comrades and regretted not sticking with a certain person from the start. He was debating whether he should turn back to scout the situation, when a cold voice rang out right behind him. "I'm so glad to see you again." The Sword Emperor had appeared unexpectedly, leaning against a tree with a razor-sharp gaze. Before the terrified assassin could even react, his blade, quick as lightning, had pinned the man to the ground with terrifying speed. Lightning energy shot out, making him scream in agony. He growled, declaring that this time he personally came to send the entire demonic path on their way. Suddenly, a hand appeared controlling threads of silk. In a flash, he had successfully rescued his subordinate. A mysterious figure with glowing red eyes was silently observing everything from a high branch. The newcomer was a handsome man holding a paper fan standing proudly on a tree limb. He looked down and reminded the Sword Emperor, "The order has been given to retreat. What are you still doing here? Let's have a one-on-one duel to settle the score for that cowardly sneak attack of yours." However, the man with the fan just gave a faint smile. He cleverly declined, claiming he was busy, and promised a proper match next time. He quickly vanished into the night, leaving the Sword Emperor standing there filled with suspicion about this mysterious man's true identity. He gripped his sword, wondering to himself, who in the world is that guy? Under the bright full moon, the man with the fan softly exclaimed, "Father." He stared deep into the void, his eyes blazing with hatred as he recalled his painful past. "I'm just one of the many orphans created by the Martial Alliance." After that resentful declaration, he casually turned and left with a cryptic farewell. "Well then, see you later." His figure vanished into a hazy purple smoke. The sound of footsteps echoed on a towering cliff, where a subordinate knelt breathing raggedly from exhaustion. He thought in shock, "That was too close. I almost lost my life." Seeing his savior, he quickly bowed his head in respect. "Thank you for saving my life, sir," he wondered anxiously. "I can't believe the Alliance leader himself came all this way. Could it be that within the Heavenly Sword League, there's a traitor? I'm not sure either, but there's absolutely no way there's a traitor in the Heavenly Sword League." Hearing this, the subordinate asked to leave and regroup with the league leader. However, just as he turned to go, the man grabbed his arm and made a deadly suggestion. "Oh hey, before you go, you have to help me with something." "What? What is it?" Before he could finish asking, a horrifying sound rang out. A brutal attack pierced through his body. In his dying moments, he looked up and saw the face of the cold-hearted man who had just saved him. He was now placing a finger to his lips menacingly. "Shh." A deep purple internal energy swirled around his blood-stained hand. The man nonchalantly sent his subordinate on his way. "May you find peace in the afterlife." He then vanished into the dawning light on the horizon. Time passed. In the distant land of Anhui, an eerie silence hung in the air. A lone figure trudged through a field of reeds, his heart filled with worry about his scattered comrades. "I wonder when those who fled will finally gather here again." 3 days later, under the cover of deep night, a man in a conical hat walked slowly down a deserted corridor. He pondered to himself, "It's been 3 days since that day, hasn't it? I wonder how the League leader and the others in the 12 Demon Swords are doing." This man was the 10th Sword, the 10th ranked member of the 12 Demon Swords from the Heavenly Sword League. Lost in thought about where he would stay for the night, he accidentally bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. The 10th Sword quickly apologized. "Ah, my bad." He was about to continue on his way when a sharp voice suddenly rang out from behind. Zhenyan stood there, his intense gaze fixed on the stranger. "Where do you think you're going, wandering around a place like this all alone?"